Chapter 801. One Escaped. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya did not touch the Essence Orb again. However, the Essence Orb seemed to be aware that it was soon going to be taken back to the East Guardian Tower. It started rolling on its own. There was an opening to the drainage by the road. The Essence Orb was planning to roll into it and escape through the sewage system. Clearly, the creature's movements were greatly hindered in the form of the orb. It needed to live in other organisms as a parasite to utilize its capabilities. If it rolled into the drainage and attached itself to a rat, it was possible that it would turn into a terrifying rat beast. Mo-Fan would not allow the thing to bring any harm to the world. He locked his gaze on the orb and used his will to forcibly roll the orb back. Telekinesis. Mochizuki Chihaya was startled. She glanced at Mo-Fan with wide eyes. What telekinesis? You've imagined it, Mo-Fan smiled, trying to cover it up. Mochizuki Chihaya was still in a trance. She agreed she might have seen it wrong. Mo-Fan was only an advanced magician, thus it was impossible for him to have so many elements. The evil essence orb that was rolled back to its initial spot seemed quite furious. It began to vibrate vigorously. However, none of that mattered, as Mochizuki Ken had finally arrived from the West Guardian Tower. The old man with a mustache walked up to Mo-Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya. His eyes glittered as he stared at the essence orb on the ground for a long time. The essence orb seemed to be afraid of Mochizuki Ken. It stayed motionless, as if it was just a normal black orb. Mochizuki Ken went forward and wrapped a silver piece of cloth around it. Mochizuki Ken was a reputable magician in Osaka. He dismissed the police and the city hunters, before returning to the West Guardian Tower with Mochizuki Chihaya and Mo-Fan. It was obvious that Mochizuki Ken had managed to keep the news under control, to prevent it from being made known to Commander Tokogi. Mochizuki Ken brought Mo-Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya to a room with an open ceiling. The light emitted by the moon and the stars sprinkled down upon the room and lit up the place off the decorations hanging on the walls. It felt like they were sitting in a vast, magnificent galaxy, enjoying a bath under the light of the moon and the stars. Mochizuki Chihaya was on her knees on the wooden floor, her hair dangling to the sides with her head lowered, like a girl who had done something wrong yet was not afraid to be punished. Mo-Fan was sitting on the ground too, observing the decorations on the walls. Mochizuki Ken was sitting under the light of the moon with his back facing the two. He looked extremely stern. "Chihaya, I'm very disappointed," said Mochizuki Ken. "I'm aware of my mistake." Mochizuki Chihaya did not dare to raise her voice. "Even if you found out that Iwata was locked in the East Guardian Tower, you should have investigated the whole incident first. With your reckless move, even if everything is exactly what you assume to be, it would only make the situation worse," said Mochizuki Ken. "I had no idea who to ask, if even the loyal Iwata was now imprisoned in the East Guardian Tower," said Mochizuki Chihaya while lowering her head further. "So you chose to believe him," said Mochizuki Ken. Mochizuki Chihaya looked at Mo-Fan and fell silent. "I'm an outsider, so there's no way I'll allow myself to be caught in fighting. That being said, old man Mochizuki, can you explain to us what this evil thing is first?" "I believe you already knew about its existence," said Mo-Fan. "Every human has a soul, and the cultivation of magicians focuses on refining the soul. The stronger the soul is, the stronger the magician is. However, a human soul isn't pure. The East Guardian Tower is under the effect of a curse that drains away the souls of the evil magicians, but it won't cleanse the hatred, evil, greed, anger, and desires of their soul, and on top of that, the East Guardian Tower also has a dark formation. Such an environment allows evil thoughts to grow, and ends up turning into the orb you saw," said Mochizuki Ken. "Japan is indeed a weird place. Vessels have demons inside them, and even a prison can give birth to a demon too," murmured Mo-Fan. "Luckily, you managed to stop Chihaya in time. Otherwise, a new red demon would soon be born in Japan," said Mochizuki Ken. "Red demon?" Mo-Fan was confused. "We call them red demons." their souls are different than those of most creatures, they are dark red. Every organism that is controlled by them will leave a dark red evil mark after their death, said Mochizuki Ken. Mochizuki Chihaya nodded too. Her eyes were able to see the souls of the pedestrians when she was attacking them. On top of that, when her plants took control of them, it turned out that their souls were stamped with a dark red seal, as if they had signed a contract with a devil. A dark red soul mark. Mo Fan rose from the ground, shivering. The soul of a living organism, be it a demon creature, a ghost or a devil spirit, was either blue or green when they died. There had never been a red soul. However, Mo Fan clearly remembered that Lung Qing had mentioned the strange dark red mark inside the soul of Ling Ling's father when he was murdered. The same thing had happened when the vampire Nai Dong was killed. Old man, did a red demon escape from the East Guardian Tower before? Asked Mo Fan with a stern face. Mochizuki Ken shuddered. He turned around in shock and stared at Mo Fan, who had just asked the question suddenly. Mochizuki Chihaya rose to her feet too. She did not understand why Mo Fan was so agitated. The expression on the old man's face stiffened. His brown eyes were trembling in fear of the past. How did you know that? Mochizuki Ken fixed his gaze on Mo Fan. The last red demon had been a nightmare haunting Mochizuki Ken for his entire life. Even after so many years, Mochizuki Ken would still wake up in cold sweat when he dreamed about what happened that night. It was true that a red demon did escape from the East Guardian Tower many years ago. Until now, the old guardians of the tower had not dared to tell anyone about it. He never thought a student from China would expose the secret that they had tried to keep for so many years. Mochizuki Chihaya was startled. She had experienced how terrifying the red demon was firsthand, and to her surprise, the East Guardian Tower had let something so dangerous and terrifying escape. Chapter 802. The First Red Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mountain road on the West Mountain forked into a little path that was inaccessible to cars. Mochizuki Ken led Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya to the path. To their surprise, the little rift valley had a secret memorial tablet. On it was a bouquet of flowers that was still not wilted yet, which clearly implied that someone had paid a visit here recently. I was the same as you, young and ruthless, and I didn't consider the consequences before taking actions. The same, boring routine in the East Guardian Tower made us curious toward every little discovery. When he discovered the essence orb, he was so excited that he could not wait to bring it out. Mochizuki Ken raised a jar of wine and slowly poured it across the memorial tablet. Mo Fan went up closer and saw a name carved on the memorial tablet. Kozuoki. Mochizuki Chihaya stared at the memorial tablet. It took her a while to collect her thoughts. Yeah, he was your brother Iwata's biological father, and a close friend of mine, said Mochizuki Ken. So you two brought the evil essence orb out in the past, just like us, asked Mo Fan. It's rather complicated. Chihaya's mum Mosoko used to be extremely popular among the people in the Twin Guardian Towers, Fua. I guess the people nowadays would describe her as a goddess. Iwata's father managed to stand out among the men and earned her affection, and soon, they gave birth to Iwata, said Mochizuki Ken. Hang on, let's skip the old love story, I just want to know about the last red demon. Mo Fan was clearly impatient. The incident was somehow related to the bizarre death of Ling Ling's father. Mo Fan was eager to learn about the red demon. He had known Ling Ling for quite some time, and the only reason that the mature little girl looked down all the time was the dark red soul mark. If he could find out the truth, it might serve as the best medicine for Ling Ling. In Shanghai, Ling Ling had always helped him without asking for anything in return. Mo Fan believed that this was the only thing he could do for her. It was a coincidence that he had discovered the information about the special dark red soul mark. As such, he wanted to find out the truth, just so he could tell Ling Ling about his discovery. It happened like this: Kozuoki and I were the first ones to discover the essence orb, and we told Mosoko and Tegami. Mosoko suggested we should report it to the clan, but Tegami suggested we should refine the energy in the orb to improve our strength, so we could stand out among the people in the clan. We ended up absorbing the energy in the orb and split it evenly among ourselves. Nothing happened at first, and our cultivation improved significantly. However, Mosoko, Tegami, and I began to act differently. We were having fun killing demon creatures. Later, we even tortured the prisoners in the East Guardian Tower, said Mochizuki Ken. You have lost your mind to the Essence Orb, said Mo-fan. Yes. It got worse. Tegami suggested that we should imprison more criminals in the East Guardian Tower, so the Essence Orb would be able to absorb more energy from their souls, to provide us with more power. Mochizuki Ken seemed reluctant to talk about the past. He had done lots of things that he was utterly regretful of during the time he had lost control of himself. The cruelty and evil kept growing stronger and rooted deep in their hearts. How did you break free from its control? Asked Mo-fan. It was obvious that the old man had become a lot gentler and kinder after the incident. It was Kazuoki, he's the most rational among us. When he realized that the orb was draining the hatred and evil thoughts of the prisoners from their soul, he began to stop us from cultivating with the Essence Orb. Sigh, but we were simply too lost in our greed. Mochizuki Ken let out a breath full of remorse and sorrow. So you killed him, said Mo-fan. Nonsense. Mochizuki Chihaya glared at Mo-fan. As a matter of fact, we did kill him. The three of us decided to murder Kazuoki, who tried to stop us. Mochizuki Ken's voice was extremely soft. He did not even dare to look into Mochizuki Chihaya's eyes. What, you killed Iwata's father? Even my mum agreed. Mochizuki Chihaya cried out in shock. Kazuoki and Mochizuki were still husband and wife back then. From what Mochizuki Chihaya could remember, her mother was the kindest woman in the world. There was no way she would do something so wicked and twisted. Mochizuki Ken knew it was hard for Mochizuki Chihaya to accept the truth, yet he had no choice but to reveal it. The truth is, she was the one that suggested it. Oh, you shouldn't blame your mother, she was influenced the greatest by the orb. I believe you already know what that feels like. Mochizuki Chihaya recalled how she attacked the civilians. She was indeed not herself. How terrifying, knowing that the person sleeping beside you is thinking of killing you. Mo-fan let out a sigh. Luckily, Kazuoki was a clever man, and realized what we were up to. We initially thought he would run away, but he didn't. He stole the Essence Orb and left with that evil thing. We even tried to hunt him down because we thought he was trying to keep the Essence Orb to himself. We were extremely furious. We even pursued him until he had nowhere to run, but somehow, he vanished. Since then, we have never seen Kazuoki again. As time gradually passed, our minds slowly recovered. Your mum Mosoko felt extremely guilty for what she had done, and ended up passing away at a young age. Tegami and I did not dare to mention the incident again, but we have no idea how we could ever atone for what we had done to Kazuoki, said Mochizuki Ken. It had been so many years, the young man had already grown old, yet it felt like everything had only happened the day before. Mochizuki Ken's eyes were soaked in tears whenever he recalled it. So that's why you've always been loving and kind to Iwata, said Mochizuki Ken. The old man nodded and said after taking a deep breath, yeah, the only thing we can do is take good care of his son. Unfortunately, it took us some time to recover. We vented all our hatred toward Kazuoki on his son. Iwata suffered greatly when he was young. Mosoko hated him too. When Mosoko finally realized the sacrifice Kazuoki had made, Iwata had already grown up. He assumed that our love and care were just putting up an act, and he believed he never needed any of it. Iwata, Mochizuki Chihaya felt a tingling surge in her nose when she imagined what her brother had gone through. I'll try my best to save Iwata from Commander Tokogi. We must not let Commander Tokogi know about the Essence Orb. Tokogi is a greedy man. He has no idea how terrifying the thing is. If the orb falls into his hand, it will be a great disaster, said Mochizuki Ken. Chapter 803. Escorting the Evil Orb. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-fan felt his head aching. In the end, he only knew where the red demon come from, but he had no idea where it was, or what it was up to. If that was the case, how could he possibly help Ling Ling avenge her dad? Mo-fan, I have a favor to ask, said Mochizuki Ken. Old man, I'm a busy man, Mo-fan rejected straight away. The essence orb is absolutely evil. To be honest, I don't think I'm confident enough even if my people are keeping it. I know that your team is heading for Tokyo soon. I hope that you can bring the essence orb to an old friend of mine in Tokyo. He's the only person that can purify the hatred inside the orb, said Mochizuki Ken. Hey, I didn't accept yet, don't you act like I've agreed to do you the favor, protested Mo-fan. Commander Tokogi had the highest authority in the West Guardian Tower. It would only be a matter of time until he located the essence orb. Once he found it, the whole situation would only worsen. Mochizuki Ken was hoping to bring the orb away, as far as possible. The essence orb does contain incredible energy, and the side effect when it is absorbed by a summoned beast is significantly lower. If you're willing to help us with the favor, you can take a part of the energy in the orb. If I'm not mistaken, you are a summoner too. I believe you'll need the energy more than anyone else. If the higher-ups knew I'd given such a useful resource to a representative of the Chinese team, they would surely blame me for it. However, I have no other choice. The essence orb is still fresh, its evil thoughts are still not that strong. It's better to purify it as soon as possible, said Mochizuki Ken. Mo-fan hesitated after hearing the offer from the old man. The advancement of the Swift Star Wolf was indeed a problem he was facing. It had been a while since his summoned beast was stuck at his current level. At this rate, his summoned beast would not be able to handle the upcoming fights. The Swift Star Wolf had been utterly loyal to him. Mo-fan had no intention to switch him out. Therefore, the only choice was to improve his strength. However, Mo-fan was hesitant when he recalled how evil the orb was. Why don't you ask someone else? Somehow, Mo-fan thought the old man had too much trust in him. Do you think it's wise to let more people know about its existence? Asked Mochizuki Ken in return. It was as Mochizuki Ken had said. Based on what they were told, even lovers would turn against one another under the influence of the orb. It was indeed something that must be handled with extreme caution. Master, isn't it a bit too risky asking him to escort the orb, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo-fan is just like Kozuoki, who still managed to keep a clear mind despite the influence of the essence orb. I won't tell anyone that you have the essence orb, and it's better if you don't mention it to your teammates, either. The essence orb is just an ordinary orb as long as it's wrapped inside the silver cloth. Once you arrive in Tokyo, hand it to my old friend, and you'll be given a high-quality soul to upgrade your summoned beast, said Mochizuki Ken. It sounds like a plan, but I'm more interested in learning more about the previous red demon. My hunter partner has been looking for a dark red soul marked like this, and it turns out that it's something that escaped from your East Guardian Tower, so I hope that you'll tell me everything you know, said Mo-fan sternly. That's more the reason you should bring the orb to my old friend, said Mochizuki Ken. And why is that? He used to be the warden for the East Guardian Tower before Commander Tokogi took over. I believe he's the only person that knows where the red demon is. He's the only one that's still trying to hunt the red demon down, said Mochizuki Ken. If that's the case, fine, I'll bring the orb to him, Mo-fan nodded. Chihaya will go with you, said Mochizuki Ken. Me? Mochizuki Chihaya was startled. Wasn't it weird for a Japanese inspector to follow the Chinese national team to Tokyo? What reason and identity would she use to convince them to let her tag along? Leave Iwata to me, focus on delivering the orb. I believe Iwata will soon recover, Tokogi has no reason to lock him up further, said Mochizuki Ken. A lot of things had happened that night, yet to those who were deeply asleep, it was a perfectly calm night. Back in his room, Mo-fan was holding the orb wrapped inside a silver cloth in his hand. He could feel the evil energy flowing out from it. It made him shiver when the energy penetrated his skin. Mo-fan, wake up! Zhao Manyang yelled outside the door. Mo-fan opened the door. He was still energetic. A magician's mental toughness was stronger than ordinary people after all. It would not matter if he did not have any sleep for a few days. What is it? Asked Mo-fan with a confused look. That brainless woman with huge breasts who dueled with you, Mochizuki Chihaya, is coming to Tokyo with us, exclaimed Zhao Manyang in a slightly excited tone. Oh, answered Mo Fan. Oh? That's not the reaction I expect from you. Yes, I know that woman is harsh with her words, but her body is absolutely marvelous. The journey to Tokyo is a long one, you should make use of the chance to push her down. Zhao Manyang immediately displayed his pervertedness. TL note, push down here is a Chinese modern slang, like pushing someone down on a bed. I'm not that kind of a person. Of course, considering the kind of person you are, you're not just going to push her down, there's going to be whipping, candles, handcuffs, racks, TSK, Zhao Manyang kept going, his mind already full of imaginations. You're a retard. Hey, why so serious? Don't you know a man's hormones are the strongest in the morning? Can't I enjoy some lewd thoughts? I've not touched a woman since the training started. At this rate, I'm definitely going nuts, grumbled Zhao Manyang. Anything else? If not, I'm heading back to sleep. I'm tired, said Mo Fan impatiently. Tired? Didn't you sleep last night? I was caught in some trouble. Mo Fan was still unclear about the essence orb. He had no intention to drag Zhao Manyang into the mess. The thing was extremely dangerous. Even a senior hunter like Ling Ling's father had died because of it. Mo Fan believed it was unwise to tell anyone about it unless he was sure that it would not pose any threat to them. Actually, I've come here to discuss something with you. I've been having this weird dream lately. Hey, I'm discussing a serious matter with you. Why are you shoving me outside? Said Zhao Manyang. We'll talk later, let me take a nap first. Asshole, he must have done something lewd last night. Chapter 804. The Truth About the Island. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. By the afternoon, the national team was on its way to Tokyo. The rules were the same. Their identities were still frozen, and since they could only buy train tickets with valid identities, they ended up taking the railway to the outskirts of Osaka in the east before taking a bus there. Mochizuki Chihaya did follow the team on their journey. Many were still confused about why she was traveling with the team. Mochizuki Chihaya was too lazy to explain herself. She knew that this bunch of Chinese representatives did not like her in the first place. Her job was to look after Mo Fan, making sure that he was delivering the orb to the right place. On the bus, Mo Fan was leaning against the window, yet he was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery along the way. Zhao Manyang was sitting beside him mumbling non-stop. The guy would always grumble a lot if he had not touched a woman for a certain period. He had totally lost the imperious manner expected of a tyrannical CEO that a son of the Zhao group should have, and was behaving like the autistic child of some close relatives in an old village. Did you hear what I said in the morning? Zhao Manyang nudged Mo Fan. Mo Fan was feeling sleepy. The nudge did wake him up, but it also annoyed him. As if it's something important, can you stop talking about it? Snapped Mo Fan. Something really feels strange. I first dreamed about the shadow we saw under the ship when we were traveling on the ocean. After that, I dreamed about a gigantic creature in the sea where the twin guardian towers watch over. The creature was making a sound that can travel a long distance, similar to the sound of a dolphin, said Zhao Manyang. Can you please spend some money in Tokyo and find an AV actress to satisfy your needs? Mo Fan was just about to scold Zhao Manyang when he realized that something was not right. He immediately blurted out, "What did you just say?" "I said I dreamed about the shadow in the Pacific Ocean when we were flying in the sky," said Zhao Manyang. The sentence after that. "There was a gigantic creature in the sea where the twin guardian towers watch over." Give me a second. Mo Fan rose to his feet and went to the back of the bus. The person sitting in the last row was none other than Mochizuki Chihaya. She had a confused look when she saw Mo Fan approaching her. "Is the orb showing some reaction?" asked Mochizuki Chihaya alertedly. "It's not about the orb. Did you guys tell anyone about the creature in the ocean when the alarm went off last night?" asked Mo Fan in a serious tone. "No. The truth is, I didn't know what happened either. The upper floor belongs to the military. Most people aren't allowed to go there, and we would never tell anyone the information that the upper floor has collected, answered Mochizuki Chihaya. Then how did Zhao Manyang know about the gigantic creature in the sea, said Mo Fan. He knows? That doesn't make any sense. Apart from you, I didn't hear there was anyone else who trespassed on the upper floor, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo Fan went back to Zhao Manyang with a frown. Zhao Manyang was aware that something happened when he saw Mo Fan's expression. He immediately got rid of his playfulness. Are you sure you were having a dream? Asked Mo Fan. Yes, said Zhao Manyang, nodding sincerely. The truth is, there was indeed a gigantic creature in the ocean close to the Twin Guardian Towers last night, said Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang opened his mouth. He tried to speak, yet he was lost for words. What exactly is going on? Exclaimed Zhao Manyang. Do you remember the island that never existed in Shishong City? Said Mo Fan. Are you referring to the island that Miyota said she stayed on for a whole night, but it somehow disappeared the next day? Said Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang had only learned about Miyota and the series of events from Jiang Yu and Ari Jiangtu after he regained consciousness. Mo Fan nodded. That was the island he was referring to. At the start, Mo Fan could not understand why Miyota would even tell the lie, an utterly ridiculous tale. However, when he caught a quick glimpse of the island on the train leaving Shishong City, Mo Fan started to believe her words. Ari Jiangtu, do you think Miyota was lying? Mo Fan stood up and asked Ari Jiangtu, who was sitting a few rows behind him. Ari Jiangtu was taken by surprise. Why would Mo Fan suddenly ask him the question? He replied after a slight hesitation, I think there was no reason for Miyota to lie, and it did not seem like she was lying, either. Are you two referring to the island that did not exist? Jiang Yu joined the conversation out of curiosity. How boring, the island never existed. We even went to the cliff to confirm it. Are you telling me that the island had flown away? Said Mu Tinjing. Miyota wasn't lying, she did spend a night on the island, said Mo Fan sternly. Humph, do you take us as 3-year-old kids? Mocked Guan Yu. Mo Fan ignored the sarcastic comment. He recalled the series of events and said in a stern voice, Zhao Manyang, can you please turn off the Detective Conan soundtrack first? Oh, sorry, I couldn't control myself. What I'm saying is, the island at Shishong City was King real. I could not understand why Miyota was telling the ridiculous lie in the first place, nor could I understand why I saw the island when we were on the train. The truth is, the thing was never an island to begin with, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan, did you forget to take your pills today? What would it be if it wasn't an island? Miyota did not spend the night on an island. She was on the back of a living creature. The island went missing the next day, because the creature simply swam away, said Mo Fan confidently. Mo Fan's words shocked the whole group. The bus fell silent. Everyone tried to imagine the scene, yet they immediately felt themselves tensing. Mo Fan, that's not funny. How is it possible that a creature is as huge as an island? There's no way Miyota would mistake a living creature for an island, no matter how stupid she was. Jiang Xiaoshu's voice was trembling slightly as she spoke. Yeah, if that island is actually alive, what kind of creature would it be? Said Jiang Yu. Do you remember the giant shadow under the water when we were traveling on the Pacific Ocean? Said Mo Fan. It went without saying that everyone in the group clearly remembered the shocking scene. They were all overwhelmed by fear and the sense of feeling minuscule in that moment. Now, everyone's face was full of astonishment when Mo Fan reminded them about it. So you're saying, the island that disappeared was the creature we stumbled into on the ocean? Jiang Yu had trouble speaking fluently. The stammering clearly displayed the shock he was experiencing. Mo Fan, why would you mention it all of a sudden? Asked Mu Ningxue curiously. Mo Fan was mentioning it now even though a few days had already passed after they left Shishong City. It was obvious that something else had happened. Mo Fan was grim after hearing Mu Ningxue's question. Last night, there was a gigantic creature in the ocean close to the Twin Guardian Towers, too. You can ask Mochizuki Chihaya about the details. Somehow, I believe the creature has been following us. Chapter 805. Resources won't be given to the substitutes. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's words sounded ridiculous to everyone at the start, but after hearing his explanation, most people started to believe his speculation. Ari Zhangtu in particular was convinced, as he had entered the illusion together with Mo Fan. They had both witnessed how Miyota had killed herself just to prove that she was innocent. Such a strong-willed woman would never speak such a ridiculous lie, which meant there was something fishy about the island. I'm thinking that maybe the night was misty, and the creature was simply too enormous, and so Miyota did not notice it was a living creature. Since she had only moved to Shishong City quite recently, she wouldn't think it was strange that there was an island there, so she went on to it. Although I don't know why the creature would just sit there, but I think the only explanation as to why I saw the island was because it had reappeared in the same spot. What exactly is it? How did it manage to sneak past into the safe zone with such ease, not to mention that it was big enough to disguise itself as an island? Jiang Shaoxu was now utterly convinced that Mo Fan was speaking the truth. If they had not seen the shadow in the Pacific Ocean, they would never have believed that there existed a creature huge enough to be mistaken as an island. Mo Fan's speculation was indeed the only viable explanation for Miyota's statement. It was not an island, but a living creature, one that could enter human territory freely, a gigantic sea creature that was either harmless to humans, or believed that humans were simply unworthy of its attention. So the alarm at the Twin Guardian Towers last night went off because they detected the creature, said Jiang Yu. Even though I have no clue what you all are talking about, there was indeed a gigantic creature present last night. It left soon after we detected its presence. It's obvious that the creature did not wish to fight us, Mochizuki Chihaya confirmed. But why is the creature following us? Osaka is around the middle of Japan. Are you telling me that it had traveled half of Japan just to stalk us? Asked Nanyu. None of it made any sense. If it was trying to harm them, it would have done so in the Pacific Ocean. If it was harmless, there was simply no reason for it to be following them. If it weren't for the tight security at the Twin Guardian Towers, it was likely that Mo Fan and his team would still be unaware that the creature was following them. I'm starting to feel uneasy. A creature of that level can easily swallow a river, destroy a mountain, and overturn the lakes and seas, said Jiang Yu. What should we do now? Asked Jiang Shaoxu. We'll proceed with caution. Maybe I was just oversensitive. It's only a mere speculation. After all, we still haven't seen the creature yet, said Mo Fan. It's good enough that we are aware of its existence. It's not like worrying about it will make any difference, said Ari Zhangtu. Mo Fan had made the whole group uneasy. Luckily, they were currently inland, quite a distance away from the coast. There was no reason for them to panic now. Not long after, the bus pulled onto a highway. They could see houses along the way, implying that they had entered a safe zone under protection. The journey was rather tiring. After all, it took them some time to travel from Osaka to Tokyo by bus, even though they were taking the highway. I'll bring everyone to somewhere fun when we arrive in Tokyo, promised Jiang Shaoxu when she saw that everyone was low in spirits. Ai Jiangtu immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. Jiang Shaoxu, we'll be heading straight to the Maritime battlefield after we arrive in Tokyo. Why the rush? It wouldn't matter if we are a day late, Jiang Shaoxu wheedled in a seductive tone. Ari Jiangtu would not fall for her tricks. He proceeded to explain to the team, the Maritime battlefield is our main destination in Japan. It's also the place for our first training. Just to remind you, each country will hand in resources to the Magic Association, and these resources will be distributed to the national teams during their training. The resources are allocated based on our contributions during the training. Even so, there's no need to be so enthusiastic, whined Jiang Shaoxu in a sloppy tone. I believe many among us are still not advanced magicians yet. The training here in Japan serves as a great opportunity for you to level up to the advanced level. If you don't want to, feel free to enjoy yourself in Tokyo, replied Ari Jiangtu without giving face. An opportunity to level up to the advanced level, that's some incredible resource. What exactly would it be? Said Zhao Manyang with glittering eyes. Mr. Zhao, you shouldn't be looking forward to it. Resources will never be allocated to you since you're a substitute. Of course, that also includes Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan, Mu Tingjing said with a smile. Zhao Manyang immediately asked Ari Jiangtu for confirmation in an unpleasant tone. Ari Jiangtu nodded and replied, it's true that the resources aren't allocated to the substitutes. F***K me, that's unfair. You should be grateful that someone like you was given a chance to train with the team. You have no talent, no outstanding cultivation, no high-level soul seed, mocked Guan Yu at the perfect time. Damn it, you're acting like you're already an advanced magician, yet you're still an intermediate-level scum just like me, cursed Zhao Manyang, pointing at Guan Yu. There are still quite a lot of intermediate magicians in this team, said Jiang Yu, coughing deliberately. Oh, I'm sorry, said Zhao Manyang in an awkward tone. There was no reason for Ari Jiangtu to lie to his teammates. Resources were not supposed to be distributed to the substitutes. The decision was already made when the national team was formed. As a matter of fact, if Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Ningxue underperformed during the training in Japan, they would be replaced by others with outstanding performance who were defending China's national training hall. After all, they were only substitutes for the team. Their treatment was a lot different than the official members. It was unlikely that Mo Fan would be replaced, since he was already an advanced magician. Some of the official members were not even advanced magicians yet. On the other hand, Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang were in danger of being replaced. Although Mu Ningxue's strength was remarkable, she had yet to break through to the advanced level. On top of that, she only had access to limited resources. The Mu clan supporting her had simply stopped providing her with resources after Mu He was exposed as the Black Vatican's Great Deacon. They had focused on developing Mu Tingjing instead. Mu Tingjing was most likely extremely close to breaking through to the advanced level. It was only a matter of time as long as she was given enough resources. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue's cultivation was stuck at the limit of the intermediate level. Her cultivation had not improved for some time. She was actually starting to feel worried, even though she looked calm on the surface. With her strength, she had a chance to compete for the resources granted to the national team. Unfortunately, the substitutes were not meant to be allocated any of the resources, placing her in a difficult position. When the trip to Japan came to an end, one of them would surely be replaced. It was either her or Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang had a wealthy financial group supporting him. They would simply use lots of money to help him break through to the advanced level if needed. As such, she had the highest chance of being replaced. Chapter 806. The Flying Pillar. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. After learning that the team would receive resources to help them break through to the advanced level, nobody stopped in the city after arriving in Tokyo. They immediately departed the town for the Maritime battlefield. The fortresses at Maritime battlefields were a special kind of wartime culture. The East Maritime Fortress in Tokyo had been popular for a long time. The battle between humans and sea monsters on the Pacific Ocean drawn with fresh blood and limbs had been going on for hundreds of years. Between the ocean and Tokyo, a huge fortress was constructed by the shore. This was the East Maritime Fortress. Looking down from the sky, the East Maritime Fortress was built in the shape of a crescent. The steel walls were no longer considered walls, but a magnificent dam protecting the modern city of Tokyo. Not only was it protecting Tokyo from the rolling waves, it was also stopping the armies of sea monsters from invading. It was called the Shield of Tokyo by the locals. The Shield of Tokyo had two different layers. The height of the dam in the first layer was slightly lower, thus its defense was not as efficient. The dam behind was extremely high. Even a sea creature over 100 meters tall would have trouble crossing that line of defense. The two dams were shaped like inward-curving arcs. The ends gradually combined, giving the fortress its crescent shape. This East Maritime Fortress looks rather new, said Jiang Yu. apart from the materials used for construction, it doesn't look very different from the other cities. The streets were like squares, too, said Jiang Xiaoshu. This is one of the 4 biggest maritime fortresses in the world, but it doesn't look like there's anything special about it. It's just very close to the ocean, observed Mu Tinjing. Let's report in first. Nanyu walked ahead of them. She seemed to be familiar with the place. The East Maritime Fortress was basically grey-white. There were streets, marketplaces, residential structures, tall buildings, and shops. The place did not have corpses of sea monsters scattered everywhere, as they had imagined. Instead, most of the buildings and streets looked relatively new. It was more or less a town built as a part of sea reclamation, with exactly the same style for most of the buildings. They almost thought they had come to the wrong place when they saw the huge crowds on the streets. However, they discovered most of the people on the streets were magicians. It was rare to see an ordinary person, as even the vendors of the stalls along the streets were magicians. They were selling materials like the skins, claws, and organs of sea monsters, suitable for being forged into defensive equipment. Mo Fan did not stay with the team. He already left with Mochizuki Chihaya as soon as they arrived in Tokyo. After all, he still had a terrifying orb in his hands. It was necessary to get rid of it as soon as possible. Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue were only substitutes for the team. They would not receive any resources regardless of their performance, but they still chose to follow the team to get the training. After all, they could still improve that way. Training was even more important when magicians felt like their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Different experiences, continuous battles, the desire to grow stronger, and the determination to surpass their own limits were all provided through training. Nanyu, have you been here before? Asked Ari Drungtu when he discovered that Nanyu was familiar with the area. I came here with a general a few years ago. It was my first time seeing such a huge-scale battle between humans and demon creatures. We're in luck, the tide hasn't risen, said Nanyu. The others were gathering their focus to listen to Nanyu about her past experience here when a loud noise suddenly came from ahead. The ground began to shake vigorously to the voice. Even their heads felt dizzy all of a sudden. Everyone subconsciously covered their ears. Jiangtu and Nanyu were the closest to the front. They both glanced ahead and saw a pillar torn from one of the buildings flying at them. Holy shit! Zhao Manyang was taken by surprise. He almost forgot to cast his spell. The others did not expect the sudden accident either. The pillar was at least a meter wide and over 10 meters long. It knocked all the lamp poles on both sides of the road down as it flew at the team. Dodge it, a man with orange hair at the side of the road screamed at them. The man was quite the hero. He realized Mu Ningxue was standing the closest to him, so he quickly cast Wind Track and pounced at her, trying to push her away. The pillar was flying at the team at a remarkable speed. It was already in front of them. If they were only a bunch of basic magicians, the force of the pillar could easily smash them into mince meat. Telekinesis! Jiangtu glowed silver. His gaze sharpened as he faced the pillar. His aura underwent a remarkable change, as if there was nothing he could not control. The wind produced by the pillar swept at the others, yet the enormous pillar shuddered when it was less than 2 meters away from the team and came to a sudden stop in the air, not able to move forward any further. Jiangtu's eyes were emitting a silver glow as he fixed his gaze on the pillar. As he slowly shifted his gaze down, the pillar was slowly placed on the ground in a strange manner. That's space, the space element. The man with orange hair was stunned. His eyes were filled with excitement. Let go! Mu Ningxue's icy voice snapped. The man immediately collected his thoughts and apologized to her. He was in a panic to save Mu Ningxue, thus he had one hand on her shoulder and the other on her back. He was going to drag Mu Ningxue to the side of the road. Mu Ningxue was not fussed about it, knowing that the man was only trying to save her. That scared the shit out of me. I thought the pillar was going to smash you all to death, said the man with orange hair. You do know who to save though, mocked Jiang Xiaoshu. Mu Ningxue definitely had the highest rate of second glances when she was on the street. Her silver hair dangled behind her like a waterfall. It was particularly attractive to a two-dimensional kingdom like Japan. It was likely that the man had been stalking her, and immediately came to the rescue when the accident happened. The man did take hold of the opportunity when happiness came all of a sudden. To his surprise, Ari Jiangtu had managed to stop the flying object with a single gaze. Most importantly, Mu Ningxue was also casting a spell, but she was suddenly shoved aside by a stranger. She was the closest to me, just that, the man tried to explain awkwardly. He quickly changed the topic and said, "I'm Hirose, nice to meet you." "No one wants to be your friend," said Zhao Manyang unpleasantly. Where the heck did this guy come from? He was almost scared to death by the man's scream even though it was only a pillar flying at them, speaking of making a big fuss over a small matter. Why would a pillar fly toward us? Holy crap, guys, look! Jiang Yu was in the middle of asking the question when an astonishing scene took place on the street ahead. Chapter 807. Blue Valley Ferocious Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sea monsters. Their skin was darker than the usual azure blue. They were standing on the street around 100 meters away. One of the sea monsters had sharp gills like fans under its head that were higher than the roof nearby. They had descended upon the residential area like demons, staring down at the minuscule humans like livestock waiting to be butchered. Holy shit, right in the middle of the day. I'm really impressed by the public order of Japan's town. 1, 2, there are 2 of them, both over 10 meters tall. What kind of a shitty fortress is this? The sea monsters are able to break into the place just like that, cursed Zhao Manyang. While the team was dazzled by the scene before them, an announcement in English suddenly echoed in the air. All personnel, sea monsters have appeared in the 19th Street. Those who are non-combatant should leave or hide in the shelters at once. All personnel, sea monsters have appeared in the 19th Street. It has been confirmed that the sea monsters are 2 commander-level Blue Valley ferocious beasts. Combatants are advised to eliminate them as soon as possible. The announcement repeated for a long time. Everyone was able to hear it clearly. The crowd on the street was still in good order at the start of the incident. However, when the announcement mentioned the Blue Valley ferocious beasts, they began to flee in panic. The monsters are commander level. Run, run for your lives. This way, the shelter is this way. The man with orange hair seemed to be an enthusiast. He quickly pointed the direction to safety for those fleeing for their lives. 2 commander-level sea monsters have already shown up before the tide has risen. People might die if the advanced magicians do not make it in time. A wind magician stayed back, knowing he could outrun the creatures with his speed. He was curious enough to take a closer look at the 2 commander-level sea monsters. "What are you doing here? Hurry up to the shelter. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Didn't you hear the announcement? Those creatures are commander level," a middle-aged man yelled at Ari Jiangtu and his crew. As a matter of fact, the national team who had just arrived in the East Maritime fortress was still lost in their thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 ferocious beasts were only less than 100 meters away, they would never believe that sea monsters were reckless enough to show up in human territory like this. The East Maritime fortress is basically a battlefield. It's common for the sea monsters to invade the town just like that, Nanyu said to the others. "Let's stop them. Otherwise, these commander-level monsters will surely result in lots of casualties," suggested Ari Jiangtu fearlessly. "I'll pass. Those 2 are commander-level, after all," said Jiang Yu. "We'll see how it goes first," said Ari Jiangtu after second thought. There was indeed no reason to put the team at risk, not to mention that most members on the team were still in the intermediate level. Even those who had achieved the advanced level were unable to cast advanced spells fluidly. The commander-level creatures would kill them in an instant. The Blue Valley ferocious beasts had muscular upper limbs, and their bodies were covered in glowing, icy scales. On top of that, the scales had sharp spikes between them, especially on their forearms, which were as thick as hammers. Their arms were covered by spikes. If the creatures hit them with their arms, they would most likely be impaled on them. Their lower bodies were like giant shrimp, covered in blue armor that glimmering like jewels. The legs of a shrimp were thin and long, like whiskers, but the legs of the Blue Valley ferocious beasts were sharp and long. They looked more like the legs of a gigantic mantis instead. A shrimp was usually considered a gentle creature, yet these Blue Valley ferocious beasts were giving off a ferocious aura. Even without their spiked arms, it felt like their legs could easily stab through anything. They looked extremely dangerous and menacing. Obviously, creatures like these were considered exceedingly dangerous in the East Maritime fortress. After the announcement and alarm went off, the people who initially thought they were only some small sea monsters immediately fled to the shelters in panic. Luckily, the people in the town were quite used to emergencies like this. Most of the people were magicians, so the Blue Valley ferocious beasts had yet to kill anyone. They were venting their frustrations on the buildings. Not all buildings in the East Maritime fortress are occupied. Some are built just to distract the sea monsters, Nanyu informed them. That's good to hear. Otherwise, it's difficult to tell how many would die if the buildings were full of residents. The two Blue Valley ferocious beasts were extremely hot-tempered. They simply grabbed onto a building and dragged it off of its foundation, before lifting it above their heads. Unfortunately, the sea monsters happened to be tossing the building in the direction of the team. Jiangtu realized the approaching danger and immediately unleashed his will to slow down the building flying at them. The building is too big, I can't stop it completely. Jiangtu told the others behind him. Don't worry, we can handle ourselves. Such violent sea monsters. Lifting a building and tossing it at them, it clearly showed the terrifying strength of the creatures. Luckily, the members of the national team had simultaneously cast defensive spells. A huge sacred shield, rampart and rock barrier immediately appeared in front of the team and protected them. The grey-white building smashed into pieces after colliding with the sacred shield, rampart. It totally collapsed as it hit the rock barrier, sweeping the dust into the air across the street. They discovered our presence, back off. Jiang Xiaoshu was a psychic magician. She immediately sensed the anger of the two ferocious beasts. The team immediately withdrew. They were almost at the end of the street when one of the Blue Valley ferocious beasts caught up to them. The creature had smashed its way through the debris. It stood on the wreckage of the building as its third eye poked out and glared at the members of the national team through the dust scattered in the air. Run, run, run. Go right. Why not left? What's with the nonsense? It was difficult to come to a consensus when there were too many people. Li Kaifeng, Guan Yu, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Zhu Jiming were initially heading left before they realized Jushu, Zhao Manyang, Nan Rongni, Mu Ningxue, Jiangtu, and the rest had gone right instead. They quickly turned around to regroup with the team. The speed of commander-level creatures was rather shocking. Since the Blue Valley ferocious beasts were smaller in size than other commander-level creatures, it usually implied that they either had impressive speed or were able to cast powerful spells. The Blue Valley ferocious beast lunged out from the debris. The long legs on both sides of its body were moving rapidly as it caught up to Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhu Jiming in mere seconds. Chapter 808. The Weakness of the Monsters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Xiaoshu had short legs and no movement spells. The psychic magician would surely be left behind when the team was running. Zhu Jiming was beside her, and totally lacked the demeanor of a gentleman. He was running away with Earth Wave, yet he did not even bother helping Jiang Xiaoshu with the same spell. Soon, Jiang Xiaoshu was left behind on her own. Assholes, you bunch of assholes. Come back here and save me, cursed Jiang Xiaoshu, running for her life. She quickly summoned her magic boots, yet the magic equipment could barely outrun a warrior-level creature. It was nowhere enough to help her run away from the commander-level Blue Valley ferocious beasts. A giant shadow loomed over Jiang Xiaoshu. She could already smell the briny stench of the creature behind her. Jiang Xiaoshu, behind you, yelled Nanyu. Only one of them is following us, asked Jiangtu. Yeah, just one. Prepare for battle. Jiangtu was quite the reckless type, too. He stopped running when he realized only one Blue Valley ferocious beast was chasing after them. Jiangtu turned around. A silver star constellation had already appeared under his feet. His speed at channeling advanced spells was a lot more fluent and faster than a dabbler like Mo Fan. Jiangtu vanished as soon as he finished constructing the star constellation. The next moment, Jiangtu was at the back of the team, right beside Jiang Xiaoshu. Jiang Xiaoshu was hugging her boobs, which were bouncing wildly as she was running. She was surprised when she saw a man appearing beside her out of nowhere. The Blue Valley ferocious beast did not swing its spiked arms. It lifted one of its pointy legs with a hint of disdain, before slashing it down like a sharp knife, trying to nail Jiang Xiaoshu with its leg. Telekinesis! Jiangtu lifted his ferocious gaze and fearlessly stared at the creature's leg, which was powerful enough to penetrate the concrete. His stare applied a great resistance to the Blue Valley ferocious beast's leg. The limb halted halfway in the air, as if the creature was having trouble pushing it down any further. Does the captain have to be so reckless? The team turned around and saw Jiangtu standing before the creature. His relatively minuscule figure was firm and imperious, as if he was having a showdown with a commander-level creature. Jiang Xiaoshu knew she was not ideal to fight in close-quarters combat. She immediately ran to the middle of the team without hesitation. The others immediately switched into battle mode when they saw their captain engaging, especially when they remembered that Jiangtu was the one allocating the resources among the team members. They quickly turned around and fought the Blue Valley ferocious beast. The brilliance of a dozen star patterns combined as spells of different elements poured down on the creature, including burning pillars, ice chains, lightning strikes, tornado gusts, and demon vines. Teamwork was incredibly important when a team was fighting a demon creature. By combining spells of different elements on the same target, the effects were outstanding. Most demon creatures would find their head spinning when being blasted by spells from all directions. That being said, it was not easy to inflict damage on the Blue Valley ferocious beast. Even though all the spells had landed on the creature, they merely knocked it back without dealing much damage. The spells mostly left some dents on the creature's scales and armor. Whoever has the poison element, use it to corrode that annoying armor of the creature first, or else we won't deal any damage to the creature even if we expend all our energy, yelled Li Kaifeng when he noticed that their spells only had minimal effects. Zhu Jiming was the poison magician on the team. He was standing at the back of the team. He opened his hand, revealing the poison cavity on his palm. Tiny poisonous wasps flew out of the poison cavity like smoke. The movement of the poisonous wasps was rather slow. They finally reached the Blue Valley ferocious beast, but the creature was extremely alert. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar produced a strong and humid gust with a high level of humidity. It immediately shattered the dark cloud of poisonous wasps. That thing is quite intelligent, it's very experienced with fights against magicians, noted Zhu Jiming. Most creatures would simply ignore the tiny wasps, allowing the poison element to take down its target by surprise. To their surprise, the Blue Valley ferocious beast did not bother dodging the intermediate spells, yet it immediately shattered the swarm of poisonous wasps when it came close. It was obvious that someone had used the same trick on the creature before, so it realized that the poison element was able to penetrate its sturdy scales. It's charging toward us, back off! Jiangtu had reached his limit. He quickly blinked away when he saw the Blue Valley ferocious beast lunging once again. Jiangtu blinked to the roof of a building that was around 20 meters high. He was able to get a clear view of Blue Valley ferocious beast from this angle. He did not notice it at first, but on second thought, he realized that the commander-level creature was fully covered in thick armor, except for its head, which was fully exposed. A weak point. Jiangtu was overwhelmed with joy. He did not expect to discover the Blue Valley ferocious beast's weakness when he moved to a higher spot. Its head is not covered by scales. Jiangtu immediately relayed the information to the rest of the team. The Blue Valley ferocious beast was smashing its way forward. The others immediately escaped to the narrow alleyways nearby. The layout of the buildings in the East Maritime fortress looked simple on the surface, but actually favored the magicians. The huge buildings and the alleyways between them prevented the creatures from easily pursuing magicians and provided great cover for those that were not suitable for close-distance combat. "Brother, none of us can fly. It doesn't make any difference even if we know where its weakness is. There's no way we can attack its head." Jiang Yu yelled at Ai Jiangtu from where he was taking cover in one of the alleyways. However, as soon as he finished the sentence, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast blocked off the entrance of the alleyway. Its eye stalk was looking right down the narrow path. The creature completely blocked off the light coming into the alleyway where Jiang Yu had entered. The man was soaked in cold sweat and no longer dared to stay around any longer. In the creature's eyes, Jiang Yu was like a little mouse who had escaped into a tiny gap. Luckily, the buildings were rather solid. Even a commander-level creature would need some time to destroy them. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was losing its temper. It slammed its forearms into the building, trying to force its way down the narrow path. Jiang Yu immediately took off and ran toward the other end of the alleyway. Damn, such remarkable design. Jiang Yu was impressed by the Japanese's intelligence when he saw that the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was greatly hindered by the buildings. Jiang Yu, not that way. Jiang Yu heard someone scream amid the loud noises produced by the collapsing buildings. "Are you telling me to run into the creature's mouth?" "I will if I don't run this way," cursed Jiang Yu, who was obviously in a panic. Chapter 809. Fighting the Sea Monsters in the Maritime Fortress. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Yu had just arrived in the middle of the alleyway when a sharp leg appeared and hovered in the air at the other end he was running towards. Jiang Yu was startled. He turned around and saw the Blue Valley Ferocious beast still chasing after him. The creature was only a few dozen meters away. The creature would have eaten him by now if it weren't for the buildings slowing it down. Jiang Yu finally realized why the person was warning him not to run toward the other end. Damn it, the two Blue Valley Ferocious beasts were cutting him off at both ends of the alley. Jiang Yu felt the urge to cry. What did he do wrong? Why were the two commander-level Blue Valley Ferocious beasts giving him special treatment when there were so many people on the streets? Where could he possibly run to now? Jiang Yu's face turned pale as the other Blue Valley Ferocious beast was smashing the buildings apart to force its way through. "Jiang Yu, up here!" A voice suddenly appeared. Jiang Yu raised his head and saw Mu Ningxue on the roof. She was controlling an ice chain and lowering it down before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu did not hesitate. He immediately grabbed the ice chain and made his way up along the walls of the buildings. The ice chain pulled Jiang Yu onto the roof. The top of the buildings was mostly flat, designed to allow magicians to move freely while fighting the sea monsters. The two Blue Valley Ferocious beasts were incredibly hot-tempered. They waved their arms wildly and tore the buildings in their way down when they saw the little mouse trapped in the gap had escaped them. "Let's leave at once!" Mu Ningxue exclaimed. The building below them was on the verge of collapsing. The two did not dare to stay any longer. They quickly ran away from the two creatures and jumped a gap of 10 meters to land on the roof of the next building. They are coming! Jiang Yu turned his head around and saw the two Blue Valley Ferocious beasts still chasing after them by smashing their way through the buildings. The structures made of seemingly new concrete collapsed consecutively, sweeping dust into the air while crashing loudly. Despite that, the Blue Valley Ferocious beasts were unstoppable. They were still chasing after Jiang Yu and Mu Ningxue stubbornly. Luckily the sea monsters don't have much jumping ability, they can't jump onto the roof. Jiang Yu gasped in relief when he saw the Blue Valley Ferocious beasts were gradually left behind. "Look out!" Mu Ningxue was alert at all times. She quickly used the ice chain to set up a layer of defense in front of her when she sent something flying toward them at high speed. Before Jiang Yu could react, he saw dark blue spikes pouring down at them like rain. The spikes punched through the sturdy buildings that were providing them cover easily. Mu Ningxue quickly backed off while summoning more ice chains. However, the spikes were incredibly powerful. The ice chain soon broke into pieces and fell to the ground. "Go down!" Mu Ningxue realized that the ice chains had no chance against the commander-level creature's magic. She quickly summoned a gust of wind to carry Jiang Yu and her away as they glided down. "This way!" Nan Rongni's voice appeared to the back of the street. Mu Ningxue grabbed Jiang Yu and sprinted across the street to regroup with Nan Rongni, Ju Shu, and Nan Yu. "Are you injured?" asked Nan Rongni. "Just some bruises. I think Mu Ningxue was hit by the spikes," gasped Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at Mu Ningxue and saw red stains on her arm. He was utterly respectful and grateful toward her for risking her life to save him. Without her help, his life might be over after he was cornered by the two commander-level creatures. Nan Rongni quickly summoned 2 healing spirits, one for Jiang Yu, one for Mu Ningxue. The healing spirits were able to locate wounds and heal them. They mainly focused on injuries dealt to the skin, muscles, blood vessels, meridians, etc. However, if the inner organs, bones, mind, or soul were damaged, the healing spirits would have minimal effects. They would need a healer to cast the basic spell Healing Light to slowly heal the injured part. Mu Ningxue's arm was soon healed. The bleeding stopped in no time, before the wound closed under the effects of the healing spirit. "They seem to be affected by Captain's curse," Ju Shu noticed. These creatures are stronger than the Scarlet Rending Demon. Our attacks are basically useless against them. We can only split up and fight them in skirmishes, yet it's risky for us, too. We would be dead if we got separated from the team and the others could not provide assistance in time," said Nanyu. "Yeah, the only ones that can cast advanced spells are Captain and Mo Fan, but that idiot had already run off with the Japanese woman. We won't be able to defeat the creatures if we can't find a way to penetrate their scales," said Jiang Yu. It went without saying that Mo Fan's combination of fire and lightning was incredibly destructive. With him on the team, they could have easily broken through the commander-level creature's defense. Nanyu gave Jiang Yu a death stare. Jiang Yu immediately realized Mu Ningxue was standing right beside him. His expression stiffened as he quickly explained in an awkward manner, "Just forget what I said." Mu Ningxue had an unpleasant look. That asshole who ran away with the Japanese woman had nothing to do with her. A man like him who stuck to the Japanese woman just because she was hot, it was better if he never showed up again. One of the Blue Valley ferocious beasts was in great pain because of the demon torture cast upon it. It was screeching like metals being scratched. The other Blue Valley ferocious beast found Ai Jiangtu hiding on the roof of a building and channeling the curse spell. The cunning creature simply ignored the cries of its companion and sneaked around to the back of the building. For spiked arms rose high into the air before slamming down on the roof Ai Jiangtu was standing on. Ai Jiangtu immediately stopped the channeling and blinked away. The blink was successful, but the tunnel also transferred the force exerted by the Blue Valley ferocious beast. When Ai Jiangtu blinked down to where Nan Rongni, Mu Ningxue, Jiang Yu, and the others were gathered, they saw him being knocked flying and crashing into a shuttered shop. Was that Captain?" said Jiang Yu softly. "I wasn't able to get a clear look," answered Ju Shu. Ai Jiangtu was blinking over to his teammates. As soon as he came out from the other dimension, he was propelled like a missile before anyone could react. In the end, the kind-hearted Nan Rongni quickly went into the shop and treated Ai Jiangtu's injuries with a healing spirit. Chapter 810. On the Precipice of Death. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ai Jiangtu climbed to his feet with his face covered in dust. His body was covered with bruises, and even his clothes were torn and tattered. At the back of his waist was a large contusion. It seemed like the impact had caught him in the back as he was blinking away. It was impressive that he could still stand in his condition. "Don't move, your hip is fractured," said Nan Rongni when she learned Ai Jiangtu's condition from the healing spirit. Ai Jiangtu let out a deep breath. It was full of dust. "Are the others all right?" he asked. He was the only person that could take on a commander-level creature on the team. Without him, the others would be in great danger. "Don't worry, they all have their own specialties, since they were handpicked to represent the national team. They can't defeat the two Blue Valley ferocious beasts, but they shouldn't have any problem protecting themselves, Nan Romney assured him. Ari Jiangtu did not force himself after hearing the words. He patiently waited as his wounds were being treated. The densely packed buildings and streets in the East Maritime fortress indeed provided magicians with lots of cover. The Blue Valley ferocious beasts were huge, and so were constantly blocked by the sturdy buildings. Once their targets escaped into the buildings, it was difficult for them to chase any further. It was like two ferocious lions chasing after a nest of mice. The buildings were like tall mounds in their eyes. They could easily raise them to the ground, but the magicians were able to move nimbly between them. They would show up in front of or behind the creatures as they wished, or vanish completely. It was troublesome to hunt them down. The efficient layout of the buildings and the streets in the East Maritime fortress was being put on full display. On top of that, the reason why the streets and buildings looked relatively new was because they were destroyed regularly. The destroyed buildings were rebuilt fairly quickly. The professional builders were magicians with the earth element. They could rebuild the modular, square-shaped buildings in no time. The Blue Valley ferocious beasts vented their frustration at not being able to kill Ari Jiangtu and losing track of him on the buildings nearby. The 30-meter structures were smashed into debris across the place and their remains tossed around wildly. The pillar that took the team by surprise was obviously their doing. "Where is everyone?" Nunyu asked the members that were split over their communication device. "We've reached the shelter," replied Zhao Manyang promptly. "Asshole, cursed Jiangyu." "Was anyone left alone?" asked Nunyu. "I am," Jiang Xiaoshu's voice came in. Hey, aren't I right beside you?" said Zhu Jiming. "A useless man like you doesn't count," said Jiang Xiaoshu. "What do you mean?" "Fine, take the left, and I'll head right. Do you think I have the time to look after a short-legged woman like you?" Zhu Jiming started arguing with Jiang Xiaoshu. Thud thud thud. "What's that sound?" "Crap, they are heading toward us." The range of the microphone was quite limited, with noise cancellation implemented to improve the sound quality. However, everyone could hear a loud rumble coming from the communication device, as if something was happening right beside someone's microphone. "Who's close to the creatures? Start running, quick!" Nunyu yelled into the communication device when she realized that something was not right. "They are here, Zhu Jiming, you asshole!" Jiang Xiaoshu started screaming, yet the scream was soon covered by the loud rumble. "Zhu Jiming, go back there and save her." Nonyu's voice sank as she spoke in a commanding manner. Zhu Jiming did not respond. The display indicated that the guy had switched off his device. "Jiang Xiaoshu, hide in the alleyways and send us your location. We'll provide backup as soon as we can," said Nunyu. "Save me, please help me, I'm stuck between them. My armor can't last any longer, hurry up." Jiang Xiaoshu's voice was filled with a hint of terror. It was obvious that her situation was even more dangerous than the one she was in before. Jiang Yu was trapped in an alleyway, but luckily, he was relatively close Captain Ari Jiangtu and Mu Ningxue, who both had extraordinary fighting capacity. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoshu was with Zhu Jiming, whose primary element was poison and secondary element was earth. He was a full support class magician, and immediately fled for his life. Jiang Xiaoshu was bitterly disappointed when she saw Zhu Jiming taking off without the slightest hesitation. Jiang Xiaoshu was only a psychic magician. Against two commander-level creatures that were immune to her pacify, there was simply nothing she could do. On top of that, she did not have any movement spells either, and her magic boots were still on cooldown. She was in a life-threatening situation. "She's on hour 12, Nunyu quickly found Jiang Xiaoshu's location through her SOS signal. Mu Ningxue quickly summoned a gust of wind and propelled herself up to the roof. She sprinted along the roof with wind track in the direction that Nunyu mentioned. Frost was condensing around her and quickly turning into ice chains. Soon, 8 ice chains like silver ribbons spread out across the roof within 30 meters of her. The chains were alive, and would preemptively build a bridge for her whenever the gap between two buildings was too wide for her to cross. There! Mu Ningxue finally saw the Blue Valley ferocious beasts. Half of their bodies were concealed by 3 connected buildings. Jiang Xiaoshu must be hiding inside the buildings. However, the buildings could at most provide some cover. There was no way they could defend her from the creatures, especially commander-level ones. They could easily destroy the 30-meter buildings with a few swings of their arms. One of the Blue Valley ferocious beasts raised its sharp leg and thrust it down at the buildings continuously, as if it was desperately trying to kill Jiang Xiaoshu as quickly as possible. Huge holes were left in the 3 buildings. Mu Ningxue frowned, not knowing how to approach the situation at first. If there was only a commander-level creature, she could easily lure it away and retreat to a safe spot to buy Jiang Xiaoshu some time. However, the 2 commander-level creatures were determined to kill Jiang Xiaoshu. Mu Ningxue could at most attract the attention of one creature, but the other would soon force her out of the buildings. Phew tilde! Mu Ningxue took a deep breath. Jiang Xiaoshu, you better put on your armor, she said to Jiang Xiaoshu, who was screaming for help through the communication device. Jiang Xiaoshu was annoyed since she was already on the precipice of death. She immediately snapped, that goes without saying. A chilly breeze started blowing. Mu Ningxue's silver hair drifted in the wind as a circular aura spread rapidly around her. The buildings nearby were covered in frost within a second. Her eyes like silver snow under the azure blue sky, Mu Ningxue turned sideways and held her hands up. She held her left arm forward as if grasping something, while curling the index finger on her right hand as if she was pulling a string back. Chapter 8:11. The Price of the Arrow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The ice crystalline arrow burst forward, leaving a horizontal spiraling vortex behind it, as if Mu Ningxue had also mixed her wind magic into the arrow when she fired it. The tip of the arrow drew the boundary, and everything that the arrow passed by, including the buildings, streets, and debris, froze completely. It felt like the goddess of ice had just drawn a stroke across the sky and the town with her icy brush. The arrow flew straight at the 3 buildings, and the moment it landed, an overwhelming freezing energy exploded rapidly. Layers of frost covered the buildings and froze the 2 Blue Valley ferocious beasts on the spot. The Blue Valley ferocious beast on the left of the building had already lifted its arms and was about to give the building a deadly smash, but its limbs stopped in mid-strike as its body was turned into an ice statue. It felt like time was frozen too. The area covered by the arrow became as still as a drawing, with sprinkles of sunlight like crystals falling from the sky. 500 meters away, 3 advanced magicians were flying above the buildings on their way to the battlefield. However, they were utterly dumbfounded by the sight before them. The chill seemed to have frozen their souls and thoughts. Is that, a middle-aged magician with a long hair braid had trouble finding the words. The ferocious Blue Valley ferocious beasts had been turned into ice statues. Even the advanced ice spell, Icebound Coffin, would not be able to freeze the creatures so quickly. Which senior is helping us? The 3 magicians were at the edge of the area covered by the frost. Their throats contracted in disbelief. They did not dare to fly into the boundary lightly. Meanwhile, Li Kaifeng, Guan Yu, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Tingjing were on their way to provide backup, but they stood still on a building when the overwhelming frost surged in their direction. The chill penetrated their souls. It felt like they had entered a different world when the whole place was covered in frost. Everything in their surroundings was covered by ice crystals, but they were perfectly unharmed. It was obvious that Mu Ningxue was able to control the spell to avoid hurting her allies. Goddess Mu has used her ult again, exclaimed Zhao Manyang, his face blank. Nanyu and Jushu finally caught up to Mu Ningxue. When they saw her firing the arrow that froze everything in range, they somehow mistook her as the goddess of ice who had lost her way in the mundane world. How could an intermediate magician possibly unleash such an overwhelming energy? In the capital, Mu Ningxue did show the team the ice crystal bow to secure a spot as a substitute. However, the arrow was only fired at an empty dueling ground, so it was difficult to evaluate its power, despite seeing it. Right now, the 2 Blue Valley ferocious beasts were turned into ice statues in an instant. The overwhelming freezing power totally convinced everyone that she was surely the strongest ice magician on the national team. Someone finally collected their thoughts. Jiang Xiaoshu, quick, save Jiang Xiaoshu. Jiang Xiaoshu was right in the center where the arrow had exploded. Even if Mu Ningxue tried to control the spell, the girl would still be caught in it. Mu Ningxue was still unable to perfectly control the power of the ice crystal bow. Guan Yu and Li Kaifeng were the fastest, and immediately rushed into the frozen buildings. They found Jiang Xiaoshu, who was also covered by ice. Luckily, Jiang Xiaoshu was wearing her armor, and Mu Ningxue had also controlled the frost to avoid her. After melting the outer layer of ice, Jiang Xiaoshu was in a stable condition, apart from catching a cold. The ice on the two Blue Valley ferocious beasts started cracking. Li Kaifeng and Guan Yu carried Jiang Xiaoshu out and regrouped with the others. "Why is the ice melting so quickly this time?" said Zhao Manyang to Mu Ningxue. "I was worried that I would hurt Jiang Xiaoshu," said Mu Ningxue softly. Everyone could tell that the arrow had fully expended Mu Ningxue's energy. Her usual pale face would normally still have a healthy color, but it was obvious that she was now completely exhausted. Even Nan Rongni could not help with her mental exhaustion. The only way to recover was by taking plenty of rest. "They are running away," yelled Jiang Yu, pointing into the distance. "Of course they are running." Even though they managed to break free from the ice, their movements are still slow and stiff. A few advanced magicians are already nearby. "They will be killed if they don't run now. If only the advanced magicians could arrive quicker, we might be able to kill one of them," mused Zhao Manyang. Forget it, the situation was already dangerous enough for the team, Ari Jiangtu sighed. Their team could handle a single commander-level creature, but when there were two of them, it was a relief that they all managed to survive. Mo Fan, who had extraordinary fighting capacity, was not with the team. The guy surely had outstanding ability if he was able to defeat the scarlet-rending demon on his own. "We already stumbled into something like this just after we arrived in the East Maritime Fortress. As I thought, this place is far from a safe town." Luckily, Mu Ningxue stood up in the nick of time. "That arrow was insane. If we can use it against the national team of other countries, hee. There's nothing that the arrow can't settle." Mu Tinjing's expression darkened when everyone was complimenting Mu Ningxue. Mu Tinjing already knew about the ice crystal bow. If it weren't for that, Mu Ningxue, who was younger and came from a little branch family in their clan, could never have grabbed the attention that was supposed to be hers for so many years. "Thank you," said Jiang Xiaoshu sincerely. Jiang Xiaoshu never thought the person who would go all out to save her life would be Mu Ningxue. The truth was, Jiang Xiaoshu was not a fan of Mu Ningxue's sacred goddess demeanor. Jiang Xiaoshu had even mocked her a few times along the journey. Now, she was feeling guilty about it. Jiang Xiaoshu was not stupid. It went without saying that Mu Ningxue would have harmed herself by using a power that was beyond her current level of cultivation. It might even inflict incurable damage on her soul, but she was willing to act decisively just to save Jiang Xiaoshu's life. As Jiang Xiaoshu thought, the consequences of using the ice crystal bow came quickly. Mu Ningxue was not able to respond to Jiang Xiaoshu's gratitude. Her body was extremely cold, as if she had been frozen. Jiang Xiaoshu and Nan Rongni quickly went up to support her. However, in Zhao Manyang's eyes, Mu Ningxue's condition was a lot better than when she was in the desolated city. Back then, she had instantly lost consciousness, but she was still able to stand right now. The only question was the price she had to pay to cast the arrow this time. Chapter 8:12. Taking over the supervision of a zone, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A tall round structure stood out near the dams of the East Maritime Fortress. Even though it was a few streets away, the strong presence of the stone building loomed over the fortress. The national team arrived at their destination to meet up with the person designated to receive them. He was a handler of the Magic Association. He brought the team to a suite of rooms measuring over 400 square meters. It had more than 10 rooms that the members could choose from. The injured members proceeded to rest, while the others gathered at the hall at the center of the suite. The 30-ish man with pointy cheeks had a pair of deceitful, small eyes that would occasionally scan the girls on the team. He seemed to have some fetish for long legs. His eyeballs would look down, making him look like a perverted rat. The man was unprepossessing, but the badge on his chest implied that his position was fairly high in the Magic Association. You'll need to pay to stay here. If you don't have money, you can pay with sea monsters' gallbladders. Most magicians that came to the East Maritime Fortress are risking their lives to earn some quick cash. But, I have to say, you're quite unlucky to have stumbled into sea creatures just as you arrived. Well, it wasn't the worst scenario. I think it was the 19th zone, or the 13th zone that had 2 commander-level creatures. Consider yourself lucky you weren't there. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lai Hongbao. I'm in charge of the hunters from China. He peeked at Nunyu with a side glance. Nunyu had the longest legs, and his eyes never left her legs. Wait, hang on, we are, Jiang Yu tried to explain when he realized something was wrong about the man's reaction. Is your name Jiang Yu? Asked Lai Hongbao, reading the information on a paper. Jiang Yu nodded. And you're Nunyu? Lai Hongbao finally had an excuse to look directly at her. Yes. That's right then, Sai, don't tell me you're one of the best hunter groups in the country, or how talented you are, or whatever achievements you have, or what demon creatures you've killed before. Every magician from China has to go through me here in the East Maritime Fortress. If your group is planning to take over the supervision of a zone, I advise you to follow my orders. Otherwise, Japan's Magic Association will be even stricter at choosing the teams. They might even think you're too weak to take the job and send you back to China, Lai Hongbao said impatiently. Supervision of a zone. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what to say. What the heck were the advisors up to? Didn't they send the team to the East Maritime Fortress for training? Why did they send someone who doesn't even know who they are to receive them? Holy shit, don't tell me you're here to travel, are you joking? I'm a busy man, I don't want to say it again. The East Maritime Fortress is split into 32 zones, and each zone has over 30 alleyways, 6 streets, and a main street. Every zone is being supervised by a team, and these teams receive funding from Japan's government and the World Magic Association every month. The supervising team has full control over the funds, deciding whether they take it all or use it to expand their team by hiring more hunters and magicians. As long as the team can protect the zone and eliminate the sea creatures when the tide rises, they can take all the money, explained Lai Hongbao. And I am in charge of recommending people for the supervising teams who are looking for new blood, especially if they are Chinese. Didn't the agency explain how it works here to you? The team immediately felt like they had been tricked here and sold as slaves after hearing Lai Hongbao's explanation. Can the advisors be more unreliable? Blurted out Jiang Xiaoshu. Agency, as if we are really here to make a living, muttered Jiang Yu with a dull face. I bet the advisors have purposely made the arrangements to make our training more practical. Everyone soon realized what was going on. There was indeed someone here to receive them, yet not because they were representatives of the national team that had come for training, but because the advisors had signed the team up for some manual labor. Jiang Yu knew it was meaningless to reveal their identities, since it was all a setup by the advisors. He asked Lai Hongbao with a wry smile, "How about our pay?" "Damn, what do you mean by that? Didn't we already pay your superior the money? Don't you know it's tricky to get you unqualified people with no resumes and no recognition into the East Maritime Fortress?" Lai Hongbao's eyes widened when money was mentioned. He even stopped staring at the women's legs and looked into Jiang Yu's eyes. Oh, what he meant was, who do the gall bladders of the sea creatures we collect belong to? Nunyu was able to take on her role fairly quickly. To the zone master. They will collect the gall bladders and sell them to the government. The zone masters will take a portion of the profit and spread the rest among the teams based on their contributions. By the way, I suggest you not to keep the gall bladders secretly, as all corpses of the sea creatures in the East Maritime Fortress belong to the public. You will be punished if you secretly hoard the gall bladders, warned Lai Hongbao. I really feel like we've been sold here. How much money did the advisors take? Why didn't they give us even a single yen, cursed Zhao Manyang? Everyone immediately felt a headache after Lai Hangbao finished talking. The so-called training had somehow turned into manual labor. Oh, your superiors also asked me to pass a message to you. They asked you to hurry up and become a 4-star team. Otherwise, your resources will be taken by other countries, or something like that. I thought they are sending an experienced team of magicians here, yet you're just a bunch of young kids. 4-star team? It's impressive enough if you can survive the first tide rise. Lai Hangbao burst out laughing. His eyes were full of disdain toward the young adults. Lai Hangbao had no clue what the message meant, but the team knew what the advisors were saying. In order to secure the advanced resources from the other national teams who were also there training, their team must level up to 4 stars during their time here. How can we rank up to 4 stars? Asked Ari Jiangtu. Defend the fortress, killing the sea creatures, rescue missions, frontal assaults, or special operations. People will take note if your performance is impressive. It's similar to how the Hunter Union grades their hunters. The number of demon creatures and the quests you complete will be turned into points, and the team will level up once the points pass the requirement for the respective stars. To become a 4-star team, it might take you at least 4 years, said Lai Hangbao. Chapter 813. Taking over the supervision of a zone, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Most magicians knew the rules of the Hunter Union, as no magician would dare to think they were rich enough to be self-sufficient. It was common for magicians to take on quests when they were running short on money. These quests included hunting demon creatures, escorting, gathering, scouting, rescuing, patrolling. They could do anything as long as they were paid. Obviously, the way the East Maritime Fortress operated was simple and straightforward. If this were agriculture, a reputable landlord would secure a land and hire farmers that could handle the rats, wild boars, and pests to manage the crops and protect them. Usually, the crops were ready to be harvested every tide. The landlord would take the profit and pay the farmers their wages. However, the income of the farmers in the East Maritime Fortress was quite spectacular. Otherwise, Lai Hangbao would not be so smug about it. Lai Hangbao left after explaining the situation to the team. He even reminded everyone to prepare themselves for the upcoming battle, as the tide would rise in 3 days. Aren't the Japanese smart? They built this East Maritime Fortress on the maritime battlefield, asserted control by splitting it up into zones, and handed the zones to reliable parties to manage. The government then takes all the sea products as rent from the parties managing the zones. As such, the Army and Magic Association are able to withdraw from the front line, while magicians who are keen to earn some quick cash die in the battles against the sea creatures. In the end, the government takes both the money and the resources. Zhao Manyang laughed hollowly. He was very sensitive toward authorities and merchants who abused their power to take advantage of others. The others nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Manyang's explanation. The groups of magicians were responsible for eliminating the sea creatures and risking their lives to defend the fortress. In order to make more money, the parties would compete fiercely for job opportunities, while the government's role was to maintain the order by setting the rules and hide behind the line of defense and count their profits. It's far from our concern. It seems like we have been allocated to the 20th zone, which is very close to the 19th zone where we stumbled into the 2 Blue Valley ferocious beasts. Guess who the zone master is, said Nanyu. Who is it? Asked Ari Jiangtu. Take a look yourself. Nanyu turned the monitor around. On the screen was a photo. The zone master was a plump middle-aged man with curly hair, small eyes, and a big nose, the typical kind of magician who once possessed great talents at his youth, but became a tyrant in middle age. Normally, this kind of person would possess an impressive cultivation, but they no longer had the passion to pursue further levels of cultivation. The reputation and connections they established in the past granted them resources to either manage other magicians or become a supplier of magic equipment. It was the same for many magicians, who worked as hunters when they were young and would go on adventures fearlessly. However, once they reached 35, they started focusing on doing business. Their skills would turn rusty. Their weight gain was the most convincing proof. "Do we know this person?" asked Jiang Yu with a confused look. "We don't, but don't you think the orange hair beside him looks familiar?" Nanyu pointed out. Jiang Xiaoxiu took a closer look and immediately blurted out, "Isn't he the one who was particularly attentive to Mu Ningxue, and tried to save her? So he's the son of the 20th Zone's master. Awesome, we'll ask Mu Ningxue to have a little chat with him, and ask his dad to give us 4 stars. Mission accomplished, proposed Jiang Yu excitedly. He immediately saw a few cold gazes directed at him, belonging to Guan Yu, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and Zhao Manyang. Jiang Yu's excitement withered instantly. He said with an awkward laugh, "I was just kidding. By the way, is Mu Ningxue all right? It feels like the arrow drained away all her energy. I wonder if she can recover in time for the tide rise the day after tomorrow. What difference does it make? Even if she fought to her death, she still won't get any resources. Perhaps she's not willing to wake up because she doesn't want to participate in the battle," sniffed Mu Tinjing. Between the tall dam and the short dam were several grey-white buildings. When the orange light of the rising sun shone upon the East Maritime fortress, it did not leave any color on the buildings. They were still the same dull grey. The Japanese did not plan to beautify the town when they built it. Even though the town was half built through sea reclamation, and was facing a beautiful ocean, it was constantly at war with the creatures of the sea. As such, the mood of the town was basically a mix of heavy grey and morning white. A slanted light ray squeezed its way past the black curtain through the glassless window and lit up the pitch-black room. The light landed on the side of a pale, yet attractive face. The disheveled silver hair over her face shimmered. Mu Ningxue opened her eyes when she felt the warmth of the sunlight. The beam landed right on her eyes. She subconsciously raised her hand to cover her eyes. After covering her eyes from the sunlight, she soon realized her hand was fully covered in frost. The chill spread to her face. She immediately hid her hand under the blanket in a panic, not sure if she wanted to avoid seeing it, or if she was trying to warm it up under the blanket. As a result, the whole bed was cold. "Is there going to be a day when I won't wake up anymore?" Mu Ningxue slowly curled up under the blanket. Her slender figure suddenly felt rather tiny. She had already forgot when it all started, but every time she fell asleep was like being trapped in a dark ice cellar. No matter how many layers of blanket she had, no matter how many fires she had around her, she could not feel any heat. Her skin was cold, her bones were icy, her blood was frosty. Many people thought it was the perfect gift one could ever wish for, a magical talent from the heavens, but only she knew what it truly was. She proceeded to wash her face and rinse her mouth. It was only dawn, and no one was awake. Mu Ningxue left her room and headed toward the sea. At the shorter dam, the waves were splashing endlessly on the shore, around 30 meters away from the 10-meter-tall dam. There were patrols on the dam. They consisted of Japanese magicians in green-yellow coats, the thick kind that were too heavy for the wind to blow around. Mu Ningxue found herself an empty spot. She was thinking of spending some quiet time on her own. However, it was difficult for her to be alone, as someone would always muster up their courage and approach her. This time it was a rather shy boy. Mu Ningxue could tell he was nervous by his stammering, yet he was trying his very best to talk in a jovial mood. The young man had never hit on a girl before. It was most likely his first time mustering up his courage to approach a girl, but it was nothing worth respecting. No one enjoyed being alone, but it did not necessarily mean a lonely person would prefer chatting with a person who could not even express himself clearly. Chapter 8:14. The Drowning Curse of the East Maritime Fortress. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue never assumed she was born a heavenly beauty. She mostly assumed that these brainless men were only attracted by her extraordinary hair and skin. As a matter of fact, she was only different because she was sick, yet many men still fell for her. She thought that most men were retarded. "Are you a magician too?" the shy young man around the age of 20 asked softly. The man had black hair and was wearing simple clothes. He was fair-looking, and his eyes were bright, granting him a clean appearance. He was not the kind that people would find annoying at first sight. Replied Mu Ningxue non-committedly. Why are you here so early? Is something bothering you? I'm Senba, I'm here as an intern. Oh, right, I'm from Waseda University. Senba sat beside Mu Ningxue, yet remained the distance of a body away. He did not dare to get too close, as he was afraid she would feel uncomfortable. Mu Ningxue did not reply. She would not easily tell other people her name, let alone tell the man that she was a representative on the national team. Although Senba was shy, he was smart enough to realize that the girl was not willing to reveal her information. He quickly changed the topic. He was clearly acting unnaturally. He stared at the waves splashing on the shore as if he was going to comment on the fine weather, but instead said, "The tide has fallen off further this time. The next tide rise is going to be dangerous. I wonder if the zone masters are able to hold the creatures off. There better not be sea monsters with the ability to create illusions." "How is the wave related to the sea monsters?" asked Mu Ningxue. Senba's eyes flickered. It seemed like he had chosen the right topic. He forced himself to calm down and clear his thoughts before explaining with a firm voice, "Most sea monsters are used to fighting at waterlogged places, especially the armies of sea monsters that have been posing a threat to the East Maritime fortress. As such, a battle usually takes place when the tide rises. Once the tide rises above the shorter dam, the sea monsters will ride along the waves and invade the fortress. Similarly, when the tide falls, the army of sea monsters will withdraw from the fortress, too. Therefore, the higher the tide, the greater the number of sea monsters that are going to invade the fortress." Mu Ningxue had gone back to her room when Lai Hangbao was explaining the situation of the fortress to the team. Therefore, she had no clue about the situation of the East Maritime fortress. If the tide falls further away, does that mean the next tide rise is going to be higher? Mu Ningxue looked at the tide that was gradually moving away from the dam. Yes. Many people think the ocean is mysterious and unpredictable, but the truth is, there's a certain predictability to it. If we can carefully observe its behavior, it allows us to take some safety precautions beforehand. On top of that, no matter how strong the sea monsters are, or how overwhelming their numbers are, they still have to follow the rise and fall of the tide. If we understand the ocean, we'll be able to understand the sea monsters too. Senba was speaking more fluently. He clearly had put in some effort into researching the tide, and so was feeling more confident. Mu Ningxue nodded. Senba was about to explain further after finding the right topic when some noises came from nearby all of a sudden. The soldiers were yelling, and there were people running, too. Mu Ningxue followed the noise and saw a petite woman running away from the dam and headed for the sea while ignoring the warnings from the people around her. "Water! Water! Water!" The woman dived into the ocean, as if she was dying of thirst after spending a long time in a desert. "Quick! Save her!" Senba immediately panicked and screamed at the soldiers while pointing at the woman. Mu Ningxue was fairly confused. Even though it was dangerous to go beyond the dam, there was no sign of any sea monsters along the shore. The woman should be safe still, right? Senba jumped off the dam and ran straight toward the woman. Mu Ningxue was even more confused when she saw lots of soldiers making their way toward the woman. She jumped down from the dam and cast a wind track to overtake Senba. Senba was startled when he saw Mu Ningxue elegantly floated past him as her silver hair was drifting in the wind. He quickly yelled at Mu Ningxue, "Don't let her touch the water, or she's going to die." Mu Ningxue immediately quickened her pace to catch up to the woman after seeing the serious look on his face. However, when she approached the shore, she immediately witnessed a shocking sight. Her feet were soaked in the water as a wave splashed on the shore. A completely lifeless corpse. The woman that was well alive a moment ago had turned into a corpse. She was lying flat on the water. Her skin had no sign of blood. It had turned from pale white to purple. The body stiffened fairly quickly. Normally, it would take rigor mortis around 2 hours to set in, yet the woman's corpse had already stiffened. The soldiers finally arrived at the scene. One of them flipped the corpse over. The woman's eyes were wide open. Her lower jaw was extended as if it was fractured. Blue veins were scattered densely under her pale white skin, which was almost transparent. She looked like a victim who had died from drowning, and had been dead for quite some time. Another one, the soldier who flipped the corpse, let out a sigh. "It's my fault, I didn't manage to stop her in time. I thought she was only taking a stroll," spoke up the other Japanese soldier with regret. As they were talking, Senba finally arrived. After taking a glance, apart from a hint of sorrow, he seemed to be extremely angry. He crouched in front of the corpse and swiftly put on some gloves that he had brought with him before unbuttoning the woman's clothes. What are you doing? Asshole, how can you humiliate her like that, even though she's already dead?" yelled a soldier furiously. Senba lifted his gaze. He looked like a completely different person from the shy boy from before. His eyes were glittering with determination as he spoke. "It's the only chance I have to inspect a corpse that has just died recently. I must solve the mystery of the strange disease." The outraged soldier still thought it was too impolite to do so, but the older soldier beside him stopped him. The aged soldier studied the serious face of Senba and said, "Let him continue. There have been lots of cases like this recently, but we still don't know what's causing them." Mu Ningxue turned away when Senba began to perform an autopsy on the corpse. Either way, it was too gruesome to watch the man do his work. "What's happening?" Mu Ningxue asked the aged soldier. "It's the drowning curse, a terrifying thing that has been happening in the East Maritime fortress for a long time. Once in a while, there will be people who suddenly rush toward the ocean out of nowhere and died of drowning in just a few seconds," said the young soldier before the older soldier could say a word. The aged soldier glared at the young soldier before giving a clearer explanation. "We've considered it a disease, but no one knows what it is exactly. It's a relief that it doesn't happen too often, and everyone thinks the number of people that die of the disease is negligible compared to the people that die in battles against the sea monsters, so nobody is treating it seriously." Chapter 8:15. Without a Sign. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Drowning Curse. Nan Rongni looked at Mu Ningxue with a terrified expression. According to Mu Ningxue's description, the drowning curse had been around in the East Maritime fortress for quite some time. There were quite a number of cases of the drowning curse too, but since the town was on a maritime battlefield, the demon creatures were blamed for their deaths. The victims did not show any signs prior to their death, and did not leave any clues behind, either. As a result, no one could really explain the cause of the drowning curse. "It sounds spooky enough," admitted Jiang Xiaoxiu. "The intern also told me that his group has conducted autopsies on a corpse before, but they didn't find any clues from it. However, not long afterwards, a member of the group was killed by the drowning curse. The scariest thing about it is that there isn't any sign at all, like the occurrence is happening to people in the East Maritime fortress randomly," Mu Ningxue told them. "Even if it's a strange disease, there must be a reason for it." "How is it possible to not have any clue about the drowning curse?" asked Nan Rongni. Mu Ningxue shook her head. She had gone to ask around and collect information about the drowning curse, but all she learned was that there was not any sign or clue about it. "Strange, aren't the Japanese scared? If something like this happened in our country, the people would go nuts," said Jiang Xiaoxiu. "We're in the East Maritime fortress. Lots of people die at the hands of the demon creatures every tide rise. The drowning curse doesn't happen often in comparison. There are still people dying. How could they ignore it just because there are fewer casualties? It would be troublesome if it turns out to be some kind of epidemic. Does anyone know about the plague in Hangzhou? The people didn't think it was anything serious, but more people started dying, and in the end, they figured out that it was the doing of the Silver Sky ruler from the mountains in the west," rebuked Jiang Yu in a serious voice. "But the defense of the fortress in Hangzhou is pretty solid. Even a pack of demon creatures won't be able to do any damage to it. Didn't they find a solution to the plague pretty quickly? I heard a young man managed to find the cure. I think his name was Wang Xiaojun or something," said Zhu Shu. "Do you seriously think it was that simple?" refuted Jiang Yu. who proceeded to explain, the Silver Sky Ruler is an old ancestor for the Heavenly Eagles. Back then, the army of Heavenly Eagles started revolting. Luckily, the general in charge decisively commanded the soldiers to kill them in time. They spent millions on the Heavenly Eagles, yet they all died at the hands of their riders. You have no idea how cruel it was. Are you for real? Everyone's eyes widened. The news did not mention anything that Jiang Yu had told them. There are lots of incidents that are not reported by the news. Do you know that the plague was actually started by a councilman who was producing fake blood serums, added Jiang Yu. Damn, are you serious? Fake blood serums? Did he really dare to produce something like that? Was that even possible? Jiang Yu harumphed coldly when he saw everyone's reaction. A plague is a lot scarier than a curse. Normally, a curse only affects a single entity, but a plague will bring doom upon a whole community. In my opinion, the Japanese government should pay more attention to it. It will be too late to do anything if it turns into a plague. Mu Ningxue nodded. She had witnessed how the woman ended up despite her lively appearance just a minute before. Most terrifyingly, she could not forget how the woman was running toward the ocean insanely prior to her death. It's none of our business anyway. What's the point of discussing it here? Why are we being worried when the Japanese government doesn't even care? Guan Yu thought otherwise. There are always diseases that we can never explain. Perhaps those people are feeling depressed from the pressure of fighting the sea monsters every day, so they took some drug and jumped into the sea to kill themselves. Li Kaifeng also agreed that the incident was too ridiculous. Let's focus on tomorrow. I've already asked around the fortress. The tide has fallen further away this time, which means the tide rise tomorrow is going to be extreme. We should replenish the energies of the equipment we have and make sure they are ready for the battle tomorrow. Remember to get your hands on some emergency healing serums, too. Make sure you have enough supply of antidotes. Sea monsters are infamous for their poison. Don't lower your guard. Nanyu warned them. The drowning curse had been around for quite some time. If the Japanese were unable to find the reason behind it, there was nothing they could do, either. Their only choice was to focus on the matter at hand. Is Mo Fan coming back to the team? Jiang Yu asked Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue did not answer. Whether that asshole was coming back to the team or not was none of her business. Qi Mountain to the north of Tokyo. Qi Mountain was a famous attraction in Tokyo. It had scenic views of mountains, streams, and temples. There were camping spots along the river too, and lots of maple trees with fiery red leaves during the right season. Mo Fan followed Mochizuki Chihaya up the mountain and immediately saw quite a number of families setting up tents on both sides of a river blessed with clear water and lots of pebbles. It was a peaceful, heartwarming sight. It was a trend for the people in modern cities, a getaway from the concrete buildings, all the noise in the cities, a time to enjoy and appreciate nature by breathing fresh air and eating clean food. Take this thing back yourself. Seriously, such a waste of my time. The pleasant view did not dispel the grudge in Mo Fan's heart. They had come all the way here to find Mochizuki Ken's old friend, yet it turned out that the man had already passed away 3 days ago. Mo Fan was seriously doubting if the man was actually Mochizuki Ken's friend. He had no idea that his friend was already dead, and he did not even come to mourn for him. He even asked Mo Fan to deliver the evil orb to the man. The old man has been living in seclusion all along. He didn't use any modern communication device, and he never told anyone how he was doing either. It's most likely that people would only learn that he's dead after at least half a year if we weren't trying to deliver the orb to him. Mochizuki Chihaya remained respectful toward the old man. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was running out of patience. Didn't they promise to give him the battle soul after he delivered the orb? His Swift Star Wolf was still waiting for an upgrade. Why couldn't that old man's friend wait a few more days before passing away? He should at least have died after cleansing the orb. Now what? The orb was still in his hands. You keep it first, I'll contact teacher after we go down the mountain. Mochizuki Chihaya was utterly scared of the orb. There was no way she would take it from him. Their phones finally had signals once they were almost down the hill. Mo-fan was wondering why Japan's mobile network coverage wasn't available in every area. Why were there no signals on Chi Mountain? Crap, my girlfriend is in trouble. Mo-fan took out his phone and saw messages swarming in. They were all from Zhao Manyang. Which one is your girlfriend? The silver-haired one. Take this, I'm heading to the East Maritime Fortress. Mo-fan immediately summoned the Swift Star Wolf. Chapter 8:16. The Approaching Tide. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hang on, keep the orb, I'll bring you to the East Maritime Fortress. Mochizuki Chihaya waved her hand and wrapped a magic vine around the Swift Star Wolf's leg to stop Mo-fan from running away. Miss, what is it now? I was asked to deliver the orb to here, and I fulfilled my role. You haven't given me the reward you promised, and now you're asking me to do more manual labor, protested Mo-fan. Aren't you interested to learn more about the last red demon, said Mochizuki Chihaya. All right, fine, but we'll go to the East Maritime Fortress first. We'll deal with the orb later. Are you sure you're riding this creature across Tokyo City? You don't have a permit, said Mochizuki Chihaya pointing at the Swift Star Wolf. I never had a permit in my country, but I still ride him anyway. Mo-fan waved his hand and patted the Swift Star Wolf's furry head. The Swift Star Wolf raised his head and howled into the blue sky. The Japanese families that were camping nearby immediately panicked. Hey, who asked you to howl? Can't you run without howling? And you, come up quick, stop wasting my time. There were lots of zigzagging paths down the mountain, but the Swift Star Wolf managed to maintain his speed. Whenever there was a sharp turn, he would simply jump down the slope, descending from the mountain as quickly as possible. Wolf, remember this woman's face, she owes you a battle soul for your upgrade. Woo, the Swift Star Wolf was just about to howl when he remembered that he was not allowed to let go as he wished. He quickly withdrew the howl halfway. The journey from Chi Mountain to the East Maritime Fortress did not just involve crossing the city of Tokyo. The distance was greater than Mo-fan had imagined. When they were finally close enough to feel the sea breeze, Mo-fan discovered that the color of the sky had changed. It was dark gray, as if there would be a great downpour in no time. Judging from the wind, the clouds, and the moisture of the air, the rise of the tide is going to be big. Let's hope it's not going to rain, Mochizuki Chihaya frowned. Her eyes were fixed in the direction of the East Maritime Fortress. What's wrong with a huge tide rise? Asked Mo-fan. Mochizuki Chihaya went to a university in Tokyo. She had come to the East Maritime Fortress many times as an intern, but she was not a fan of the maritime battlefield. As a result, she ended up going back to the family business. The army of sea monsters invades every time the tide rises. The bigger the tide rise, the higher the number of sea creatures. The East Maritime Fortress is a town built as a part of a sea reclamation. It's normal for the tide to overrun the streets. The prefixed zones in the fortress are part of the battlefield, explained Mochizuki Chihaya. Oh, that sounds quite interesting. Mo-fan was excited when he heard about the environment of the battles against the sea monsters. Fighting inside a town, that was his specialty. He used to be a city hunter, not to mention that most of the impressive fights he had against the Black Vatican took place in the city, too. Are you good at fighting underwater? Asked Mochizuki Chihaya sharply. Not really, since my main weapon is fire, replied Mo-fan. The structures in the East Maritime Fortress are carefully planned. When the tide rises, the streets will all be flooded. Those who are not capable of fighting underwater can stay above the buildings. The gaps between the buildings aren't large, allowing magicians to move freely between the roofs. If you're in a pinch, you can escape to the zones that have not been invaded yet, and use the alleyways that are too narrow for the sea monsters. Mochizuki Chihaya quickly gave Mo-fan a brief lesson on the battle environment of the East Maritime Fortress. I'm looking forward to the fighting after hearing what you said. Mo-fan's fists were itching. He had yet to experience an enjoyable fight after coming to Japan. You better ask which zone they are in first, Mochizuki Chihaya reminded him. Oh, right. After arriving at the East Maritime Fortress, Mo Fan immediately saw two magnificent dams, one quite a bit taller than the other. The dams were spread across the shoreline in a crescent shape. As the tide slowly approached the dams, the East Maritime Fortress was soon covered in a strong magical aura. It felt like many magical formations had been activated. The fortress was quickly covered in colorful lights as the energies of the magic formations clashed. The tide continued to rise, from being 100 meters away from the shorter dam to reaching the bottom of the dam. The waves were stronger each time they splashed against the dam, with a loud impact and water pouring down like a great storm. Unlike the ancient capital, where the magicians would hold the undead off along the walls, the shorter dam served as a boundary that represented the battlefield. The Japanese did not try to stop the tide from entering the fortress, nor did they stop the sea monsters from invading the fortress. There was not a single guard on the shorter dam, as they had all withdrawn to the taller dam, standing in a line. The taller dam was the real line of defense for the shoreline of Tokyo. It was as tall as a mountain cliff, and as sturdy as steel. Meanwhile, the East Maritime Fortress was divided into 32 zones, with magicians standing on the roofs of the buildings in every zone. When glancing down from a great height, the number of magicians was rather shocking, too. The tide approaching the fortress was far from a natural phenomenon. Even the waves of the strongest natural tide would only reach around 10 meters high, yet a wave of such height was enough to make a human feel minuscule standing before it. The tide approaching the fortress was created by countless sea monsters channeling their magic simultaneously. Its height could easily exceed the shorter dam. It was like a giant tongue of the ocean, trying to suck the maritime fortress into its stomach. A great rumble occurred. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya could hear it from far away. Even the ground was trembling. The clouds had stacked up across the sky without a single gap between them. The enormous wave was obviously connected to the clouds. The stunning sight and the fear it brought had totally surpassed Mo Fan's imagination. On top of that, Mo Fan could already see black dots upon the giant wave that was approaching the fortress. The dots were densely scattered across the wave. He was unable to tell how far the black dots were away, but those in the East Maritime Fortress clearly knew that the black dots were the sea monsters poking their bodies out from the water. The scene was horrifying, yet spectacular. If the tide that devoured the shorter dam was a night sky, the sea monsters were like stars scattered across it. Even standing far away from the incoming wall of water, everyone could still feel the overwhelming fear, enough to shatter a strong heart to pieces. My God, it's a huge tide! Mochizuki Chihaya exclaimed. I can tell for sure, the wave almost raised the clouds to the ground, agreed Mo Fan in astonishment. Which zone is your team at? The 20th. Every zone after the 10th will surely be flooded considering the size of the tide. Half of the buildings in the 20th zone will be underwater, the sea monsters will be able to move freely, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Are they going to be all right? Mo Fan was feeling a bit nervous. Mo Fan thought the maritime battlefield was nothing for him, since he was a man who had already experienced the calamity of the ancient capital. However, he finally realized that the battles here were even crazier than the risen undead surrounding the ancient capital when the sun was setting. Chapter 8:17 White Sobbing Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Who's there? Non-authorized personnel aren't allowed to enter the fortress at the time of a battle. Leave at once. A few soldiers had intercepted Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya on the taller dam. Mo Fan looked at Mochizuki Chihaya, hoping that she could use her reputable identity to get them access and convince the soldiers to let them pass. To his surprise, Mochizuki Chihaya did not do anything apart from whispering in his ears, "You will have to settle this yourself." Mo Fan was thoroughly unimpressed by the woman. An instructor of the national team who did not even have a pass? Luckily, Mo Fan had brought his hunter identity card with him. It was a valid form of identity in most countries. Mo Fan handed his identity card to the soldiers. The soldiers shook their heads, telling him that he needed a higher clearance to enter the fortress. Hold on, I've got another one. Mo Fan searched in his pockets for a higher-level identification. Meanwhile, the giant tide had reached the East Maritime fortress. The buildings close to the shorter dam immediately collapsed from the strong impact. Some structures over 20 meters tall were no match for the momentum of the wave. The soldiers immediately glanced in the direction of the crashing noise, their faces full of surprise. They were relieved that they were stationed here at the taller dam. It was almost impossible for the sea monsters to reach their position, since they had to cross 32 zones before reaching it, and the tide would never reach the taller dam. "It's going to be a tough battle," exclaimed one of the soldiers. "You don't say. Look at the number of sea monsters. Hey, you two, stop right there. Damn it, stop it at once. Entering the East Maritime Fortress without permission is a serious crime." When the soldiers were sidetracked, the swift Star Wolf carrying Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya had already jumped off the 100-meter tall dam. The dam was like a mountain cliff. Anything would simply fall to their death without a way to slow their fall. There was no way the swift Star Wolf was stopping. His blue fur drifted wildly in the wind as he dove through the air. Mochizuki Chihaya was sitting behind Mo Fan, and did not expect him to so recklessly barge into the fortress. She quickly hugged Mo Fan as she started to lose her balance. Mo Fan felt a great sensation when the woman's busty chest stuck closely to his back. The swift Star Wolf landed on a building around 30 meters tall, leaving cracks in the concrete roof. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya felt a little dizzy. The swift Star Wolf's suspension was simply non-existent. The drop was only 70 meters, yet the impact was so powerful. The swift Star Wolf tried to catch his breath. Normally, he would be perfectly fine if he was falling on his own, but he was carrying 2 extra people on his back. His limbs felt numb after the landing. "Where's the 20th zone?" asked Mo Fan. "Straight ahead." Mochizuki Chihaya pointed. Their eardrums felt like exploding from the loud rumbling, added to the occasional shouting of some Japanese magicians. Judging from their expressions, it seemed like the scale of the tidal wave had exceeded their estimations, forcing them to make changes to their setups. Sea water began to pour into the city. The surging current brought with it the debris of the buildings that were destroyed by the tide. Most of the structures in the zones after the 16th were seriously damaged before the battle even took place. They either collapsed entirely, falling onto the buildings nearby, or were shattered into pieces by the strong tide. The water pouring in was full of debris. It was fine if it was only water, but the debris posed a great threat to the magicians when the strong waves launched the pieces of buildings at them. The East Maritime Fortress had the shape of a crescent, and the distance between the 2 dams was rather close. The last 16 zones were scattered along the shorter dam, forming a line of defense consisting of buildings and magicians. In the past, when a small or medium tide hit, the water would not reach the first 16 zones. However, this time, the tide had easily broken through the first line of defense. Half of the fortress was already flooded. I finally know why all the buildings look so new. They King get destroyed in every battle, and they just rebuild the buildings later, cursed Zhao Manyang. The tide also brought a mist, so thick that it simply felt like a huge rain. Everyone was already soaking wet in it. The tide was split into different streams by the buildings after it reached the East Maritime Fortress. Every flow was like a surging flood on its own, devouring the streets and the lower half of the buildings. These buildings are already constructed specifically to resist the current, yet so many have fallen straight away. Our range of movement has shrunk significantly. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of a building and watched the current surging past the building. His heart began to pound heavily. Wah! Came the cry of a baby from below the building. The cry was filled with fear of the surging flood. "Damn, who the hell let their kid be caught by the current?" yelled Zhao Manyang when he heard the cry. "Save the child!" Nan Rongni did not hesitate. She immediately jumped to the opposite building. She ran to the edge and saw a sleeping bag floating on the rapid current. The cry was coming right from it. Nan Rongni quickly summoned magic vines to form a ladder, allowing her to slide down to reach the sleeping bag that was being carried away by the current. The strong current was only inches away from her feet. The mist was a lot thicker this close to the current, which limited Nan Romney's vision. She summoned another magic vine and wrapped it around the sleeping bag to pull it toward her. She was being extremely cautious to avoid hurting the baby inside the sleeping bag. Wah! The cry was a lot clearer. Nan Romney could barely see the baby's head in the mist. Nan Romney was relieved when she heard the baby was still crying. It was fortunate that they had heard the cry. Otherwise, the baby would have drowned soon. It's okay, I'm bringing you up. Nan Romney reached out her hand, trying to carry the infant out of the sleeping bag. Nan Romney, don't go any closer. However, Jiang Yu's voice suddenly came from above. Nan Romney could not hear it clearly as the current was too loud. Meanwhile, the infant's head poked out from the sleeping bag, yet it was nothing like an infant. It was a flesh tumor on top of a ghastly-looking creature. It's a white sobbing demon, stay away, yelled Jiang Yu. Nan Romney was pretty quick with her reactions. She immediately controlled the magic vine to pull her up. However, the white sobbing demon was no ordinary creature. It dashed out from the sleeping bag and chased after Nan Romney. The white sobbing demon's arms were like tentacles with extremely sharp ends, stingers emitting a purple glow. One of the tentacles stabbed right at Nan Romney's lower leg at lightning speed. Nan Romney did not have a chance to summon her defensive equipment. The drill stabbed right through her lower leg and nailed her to the wall of the building nearby. Fresh blood poured out from the wound. However, she was stuck on the wall. She had no chance of pulling herself up with the magic vine. Chapter 8:18. A Narrow Escape. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Nan Romney let out a scream. The pain from her lower leg spread throughout her body. She barely held onto the magic vine. The white sobbing demon was extremely vicious. It extended its other tentacle and aimed it at Nan Romney's waist. If the stinger stabbed through her waist, she would be dead for sure. The white sobbing demon did not show any mercy. The tentacle sprang forward with great force and shocking speed. Nan Romney clenched her teeth and tried to twist her body to dodge the attack. Since her leg was nailed to the wall, her movements immediately stressed the muscles and veins close to the stab wound. Her face turned pale white from the incredible pain. However, her determination had saved her life. The stinger penetrated the wall right beside her waist and sent shards of concrete flying, but it did not hurt her. The white sobbing demon was furious after missing its attack. Its cry was exactly the same infant's cry that had tricked Nan Romney a moment ago. It sounded so real that it was impossible to tell the difference. Nan Romney finally understood what was going on in the middle of her pain. The white sobbing demon was using the cry as a disguise to bait humans to come close and kill them. The white sobbing demons were extremely cunning. Guan Yu, cut the tentacle! Jiang Yu saw the pinch that Nan Romney was in and immediately yelled at Guan Yu, who was diving down. Guan Yu summoned a strong gust of wind and landed on a balcony extending out from a building. He propelled himself forward and waved his gauntlet, slashing at the white sobbing demon's tentacle. The brown blade was extremely sharp. It easily slashed through the tentacle and separated it from the white sobbing demon. Let's see what you got. Guan Yu hung onto the edge of a building after landing the attack. His eyes stared at the white sobbing demon sharply. Guan Yu took the white sobbing demon's attention, allowing Jiang Yu to slide down the vines to where Nan Romney was at. Jiang Yu felt his heart aching when he saw Nan Romney's lower leg stabbed through and blood splashed everywhere. I'm going to pull it out. Hang in there. Jiang Yu grabbed the tentacle and pulled it with all his might. Ah! Nan Romney screamed out in pain and almost fell to the waters below. Jiang Yu immediately grabbed her and helped her back to the roof. After putting her on the ground, Nan Yu immediately handed blood serums to Nan Romney. Nan Romney was the healer of the team. However, seeing how she was clenching her teeth in pain, it was unlikely that she could cast healing spells on herself. A bunch of rookies. Anyone with a brain would have known that there's no kid in the East Maritime Fortress, another team of magicians in the 20th zone commented disdainfully from a few buildings away. Enough with your sneers, yelled Jiang Xiaoshu, pointing at the people that were gloating over their misfortune. The 20th zone had 7 teams in total. Their team was the 7th team since they were just allocated to the zone. The other 6 teams were at different places, and most of them were already engaging the enemy. Considering your level of intelligence, it's worth celebrating if you can survive half of the battle. You are nothing compared to our 3 stars team that still has 0 death. Rookies, watch and learn, and respect your seniors. Maybe we might teach you some useful knowledge to avoid unnecessary casualties. The East Maritime Fortress isn't the same as your school. Don't underestimate the cruelty of the fight here, replied a tanned-faced member of the 6th team arrogantly. That's enough, focus on the water. The captain of the 6th team had a sharp nose and a stern face. Affirmative. Rookies, look after your designated area. We're heading south, the captain yelled at Ari Jiangtu and the others as he discovered something. Everyone could easily tell how arrogant and proud the other team was, like they would never waste their time on some rookies. Nan Rongni finally calmed down after drinking the blood serums and taking some painkillers. However, Mu Ningshue's eyes flickered when she saw the girl's forehead covered in cold sweat from the pain she had experienced. It was not because Nan Rongni was stupid, but she was just too kind, especially when the team was a lot more sensitive toward children after what had happened at Feiniao City. Rest up, leave the rest to us. Nanyu took good care of their injured member. She placed her jacket over Nan Rongni. Nanyu was wearing a leather singlet inside. Her thighs, waist, and arms were exposed. She looked extraordinarily fit without her jacket. Her temperament was different from most female magicians, too. Her eyes were sharp like a leopard, wild and heroic from having lots of experiences in fights. How is Guan Yu doing? Asked Ari Jiangtu. The white sobbing demon isn't a low-level creature, he might need our support, replied Jiang Yu. The white sobbing demon posed the same level of threat even after losing an arm. Its tentacle-like arms were not the only weapon it had. Its lower body was like a frog, and its legs were extremely muscular, granting it a shocking jumping ability. The creature's lower body allowed it to move freely underwater and jump between the buildings during a fight. Guan Yu had obviously underestimated the creature, placing him in a disadvantageous position. He was being chased around the buildings by the white sobbing demon. The white sobbing demon opened its mouth and spat out poisonous liquid all over the wall. The liquid was extremely corrosive. The walls made of concrete melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Layers of material were gone within seconds. Guan Yu's face turned pale when he saw the wall disappear. No wonder the creature was able to inflict serious damage on Nan Rongni. It was obviously not an ordinary warrior-level creature. It was a tough opponent for intermediate magicians like him. The white sobbing demon was extremely fast with its attacks. Its arms were able to extend and contract as it wished. Its arms would turn hard as steel whenever it contracted. Its arms were basically huge spears, strong enough to slash through rocks. Guan Yu immediately saw the arm thrusting at him right after he dodged the poisonous liquid. Guan Yu was still in the air. He summoned a gust of wind in a panic. The wind burst out under his feet, sending him higher into the air. The long arm shattered the wind disk that had just appeared. It was obvious that the creature also possessed terrifying strength. Chapter 819. Rare Species, Night Rakshasa. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Some help, anyone? This creature is tough. Guan Yu quickly requested backup while flying higher into the air. Feifei, go. Jiang Yu pointed ahead, not sure who he was talking to. Guan Yu saw the white sobbing demon jumping right at him while he was falling from the sky. The pale white body of the creature started spinning like a drill as it approached Guan Yu. As the white sobbing demon flew past the height of the building nearby, a pitch-black shadow appeared behind Jiang Yu and dashed forward. The black creature had 4 limbs, its movements as nimble as a cat. It did not make a single noise when it landed on the ground. Its speed was like a black arrow, reaching the edge of the balcony in an instant before pouncing at the white sobbing demon. Meow! The creature's cry was very similar to that of a cat, yet it held a hint of savagery. It slashed like a sword as claws extended from its paws. The claws were almost half as long as its arms. It looked like it was holding 2 rakes in front of its paws. There was a sharp flicker as the cat-like creature moved past the white sobbing demon in the air. The white sobbing demon's attention was fully focused on Guan Yu, so it did not anticipate the ambush from the black creature. Its body was already slashed open when it tried to dodge the attack. The wounds formed a huge cross on the creature's chest. The black creature kicked the white sobbing demon away with its furry legs after landing its attack. Even though the creature was rather tiny, the power of its kick was extremely shocking. The white sobbing demon was just about to counterattack as it was sent flying. It slammed into the wall and fell into the water. Guan Yu quickly recovered and found a safe landing spot. He turned around and stared at the black creature that had inflicted serious damage to the white sobbing demon with a blank expression. The black creature spun in the air and landed confidently on the balcony of the building opposite the team. Its claws were dangling beside its furry body. The blood did not leave stains on the claws. Drops of thick liquid dripped onto the floor. The creature's long and sharp claws reflected a silver luster after the blood fell from it. Meow! The little black creature turned around. It was a cat-like creature standing on its feet like a human. Its fur was pitch black, yet its whiskers were white. Its slanted eyes displayed bewitching cunning and ferocity, and the look it sent them was quite aloof. Most people would assume the creature to be an adorable pet, unless they saw how the creature had dealt a deadly blow to the white sobbing demon with a single move. The disdain and elevated look in its eyes were enough to shatter a cat lover, forcing them to surrender and be its eternal slaves. Fei, come back! Jiang Yu felt awkward when he realized everyone was staring at his contracted beast. He immediately summoned the little creature back. Damn, I was wondering why you have never summoned your contracted beast to be your ride, even though you're a summoner. Your contracted beast is adorable. Why didn't you give her a pair of boots? It's like a cuter version of Puss in Boots, but yours looks more 3D, and fiercer, yelled Zhao Manyang. She's so cute, can I give her a hug? Jiang Xiaoshu was overflowing with love. Cough cough. Well, I suggest you not touch her. She doesn't like being touched. Even I am not allowed to fondle her head, warned Jiang Yu. What kind of creature is she? Not only is she adorable, she's so strong, too. That white sobbing demon was at least a warrior level in its advancing period, yet she managed to tear it to pieces, asked Guan Yu curiously. She's a night Rakshasa, a rare species from Anli Forest. I was lucky to sign a contract with her and have her as my contracted beast. Don't be fooled by her looks, she has the worst temper, and always goes mad in fights, explained Jiang Yu with a serious voice. Night Rakshasa, a very rare species indeed. Your contracted beast might be comparable to Mo Fan's, mumbled Zhao Manyang subconsciously. Mo Fan? Did he have a contracted beast, too? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu immediately when she heard it. Oh, forget what I said. Zhao Manyang realized that Nunyu was the only person in the team who knew about Mo Fan's little flame bell. The others had not seen Mo Fan's contracted beast yet. Speaking of which, little flame bell used to be very naughty. She would appear randomly and set everything on fire even when Mo Fan did not summon her. However, she had been behaving well and stayed in her contracted space lately. As a result, the team still did not have the chance to see Mo Fan's contracted beast. Enough talk, the army of sea monsters is here, said Ari Jiangtu sternly. Unlike the others, his eyes had never left the surging currents under the building. After the white sobbing demon went missing in the water, lots of creatures with spiky scales on their heads had appeared in the water. Their bodies were green, their skin thick and sturdy. The lower halves of their bodies were similar to the white sobbing demon, allowing them to swim in the water or stand on land. Unlike the white sobbing demon, they did not have tentacle-like arms, but their paws were jagged. The edges were sharp enough to slice bones in half. Those without scales are most likely easier to kill. Nanyu guessed after analyzing the creatures. The sea monsters had different levels, too. Even if the servant-class sea monsters had scales, they were mostly decorations. Their main defense was provided by their flesh. Warrior-level sea monsters had sturdy skin, with lumps of meat on their bodies. Some of their body parts had also evolved into weapons, granting them strong close combat abilities. Most commander-level sea monsters were covered in scales, as if they were wearing armor made of metal. Normal intermediate spells were just a little scratch on their skin, unable to pose any threat to them. Judging from the thick skin and jagged paws of the green creatures, they were most likely a bunch of warrior-level creatures. The team had no trouble fighting warrior-level creatures. However, before anyone could feel relieved, more heads began to poke out of the water. Since these new heads had spikes in the shape of a fan, they looked like giant sea urchins floating on the current. The spikes almost filled up the entire street. Their team was in charge of protecting the street. As more spikes began to appear in the water, the hearts of the team members sank heavily. The healer of their team, Nan Romney, was severely injured, and the sea monsters were extremely cunning and vicious. They might actually die in the battle if they were careless. No one was treating it like training anymore, especially when Nan Romney's painful moans were still lingering in their ears, reminding them that they could not afford to lose focus for even a second. Chapter 820. Killing Note, Bow. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The jagged paw green demons had outstanding jumping ability. They dashed out of the water and climbed along the narrow balconies of the buildings. These balconies were meant to be used by the magicians as landing spots, yet they were now occupied by the ferocious creatures with jagged paws. The flicker in their grey eyes was full of bloodlust. Formation, ordered Nanyu when she saw the sea monsters advancing. The team immediately split up across the buildings while maintaining the distance between them, giving them sufficient space for the fights. The length of the street was around 500 meters, and the buildings on the same row were less than 30 meters apart. The distance to the opposite row was around 40 meters. Currently, the alleyways and the streets were all flooded. The water was around 8 meters high, and it seemed to be rising still. The jagged paw green demon were amphibians. They could easily climb up the buildings to fight the magicians. Jagged paw green demon, experts at close combat, likes to sever the limbs of their target, not poisonous, but be careful of the urchin-like spikes on their heads, it has a paralyzing effect. The spikes will immobilize the target they hit. Jiang Yu told everyone what he knew about the jagged paw green demon as quickly as he could. Any weaknesses? Ari Drangtu looked around him and took note of the number of jagged paw green demons climbing onto the building. No. What magic can they cast? Running on water, spitting water as projectiles, nothing special, said Jiang Yu. Nanyu closed her eyes, as if she was paying attention to the sounds around her. Around 3 seconds later, Nanyu opened her eyes and said to Ari Drangtu, "There are 37 of them climbing up the buildings. I can't tell how many are in the water still. Stay here and look after Nan Romney, and stay on alert for the white sobbing demons. Let the team know if you detect their presence. I'm placing you in charge of commanding the team," Ari Drangtu told her. Nanyu nodded. "So you're a sound magician," murmured Zhao Manyang in surprise. Since the sound element was the rarest among the secondary elements, most people were unfamiliar with it. However, Zhao Manyang was still knowledgeable enough to know the special capabilities that a sound magician would have. Every magician had a sensing ability, which basically involved unleashing their will to detect movement within a few dozen meters, perhaps up to 100 meters away. A strong cultivation would lead to a stronger motion sense. However, in a sound magician's eyes, the so-called sensing ability of every other magician was good for nothing. Every movement would involve sound, and whenever sound magicians listened closely, they would be able to capture every movement nearby. It was said that even shadow magicians were unable to escape a sound magician's hearing. If Nan Roni had not voluntarily jumped into the white sobbing demon's trap because of its bait, the white sobbing demon would have had no chance of ambushing the team while Nanyu was around. "Watch your six," advised Nanyu, without answering Zhao Manyan's question. Zhao Manyang looked behind himself in confusion, but quickly saw a jagged paw green demon staring right into his eyes after reaching the roof. Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Nanyu and decided it was not the time for chit-chat. He indifferently summoned a golden light orb into his hand and tossed it at the jagged paw green demon. The light orb turned into a blinding flash in front of the jagged paw green demon. The creature immediately let out an unpleasant screech while hanging onto the edge of the building. The creature was most likely surprised by the blinding light. It managed to calm down after a few seconds and jumped into the air, before landing less than 10 meters away from Zhao Manyang. Its slightly burned eyes moved back and forth, looking at the magicians. They are creatures from the ocean. Their eyes have most likely degenerated. Your brilliant light, blind won't be useful against them, Nanyu reminded him. Zhao Manyan's expression immediately darkened as if he had accidentally ked a dog. TL note, a modern Chinese slang that is commonly used for self-mocking purposes. As a magician whose primary element was light and secondary element was water, the most effective offensive spell he had was Brilliant Light, Blind. If the spell was not effective against the creature, he basically had no other move. How about his intermediate water spell, Rolling Wave? His opponent was a sea monster. If he cast the Rolling Wave at the creature, it might even reflect it back at him. Wouldn't he be lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet? Nanyu was left speechless. Could this Zhao Manyang be any more useless? Did he really consider Brilliant Light, Blind an offensive spell? Move aside. Nanyu snapped, believing it was hopeless to count on him. Zhao Manyang backed off without hesitation. Killing tone, bow. Nanyu straightened up. She opened her mouth slightly and produced a sound that was impossible for ordinary people to make. The sound of a bowstring being released twanged out of nowhere. The note that Nanyu made turned into a sonic wave resembling an arrow, shooting rapidly at the jagged paw green demon. The jagged paw green demon could not react in time. It was knocked flying by the sonic arrow. The impact of the sonic wave was incredibly powerful. Zhao Manyang could hear the creature's bones breaking as the sonic wave struck it, sending it flying into the opposite building. More shockingly, the trail of the arrow was vaguely visible, extending from the building they were on and across the street. It was over 20 meters long. Awesome! It was Zhao Manyan's first time seeing the sound element in action. His thoughts were still stuck on the sight of Nanyu firing the sonic arrow. Just focus on protecting us. Nanyu was not in the mood to fool around with Zhao Manyang. She heard quite a number of jagged paw green demons climbing up the building. Leave it to me, the sea monsters won't even touch a single strand of your hair, said Zhao Manyang confidently. When it came to defense, no one on the team was better than him. Looking at it seriously, Zhao Manyang actually had the same ancestor as these sea monsters. He was referred to as the turtle shell magician. Nan Rongni's life was still in danger. The pained expression on her face showed no sign of fading away. It was likely that the white sobbing demon's tentacle had other unknown effects. Not only was the pain lasting for a long time, it also hindered the effects of the healing spell. Should we have someone escort you to the safe zone first? Nanyu asked when she realized that Nan Rongni's condition was not improving. Don't worry about me, the sea monsters are all around the place. You'll need to spare a few people to escort me to the safe zone. I'm fine, I just need a rest. Nan Rongni refused, showing her strength of will. Nanyu did not force her. After all, the battle was indeed not as easy as they had imagined. Chapter 821. Wind Disc Trap. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Killing note, explode. Nanyu heard a jagged paw green demon trying to ambush her from behind without turning around. The jagged paw green demon leapt into the air, raising its jagged paws high as if it was swinging two axes. Nanyu blew a note into the face of the creature. The glowing note landed accurately on the Jagged Paw Green Demon's chest and exploded. The blast ruptured the Jagged Paw Green Demon's thick chest and left a bloody hole behind. The explosion was quite shocking and almost killed the warrior-level creature instantly. The explosion produced strong gusts of wind, sweeping in all directions. Another Jagged Paw Green Demon that had just reached the roof was caught right in the middle of the gusts. Its face started bleeding. The sonic energy was able to ignore a creature's defenses and penetrate its inner organs and head. If the creature did not brace itself, it would suffer serious internal damage. Nanyu's attack was directed at a Jagged Paw Green Demon around 4 meters tall. The sonic explosion had blown its chest open, but its ally nearby also suffered a serious internal injury. This power was what made the sound element so remarkable. Mooningshue, a group of Jagged Paw Green Demons has appeared close to you. Nanyu's ears captured some movement. She quickly contacted Mooningshue through the communication device. Mooningshue was on a building across the street. She was all by herself, and it seemed like she was surrounded by a few Jagged Paw Green Demons. The building was covered in frost. The roof even had a thin layer of ice. There was basically no channeling or pause when Mooningshue was casting basic spells. She could easily spread the frost with a single thought, and its coverage and thickness was stronger than the frost summoned by other ice magicians. After hearing Nanyu's heads up, Mooningshue stomped her heel on the ice. It cracked into pieces and quickly turned into ice chains under her control. Bone Husk! Mooningshue controlled the ice chains to lunge forward before the Jagged Paw Green Demons even showed up. A slightly bigger Jagged Paw Green Demon did not have the chance to take a look at Mooningshue's face before a few ice chains were flying right into its face. The Jagged Paw Green Demon was quick to react, too. It kicked the wall strongly, trying to dodge the ice chains, but the ice chains were impossible to evade under Mooningshue's control. She purposely altered their tracks in the process. The Jagged Paw Green Demon was relieved with how quick it was able to react, yet the ice chain simply rose up and dragged it back down. The other ice chains quickly wrapped around its limbs and tightened. The strength of the chains was not to be underestimated. A creature like the Jagged Paw Green Demons had no chance against the ice chains that were further strengthened by Mooningshue's magic. The frost froze the Jagged Paw Green Demon rapidly. Its bones quickly turned rigid, and when it finally lost its force to resist the pressure of the chains, the fragile bones were easily crushed to pieces. Mooningshue's cold eyes flashed, further improving the strength of the ice chains. The body of the Jagged Paw Green Demon was contorted out of shape as the ice chains twisted around it. When Mooningshue loosened the chains, the Jagged Paw Green Demon had already turned into a stiffened, heavily contorted corpse. The other Jagged Paw Green Demons that had climbed up to the roof inhaled deeply when they saw the corpse. Initially, they were planning to flank Mooningshue and kill her when they saw her standing far away from her teammates. After all, the woman looked like she was too weak to even stand up to the wind. To their surprise, she had instantly killed one of their strongest comrades. One of the Jagged Paw Green Demons seemed to be the leader among the creatures, at around 5 meters tall. It let out a furious roar, trying to drive the fear out of its subordinates' hearts. The leader of the Jagged Paw Green Demons was the first to bear the brunt. It utilized its shocking jumping ability and landed in front of Mooningshue, swiping its jagged paws at her head. Mooningshue stepped onto a gust of wind. Her slender figure floated aside, dodging the heavy blow from the leader of the group of Jagged Paw Green Demons. The Jagged Paw Green Demon was quick, too. After missing its first attack, it pulled its paws up from the ground and crouched. Mooningshue had a bad feeling when she saw the creature acting strangely. She immediately prepared herself and used the wind track to move to her right, leaving a trail of gusts behind. As she thought, the Jagged Paw Green Demon was not messing around. It was crouching to gather its strength, before launching itself forward headfirst, trying to attack with the urchin spikes on its head. Mooningshue clearly remembered that Jiangyu had mentioned the paralyzing effect of the spikes on the sea monsters' heads. It would impair her movements if the spikes hit her. The Jagged Paw Green Demon's speed was remarkable. She would have fallen for it if she had not prepared herself beforehand. In such a high-intensity fight, being paralyzed for a few seconds was more than enough to give the Jagged Paw Green Demon a chance to rip her into pieces. Their jagged paws were the best tool to dismember their target. Freeze! Mu Ningxue sprinkled some frost powder with her palm after dodging the attack. The sprinkles of frost immediately formed thick layers of ice on the creature. The creature reacted by taking a leap back to prevent the frost from attaching to its body. Only its legs were touched by the sprinkles. Its lower limbs were frozen almost instantly, attaching it to the ice on the ground. It temporarily stopped the Jagged Paw Green Demon from moving. The creature swung its arms around and roared, signaling its fellows to attack and get rid of the magician. The other 4 Jagged Paw Green Demons were already prepared to engage. 2 Jagged Paw Green Demons leapt into the air and pounced at Mu Ningxue at different times, while the other 2 Jagged Paw Green Demons flanked her from both sides, swinging their jagged paws wildly, planning to slash Mu Ningxue in half. Wind! Mu Ningxue did not try to dodge the incoming attacks, and stood still. The 4 Jagged Paw Green Demons were attacking simultaneously, which basically sealed off her escape routes. However, her secondary wind element was not useless at all. The truth was, after dodging the attack executed by the creature's leader, Mu Ningxue had started setting up a wind disc trap around her. The wind disc trap was constructed with wind disc, sky snare. A magician would temporarily compress the strong energy of a wind disc, sky snare under their feet. Once the enemy started attacking, the magician would release the trap, turning the wind disc, sky snare into a strong wind wall around themselves, blowing the approaching enemy away. Chapter 822. Relapse of the Deadly Poison. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyrsid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue did not come up with the idea of using the wind disc as a trap herself. She saw Okamoto using it during the duel between him and Guan Yu at the West Guardian Tower. However, Guan Yu was just too fast. He managed to stab Okamoto before he could activate the trap. Okamoto lost the duel, yet Mu Ningxue was intrigued by his move. Not every person or demon creature was as fast as Guan Yu. The wind disc trap was a very practical way to use the wind spell without a doubt. Since then, Mu Ningxue had spent some time figuring out how Okamoto had done it, and discovered that she could cast a wind disc beforehand and suppress it to right below the point of release. When something moved closer to the trap, disrupting the airflow, it would trigger the wind disc, producing a strong wind surrounding Mu Ningxue like a wall and blowing the creatures that tried to approach her away. The Jagged Paw Green Demons were ocean creatures. They were sensitive to moisture, but they were unable to sense any strange airflows. They assumed they could easily cut the female magician into pieces by flanking her simultaneously, but to their surprise, Mu Ningxue stayed still and used the wind disc trap perfectly. The strong wind howled fiercely and formed a tornado with Mu Ningxue at its center. Both the leaping Jagged Paw Green Demons leaping and those attacking her on the ground were tossed into the air by the strong wind barrier. 2 of the Jagged Paw Green Demons slammed into one another and stabbed each other's faces with the spikes on their heads. The paralyzing effect soon took hold, the 2 Jagged Paw Green Demons suffering facial nerve paralysis. The flesh on their faces hung loosely, as if they had turned into 2 extremely aged demon creatures. They looked rather comical. The leader of the Jagged Paw Green Demons was infuriated. Its 4 idiotic subordinates had missed a great opportunity, wasting the effort that it had put in. It had no choice but to settle the fight itself. The Jagged Paw Green Demon broke free from the ice entrapping its legs. Its throat shuddered, seeing Mu Ningxue had her back to it. The creature fired a long, thin water beam at Mu Ningxue's slender back. Mu Ningxue had her ice chain wrap around her waist. It dragged her to the side, barely dodging the surprise attack. The water beam struck a balcony and punctured it. The leader of the Jagged Paw Green Demons had perfectly demonstrated that it was possible to puncture rock with water. Unfortunately for it, Mu Ningxue would never lower her guard in a fight. "I'm here to help." Guan Yu glided across the sky with a wind track and landed beside Mu Ningxue. Guan Yu's offensive capabilities were quite outstanding, especially the unique arm gauntlet he was wearing. If he was given the chance, he basically could kill warrior-level creatures like the Jagged Paw Green Demons with a single blow. The truth was, even if Guan Yu did not show up, Mu Ningxue had no problem looking after herself. She was an ice magician. The ice element was not known for its ability to end fights in a short period of time, but for the advantages it had in a prolonged fight. Mu Ningxue's frost never stopped spreading. The Jagged Paw Green Demons felt their skin turning numb and their bones turning stiff. They did not realize that they were actually getting slower. The frost would fully penetrate the creature's muscles, bones, hearts, and blood with enough time. As such, in just a few more minutes, Mu Ningxue would not even need to waste her energy on the Jagged Paw Green Demons. They would simply lose their ability to fight due to the frost, and be shattered by Mu Ningxue's ice chains. Guan Yu basically enjoyed the fruits of Mu Ningxue's work. Using his agility and speed, his claw gauntlet rapidly stabbed the weak points of the Jagged Paw Green Demon, slowed down by the frost, and took two of them out in an instant. The leader of the Jagged Paw Green Demons decisively turned around and ran away. It was obvious that the creature had finally realized it was slowing down. The leader and the two Jagged Paw Green Demons split up and fled for their lives, escaping into the warm sea water. However, Mu Ningxue managed to intercept one of the Jagged Paw Green Demons that had suffered facial paralysis. Guan Yu broke the lower half of the Jagged Paw Green Demon's body into ice cubes with a kick, and stabbed its heart with the claw gauntlet. It turned out that most of the creature's body was already frozen. Guan Yu did not see any blood flowing out when he stabbed the creature. "Stay with me, you haven't fully recovered yet. I'm worried that something might happen to you." Guan Yu was an arrogant young master of a renowned family in front of the others, yet he would somehow turn into a considerate man around Mu Ningxue. Even his tone was a lot gentler. Mu Ningxue hated to be interrupted during her fighting. If Guan Yu had not shown up, there was no chance she would have let the leader of the Jagged Paw Green Demons escape. However, she knew it was useless to reject the man's offer. Guan Yu had realized how effective the shameless tactic was from Mo Fan, so he began to use the same method to stay close to her. "Stay closer to where Nanyu is, I'm worried about Nan Rongni still," said Mu Ningxue. All right, I will definitely protect your friend." Guan Yu hesitated for a moment before nodding. He believed it was reasonable to win the favor of Mu Ningxue's bestie to earn her affection. After Mu Ningxue intelligently drove Guan Yu away, she stared at the surging currents around the building. The current had risen by another meter, and seemed like it was still rising. It was not a good sign for the team. The rising water would significantly limit the space available to the magicians. Even magicians who were experts at fighting underwater would not dare to jump into the water now. The loud cry of an infant came from below. Mu Ningxue looked into the direction of the cry and recognized the white sobbing demon that had severely injured Nan Rongni. It was still alive, and currently floating on the surface of the water with one of its tentacles raised high into the air. Half of the other tentacle had already regrown, even though it was chopped off not long ago. It seemed like a new stinger would soon reform from the severed end. Such remarkable regeneration! Mu Ningxue exclaimed in surprise. Mu Ningxue had a strong feeling that the white sobbing demon was a tougher opponent than the team had assumed. Otherwise, Nan Rongni would have easily recovered from the injury she suffered with a few drops of healing liquid, yet she still had trouble standing on her own. Crap! Nonyu's voice shouted in the communication device. Everyone panicked slightly after hearing her voice, as it was rare to see her in shock. What happened? Ari Jiangtu's deep voice spoke into the communication device. Nan Rongni is poisoned, and it looks deadly. Not only didn't the wound on her leg recover, it has begun to fester, the veins on her leg are visible, and they have all turned white. Her voice had more than a hint of anxiety. Chapter 823. In a pinch after being surrounded. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyan's heart was burning with anxiety when he saw the painful expression on Nan Rongni's sweat-covered face. Nan Rongni was a healer, but it was difficult for a healer to diagnose herself. She was totally unaware of the deadly poison that was spreading inside her body. Zhu Jiming, "Come here at once," yelled Zhao Manyang when he recalled that Zhu Jiming was a poison magician. "There's no need to summon me, I can cast poison or drive poison away, but I can't treat anyone that is poisoned." "Didn't we bring all kinds of antidotes?" "Are you telling me that none of them works?" said Zhu Jiming. "We have to bring her away from the battlefield. The poison is too strong, her life might be at risk," declared Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang and Nan Rongni were fully focused on the fight against the jagged paw green demon, and did not realize that Nan Rongni was in so much pain that she could no longer make any noise. When they finally went to check up on her, they realized that the poison had spread all across her leg, and was moving toward her waist and upper body. There was still a chance to save her if the poison reached her liver and stomach, but if it reached her heart, even the heavens could not save her. "Can't do, we're being surrounded by sea monsters. Trying to break out from the surround would only split the team further, not to mention how dangerous it is when carrying an injured member," said Ari Zhangtu. The number of sea monsters rapidly increased as the tide rose higher. It was impractical to break out of the surround with an injured member. They had no choice but to hold their ground defensively. If anyone left their position, the whole group might be overrun. The white sobbing demon is a rare species. Even I wasn't aware that its tentacles are poisonous. No one can guarantee that we can find the antidote to the poison even if we brought her to the safe zone. In my opinion, we should send someone to ask the other teams, and see if they know how to cure the poison, said Jiang Yu. The number of the sea monsters was increasing when a member of the team was injured, not to mention that the member was the healer on the team. The whole team was suddenly in a panic. It was difficult to come to a verdict when there were many people on a team. As such, when there were conflicting opinions, the team members would feel even more agitated. "I have some herbs that can keep her alive longer. I'll take care of her, don't let the jagged paw green demons come any closer," Zhao Manyang told Nanyu. Nanyu nodded and tried her best to calm down and listen to the movements of the surrounding creatures. Ari Jiangtu was already making his way to where the other teams were. He was the only person that could still move around freely with his space element. The team did not dare to lower their guard after realizing Nan Rongni was poisoned. The sea monsters were scarier and more cunning than they had imagined. The tide continued to rise, with endless sea monsters jumping out of the water. Most of the sea monsters in their area were melee types, like the jagged paw green demons, but the kinds that could cast powerful magic had already appeared in other zones. The situation looked extremely grim for the humans. Ari Jiangtu cast Blink continuously as he wove through the streets towards the zone master. As soon as Ari Jiangtu landed on a building, he immediately saw a huge wave crushing the buildings nearby like a gigantic beast. "Watch out!" Ari Jiangtu heard the voice of a mature woman amid the blast. He quickly glanced in her direction and drew a star pattern, vanishing into thin air. The huge wave came down, instantly crushing 5 buildings into pieces in a shocking manner. The woman only saw Ari Jiangtu being devoured by the wave, yet did not notice a person had appeared behind her out of nowhere. She was about to let out a sigh when Ari Jiangtu tapped her on her shoulder. How are you behind me?" The woman was surprised, but she was able to recover fairly quickly. "I have the space element," answered Ari Jiangtu. "No wonder, that explains it. I remember you, you're the captain of the 7th team. Why have you come to the 2nd team? We are all advanced magicians here." "Oh, you're an advanced magician too, but you should be looking after your zone. Otherwise, it's going to increase the burden of the other teams. The sea monsters aren't really the merciful kind," blurted out the woman. "Someone on our team is poisoned." It was the white sobbing demon. Ari Jiangtu was not in the mood to chit-chat with the woman. He immediately told her why he had come. "White sobbing demon? Why would your team encounter something like that? Don't tell me you've escorted the injured away." The woman seemed to be surprised. Her eyes were also showing a hint of fear at the mention of the white sobbing demon. "Not yet," said Ari Jiangtu. "That's a relief. Don't take the injured away, it will only make the poison spread faster inside her. Even if you brought her to the Magic Association in Tokyo, I believe there's no antidote there, either. The antidote to the white sobbing demon's poison is quite special, it can't be stored in any container. What's the antidote? If you've seen the white sobbing demon, you must have noticed the white meat lump on its head that has a smooth and shiny surface, like the head of an infant. The antidote is inside the lump. Once the liquid leaves the lump, it will turn into powder within an hour. If anyone is poisoned by the white sobbing demon, you must not let the white sobbing demon run away, or else it's going to be impossible to deal with the poison. Did your team capture or kill the white sobbing demon? Asked the woman. It ran away. Ari Jiangtu's expression sank. Then what are you doing here still? Go find it quick. The white sobbing demon's poison is exclusive. Only the white sobbing demon that poisoned your teammate has the antidote. It's a very rare species. Your team is very unlucky to stumble onto one, added the woman. Ai Jiangtu immediately took out his communication device and relayed the information about the antidote to the team. Everyone was still clueless about what to do after learning how to acquire the antidote, since no one knew where the white sobbing demon was. They were also heavily surrounded by the jagged paw green demon. It was impossible to search for the white sobbing demon without killing all the creatures surrounding them. What do we do now? Asked Jushu. What choice do you think we have? Let's get rid of these jagged paw green demons. The white sobbing demon has fled into the water. God knows where the creature is now. Damn it, why did she have to put herself in danger like that when she's the healer? She should have asked someone else to check the cry of the infant out. Someone on the team started grumbling. Everyone was already in a pinch trying to protect themselves from the jagged paw green demons. How could they possibly spare anyone to look for the white sobbing demon? Mu Ningxue, strange, did anyone see Mu Ningxue? I saw her heading for the 19th Street. She's going after the white sobbing demon on her own. Don't panic, stay where you are. Nanyu's voice suddenly said in everyone's ear. Her voice was incredibly loud, which left their ears buzzing. It also helped everyone to calm down. Nanyu was trying to warn the team. She had just heard lots of jagged paw green demons approaching them. We're being surrounded. Nanyu's voice was suddenly extremely heavy. Chapter 824. The Power of the Magic Cat. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Creatures with lumpy green skin leapt out from the water and landed on the roofs occupied by the humans using their outstanding jumping ability. Their jagged paws were clashing with ear-splitting crackles. Their eyes were staring at the humans scattered across the roofs, full of frenzied savagery. Sea monsters were usually more intelligent than most demon creatures, especially those with high lineage. For some reason, killing humans had become a glorious achievement for the sea monsters of the Pacific Ocean. Some would even leave markings on their scales to count the number of humans they had killed, like the medals and badges worn by a soldier or a general. The previous jagged paw green demons were only sent here as scouts, to learn how many humans the area had. Once the scouts were done with their job, the rest of the army immediately advanced, to wipe out the teams of magicians. Guan Yu also noticed that the captain of the jagged paw green demons whose limbs and body had been frozen by Mu Ningxue among the sea monsters. More elite sea monsters had shown up. The magicians could pick them out from among the sea monsters based on their size and the color of their skin. These elite monsters were normally stronger than most warrior-level creatures, since the species of jagged paw green demons was infamous for its expertise in fighting. So many, how many are there? Nan Rongni will die from the poison if we have to wait until we kill every single one of them, exclaimed Zhao Manyang worriedly. He had the urge to change all his elements and become a powerful magician with destructive spells, just so he could eliminate the jagged paw green demons as quickly as possible. However, all he could do right now was to stop the demon creatures from getting closer and defend against their attacks. Mu Ningxue is on her own. She might be in danger too. She hasn't fully recovered, said Jiang Xiaoshu nervously. Jiang Xiaoshu had learned from her mistake. She quickly jumped to the roof where Zhao Manyang, Nanyu, and Nan Rongni were. As a psychic magician, she needed protection from a defensive magician like Zhao Manyang the most, since she was the least capable of killing the sea monsters on the team. We can't break out from the surround, either, noticed Jushu. Jiang Yu, is your knight Rakshasa able to escape the surround? Ai Jiangtu was worried about Mu Ningxue since she was on her own. She had used the ice crystal bow that was beyond her limits recently, so she must still be weak. Not a problem. Jiang Yu nodded. Send your knight Rakshasa after Mu Ningxue, we must find that white sobbing demon, said Ai Jiangtu sternly. The team was in the most dangerous situation they had been in since they embarked on the journey to train themselves. Ai Jiangtu had already maximized the potential of his curse element. As an advanced magician, he had no trouble killing the warrior-level creatures, but there were simply too many of them. If he left the team to search for Mu Ningxue, he was worried that the others would not hold on. Fei, go find her, and protect her at all cost. Do you understand? Jiang Yu immediately ordered his contracted beast. The knight Rakshasa seemed unwilling, yet she still headed in the direction that Mu Ningxue had gone. The knight Rakshasa was only a meter tall. Her petite figure resembled a slender girl around the age of 10. Her front limbs barely touched the ground as she moved, like a nimble cat sprinting in the shadows. When she dashed forward at full speed, her slender figure turned into a black line of shadows weaving past the clumsy jagged paw green demons. The creatures finally reacted after some time. The captain of the jagged paw green demons from before let out a weird shriek after it saw something trying to escape from their envelopment. It immediately sent its minions over to hunt the little creature down. The cry immediately caught the attention of 8 jagged paw green demons. They were initially climbing along the walls and hiding in the corners. They showed themselves after being summoned by their captain, staring at the knight Rakshasa greedily. Meow! The knight Rakshasa's cry was filled with a hint of disdain. She ran to the edge of the building and jumped across to the other building, and a jagged paw green demon suddenly jumped up after it. It was trying to cut the knight Rakshasa in half in mid-air. The knight Rakshasa was incredibly agile. She evaded the attack in the air and kicked the eye of the jagged paw green demon to launch herself higher into the air with a front flip. Her claws reached ahead, and the spinning knight Rakshasa turned into a whirling razor, slicing across a jagged paw green demon as she landed on the opposite building. The jagged paw green demon was cut in two. The whirling knight Rakshasa rapidly flew across the gap between the two halves of the body and proceeded on her way without turning her head. She was just too quick. The rest of the jagged paw green demons were immediately left behind. It had all happened within a breath. The members of the team were startled after witnessing it. Isn't Jiang Yu's little cat a bit too strong? The warrior-level jagged paw green demons were tricked around like dumb donkeys. They simply have no chance of stopping her. She will take care of Mu Ningxue. Let's focus on the trouble in front of us, Jiang Yu said to Ai Jiangtu. Ai Jiangtu summoned a cursed evil spider. It spat out red spider silk to entrap 3 of the jagged paw green demons, and slowly drained away the energy of their souls. Jiang Yu no longer had his contract beast around, but he proceeded to swipe a lunar white arc through the air to cast dimensional summoning. His summoned beast was fairly strong too, but there was still a great difference in strength compared to his knight Rakshasa. The East Maritime fortress was covered in a mist, greatly reducing the visible range. The water continued to rise. It had been a while since the East Maritime fortress had experienced such a great tide and tough battle. The air was full of water vapor. The outline of a slender figure was floating in the air. Her wet silver hair was sticking to her pale white face. Nan Rongni, hang in there. Mu Ningxue searched aimlessly in the mist. She only knew the direction the white sobbing demon was moving in, but she had no idea where to start. Only the white sobbing demon that injured Nan Rongni could save her life. The East Maritime fortress was in total chaos, and the chance of finding the white sobbing demon was just too low. However, despite the uncertainties, there was no way Mu Ningxue would watch Nan Rongni die like that. She wouldn't give up on finding the creature. There's no way she would let the filthy, despicable sea monster take away Nan Rongni's kind, sacred life. Chapter 825. A Monster with Disguise. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Meow. Mu Ningxue heard a familiar cry in the mist. She turned around and saw an intelligent cat-like beast shrouded in the darkness standing on the building less than 50 meters away. The creature's glittering eyes were staring right back at her through the mist. Mu Ningxue was overjoyed. Wasn't that Jiang Yu's Night Rakshasa? Mu Ningxue had turned off the communication device. The others on the team kept saying useless things. She preferred not to waste her time arguing with them, so she had no idea that Jiang Yu had sent his contracted beast over to help her. Meow, the intelligent Night Rakshasa suddenly screeched. She quickened her pace and dashed toward Mu Ningxue like a black meteorite flying close to the ground. Mu Ningxue was startled. Why was the creature lunging at her? The Night Rakshasa was using shadow dance, allowing her to move rapidly through the shadow without touching the ground. When the Night Rakshasa arrived in front of Mu Ningxue, she jumped up and waved her claws rapidly in the air. Mu Ningxue finally realized there were lots of white silks around her. She was completely surrounded by the white silks without even noticing them. The mist had prevented her from noticing them. The Night Rakshasa slashed the white silks with her claws. She lifted her sharp gaze and stared at a tall building 10 meters away. The building seemed to be taller than the rest of the buildings nearby. Mu Ningxue did not notice it at first, but as the Night Rakshasa fixed her gaze onto the building, she realized that it was not because the building was taller, but there was a monster sitting on top of it, the one that had spat out the silks. The monster was able to change its color. It was currently gray-white, the exact same color of the buildings, allowing it to blend perfectly with the building it was sitting on. It was almost impossible to notice its presence without taking a closer look. Mu Ningxue's heart started pounding heavily. The sea monsters had extraordinary capabilities and were extremely cunning. Humans would easily become the food in their stomach if they weren't careful enough. Feifei, let's focus on finding the white sobbing demon. Don't bother fighting it, Mu Ningxue chose. Mu Ningxue was unable to take a clear look at the creature that had disguised itself as part of the building, yet she knew that the creature was tough. It would be a waste of time to fight the creature now. Judging from the Night Rakshasa's reaction, Mu Ningxue could easily tell that the Night Rakshasa was treating the creature as a worthy opponent. Mu Ningxue decisively summoned a gust of wind and proceeded to search for the white sobbing demon when she saw the creature did not continue attacking them. Meow! The Night Rakshasa stopped Mu Ningxue when she was about to leave. The Night Rakshasa stood on her feet and pointed her paw in a completely opposite direction. Are you telling me to go that way? Speculated Mu Ningxue. Meow! Do you know where the white sobbing demon is? Asked Mu Ningxue excitedly. Mu Ningxue suddenly remembered that the Night Rakshasa was the one that had injured the white sobbing demon. She was sniffing at her claws that had slashed the white sobbing demon's chest open. It seemed like the claws had caught the scent of the white sobbing demon's blood. The Night Rakshasa ignored the creature on the roof and led Mu Ningxue in the direction of the 19th zone. As soon as Mu Ningxue left the place, she vaguely heard someone cursing. They seemed to be mentioning something about a dog. The voice, the tone, and the way he cursed reminded Mu Ningxue of someone. However, as a new wave splashed across the building, Mu Ningxue was unsure if she had heard it wrong. Meow! The Night Rakshasa cried out, signaling Mu Ningxue to keep pace with her. Mu Ningxue did not think too much. She cast a wind track and followed closely behind the Night Rakshasa. She was feeling uneasier as more time passed. It felt like she could still hear Nan Rongni's painful groans coming from the communication device that was still turned off. Can you stop cursing? Mochizuki Chihaya was not a fan of Mo Fan's habits. Where are his manners? How did someone like him got selected to represent the national team? Is China really running short on talents? Damn, I was cursing in Chinese, how did you understand that? Mo Fan was surprised. Anyway, don't let me hear it again. I have heard enough of the curses you Chinese let go in Japan, Mochizuki Chihaya retorted angrily. You're crazy, I didn't come to Japan to serve the mistress of a renowned clan like you. That thing was disguising itself as a building. I didn't kill it because I'm in a rush, why can't I curse it? Are you telling me to be polite toward demon creatures? It's pretty obvious that the creature wasn't being polite in the first place. White and slimy, how disgusting. Mo-fan did not stop complaining. Mochizuki Chihaya simply rolled her eyes. She was embarrassed to team up with a man like him. The sea monster had only disguised itself and set up some white silk waiting for its prey to step into the trap, yet Mo-fan ended up scolding its family up to its ancestors. Was there any meaning to it? Stop talking, the communication device finally has a signal, said Mo-fan. Mochizuki Chihaya blushed angrily. Asshole, was she even talking? It was him scolding the concealed monster all along. The communication device implied that they were very close to the 20th zone. Mo-fan heard serious voices communicating in the channel. He did not hear any meaningless chat. It was obvious that the team was currently in the middle of a fight. Mo-fan felt uneasy to interrupt all of a sudden. Is Mu Ningxue there? Mo-fan turned on the communication device and asked softly. Didn't Mu Ningxue go after the white sobbing demon? Which idiot is asking, damn, Mo-fan, you traitor, you finally came back. None you, their captain is behind you. Jiang Xiaoshu, interrupt its channeling, don't let it spit the water, yelled Zhao Manyang. Mo-fan, Mu Ningxue is on her own. She should be heading toward the 19th zone. Go look for her. Are you guys all right? I feel like you're in a pinch too, asked Mo-fan, being kind for once. Nan Rongni is dying from a deadly poison. We can still hold on for a little longer. Go and find Mu Ningxue, and keep an eye for a white creature that cries like an infant. You have to hunt it down. It's the white sobbing demon, the only creature that has the antidote to the poison, someone immediately explained to Mo-fan. Mo-fan was astounded. Nan Rongni was poisoned, and her life was in danger. Chihaya, go help them. I'll go look for Mu Ningxue. Mo-fan realized how grave the situation was. He no longer had the mood to joke around. What happened? Nan Rongni is the healer on our team. She is poisoned, and the others are surrounded by sea monsters. Their lives are in danger, too. Mo-fan told her. Chapter 826. Fierce Shark Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. 19th Zone, 19th Zone. Where the hell is the 19th Zone? The whole place was a vast expanse of whiteness because of the mist, and Mo-fan couldn't find the right direction. He never stopped cursing under his breath. The swift star wolf was a terrestrial creature. His fur was soaking wet from the moisture, looking like a drowning dog. It felt like the creature had lost his dignity as a wolf after losing his handsome fur. He was low-spirited, and the raw briny smell was hindering his nose, too. Hey, buddy, is this the right way to the 19th zone? Mo-fan quickly ran forward and asked when he saw a person standing on a roof. Only a weirdo like Mo-fan would ask for directions in the middle of a battle. The man turned around and spoke with a deep voice. Mo-fan could not tell what language it was. I can't hear you, can you speak louder? F***K me, accursed Mo-fan, who quickly dodged aside. A poisonous tongue flew right at him with outstanding force. He could feel the strong airflow as it went by. The tongue would likely smash the bones in his face to pieces if it landed. No wonder Mo-fan was cursing non-stop, these sea monsters were just too cunning. He had already stumbled into a creature that disguised itself as a building while spitting out white silk, and now, another one was disguising itself as a human in the mist. The creature's silhouette resembled a human, but its body was covered in scales. Its joints had bones like shark fins. It had a flat mouth, similar to a shark, taking up 2/3 of its face, housing that poisonous tongue. Mo-fan grimaced in disgust knowing that he had stumbled into a sea monster while only asking for directions. The fierce shark demon was ranked highly in terms of savagery among the sea monsters. Normally, Mo-fan would have the urge to pluck all its fangs and use them for decoration purposes, yet he was not in the mood today. The fierce shark demon's mouth was full of blood. Mo-fan caught a glimpse of a torn garment between the gap of its teeth. It seemed like the creature had just enjoyed a pleasant meal. Not a single bone was left. He was wondering which magician had fallen victim to it. "I'm not going to beat you up, so you better not trouble me. Let's mind our own business." Mo Fan stared at the fierce shark demon alertly. His instincts were telling him that the creature was not an easy opponent. Mo Fan slowly navigated around the creature to proceed on his way. The fierce shark demon was watching Mo Fan. Judging from the twitch of its facial muscles, it seemed to be grinning. The grin was just as its name suggested, scarily fierce. "Eat this!" Mo Fan made his move, taking the initiative to attack without waiting for the fierce shark demon's response. He did not need to summon the flames before the attack, as his fist simply erupted in flames as he was swinging his arm through the air. Mo Fan would be out of his mind if he believed the creature would let him go easily. The blazing flame on his right hand was as strong as usual despite the moisture in the air. The sparks immediately spread into their surroundings and set the area on fire. The fierce shark demon was totally unprepared, and was blasted a great distance away. It slammed into the building on the other side of the street and fell into the water. Lucky for the creature, the street was flooded by the tide. Otherwise, it would have suffered greatly from the prolonged burning of the rose flame. Mo Fan immediately continued on his way after taking care of the obstruction. The whole place was surrounded by sea monsters. Heavens knew if the creature would return with its tribe to get revenge. Mo Fan had made a smart decision. Not long after he left, a few shark heads popped out of the water, exposing their grinding fangs above the surface of the water. They glanced around, searching for the shameless magician, yet the man was already long gone. They had no choice but to snap their jaws at the buildings to vent their frustration. Mo Fan was feeling nervous. How had the sea monsters invaded the East Maritime fortress so quickly? The whole place was already full of them. How many sea monsters did the huge tide bring to the fortress? He had no idea how much time they would need to slay all the sea monsters. Please tell me I'm moving the right way. Mo Fan had totally lost his directions. His surroundings were covered in the mist. The visible range was only 200 meters. The buildings on every street looked incredibly similar without any landmark that stood out among them. Mo Fan was afraid to be told that he was in the 21st zone when he finally saw a human. It seems like there's someone ahead. Mo Fan finally saw some light produced by spells in the mist. There was no way the figure was a sea monster, since it was visibly casting spells. Mo Fan immediately quickened his pace and went after the light. The buildings shook underneath him. Mo Fan felt uneasy as soon as he started running toward the light. As he proceeded further, he realized that the mist was not as strong in the area, most likely because the light magicians were trying to drive the mist away. Mo Fan immediately went over to where the people were after the visibility improved. Loud vibrations were buzzing in the ears. Mu Ningxue knelt down and hid inside a building. The building was basically empty, there was no windows or doors. She was able to see the street easily, and a monster with 4 spiky arms moving along it. The main street was a lot wider, the buildings on both sides were up to 100 meters apart, but there were not many magicians around, as a commander-level creature had appeared. Blue Valley Ferocious Beast. Mu Ningxue recognized the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast. It was one of the 2 that the team encountered before in the 19th zone. Likewise, the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast had also recognized Mu Ningxue. 5 minutes ago, Mu Ningxue had finally found the trail of the white sobbing demon, but when she turned a corner, the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast was inches from her face. Luckily, the Night Rakshasa reacted in time and scratched out the single eye on the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast's face. Otherwise, Mu Ningxue's life would have been in danger. The Night Rakshasa was injured after it was hit by the spikes on one of the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast arms. There was a clear bleeding cut on the Night Rakshasa's chest. "Are you all right?" Mu Ningxue blamed herself. If she wasn't so occupied with the white sobbing demon, she would have avoided stumbling into the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast. The Blue Valley Ferocious Beast had obviously sniffed her out. It was waiting for her so it could get its revenge. The first appearance of the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast was here in the 19th zone, but it had now appeared in the same zone once again. It was hard to tell what the creature was up to. Meow. The night Rakshasa licked her paw, before placing it on the cut. Soon, the cut stopped bleeding. That's a relief. Mooningshua let out a relieved sigh after seeing that the little cat demon was fine. Chapter 827. Chased by the Ferocious Beast. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Blue Valley Ferocious Beast snorted hard, knocking the water vapor of the mist down like raindrops. Mooningshua was hiding in the building, yet she could still feel the cold, wet air flowing in her direction. Both she and the night Rakshasa were holding their breath, as they were afraid that even the slightest gasp would attract the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast's attention. They were no match against the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast, not to mention the group of creatures sticking close to it that had mouths like sharks and sharp bones on their joints. Their size was similar to humans, and they even had legs like humans. The only difference was their feet were like swim fins, allowing them to move freely both in the water and on land. The fierce shark demons had deep voices. They were basically illegible if one were not listening to them carefully. The night Rakshasa stuck close to the wall and raised its black, furry ears, like the ears of a fairy, elegant and beautiful. Meow Tilda the night Rakshasa let out a soft cry and pointed in two directions, signaling to Mooningshua that two fierce shark demons were approaching the building. We must leave at once, agreed Mooningshua. The white sobbing demon was in the area, too. Any minute they wasted would increase the risk to Nan Romney's life. However, it was impossible for her to use the ice crystal bow in her current state. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to use it, regardless of the price she had to pay. Meow Tilda the night Rakshasa's eyes flickered intelligently as she told Mooningshua her plan. Are you telling me to lure those creatures away, and you'll hunt the white sobbing demon down? Asked Mooningshua. The night Rakshasa nodded. It was impractical to fight the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast. All they needed to do was hunt the white sobbing demon and leave. It was the only option left. The night Rakshasa was indeed a highly intelligent creature. She knew Mooningshua had stepped on the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast's tail before, thus the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast would not let her leave easily. As such, the only way was to use Mooningshua as bait to lure the monsters away, so the night Rakshasa could hunt the white sobbing demon as quickly as possible. Alright, but once you kill the white sobbing demon, don't come back here. Regroup with the team instead and hand the antidote to your master. The antidote will dry up into powder in a short amount of time. If we're stuck here, Mooningshua agreed with a nod. The night Rakshasa left to track the white sobbing demon down. She utilized her shadow spells, avoided the two fierce shark demons patrolling the building, and waited for her chance. However, the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast was a commander-level creature, and its senses were a lot sharper. The night Rakshasa was unable to escape its watch, and it needed Mooningshua to lure the creature away. Mooningshua took a deep breath when she saw the night Rakshasa was in position. It was fortunate that Jiangyu had sent his intelligent contracted beast to lend her a hand. Otherwise, she would be roaming aimlessly through the East Maritime fortress, like a headless fly. However, Mooningshua had no idea how long she could last if the Blue Valley Ferocious Beast chased after her. The ice crystal bow was unavailable, and she still had not fully recovered from her injuries. It would be difficult to flee from a commander-level creature. The wind started blowing. Mooningshua suppressed the air around her without gathering the attention of the two fierce shark demons close to her. Mooningshua suddenly made her move. She summoned an icy breeze and sprinted in the other direction. The fierce shark demons trying to entrap her were stunned, before crying out in deep voices to signal their comrades and king that they had found the woman. Every fierce shark demon started crying simultaneously. Most creatures from the shark tribe had gathered at the main street, and their deep, resonating cries soon echoed around the area. The Blue Valley Ferocious Beast immediately turned around and followed the cries to where the woman was spotted. Half of its body was submerged, it was half running, half swimming toward Mooningshua. The creature did not forget the pain it suffered from her arrow. It had noticed that Mooningshua's aura was not as strong as it was during their first encounter. These savage sea monsters were vengeful creatures. Even the slightest grudge could only be resolved through death. As such, it hated Mu Ningxue far more than any other magician in the 19th zone. It was difficult to stop a commander-level creature who was determined to run away. However, considering the pressure they were currently under, those around could not help but wish that someone was able to lure the commander-level creature away. "Why is the Blue Valley Ferocious beast leaving?" asked an aged magician observing the main street. "It seems to be heading toward where Hirose is." "Hirose, Hirose, watch out for the Blue Valley Ferocious beast, it's heading your way, avoid contact with the creature." The people in the 19th zone had their own communication channel, allowing them to share the information on the commander-level creature easily. "Got it, oh, the creature is chasing after a woman, silver hair, it's her." The first half of the sentence was Hirose talking to his team, but the second half was him mumbling to himself. Unlike the other magicians, Hirose was standing on an almost destroyed small wooden boat. It felt like the boat would sink in any second, yet Hirose was wearing a long coat and would not simply allow the tide to torture him like a water lily. He was perfectly stable. With a closer look, it turned out that he was not just standing on the boat, but on the surging current. Hirose was initially planning to run away. However, he was startled when he saw the slender figure being chased by the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. Silver hair, possibly the most unique color for a person's hair that anyone could wish for. Even though the mist was preventing him from seeing her face clearly, he was confident that it was the gorgeous woman he had stumbled into before. Hirose clenched his teeth. He controlled the tide and moved toward the silver-haired woman's position. "This way!" Hirose jumped onto a building with the momentum of the tide and yelled at Mu Ningxue, who was running around aimlessly. Mu Ningxue immediately changed direction when she heard the voice. A few flickers came rapidly from behind. Mu Ningxue did not forget the powerful water beams that the Blue Valley Ferocious beast could fire. There was no way she could reach the buildings in time, and she immediately jumped into the water. "Hirose, don't go, you don't have any backup," his teammates were shouting into the communication device. Hirose stood still with a blank face. The sturdy buildings in front of him collapsed entirely after they were struck by the water beams. The space before him opened up, allowing him to see the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's face. His heart began to pound heavily. For some reason, one eye on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's face was empty, with blood pouring out from the socket. Chapter 828. The Bewitching Evil Voice. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Monster, don't you dare hurt her," yelled Hirose. However, apart from sound magicians, the shouts of a human were as weak as the squeaks of a little mouse to the sea demons, almost negligible considering how soft they were, and their poor hearing in the air. Hirose immediately controlled the water around him when he saw the Blue Valley Ferocious beast almost catching up to Mu Ningxue. The water turned into a huge wave under Hirose's control, pouring down fiercely like a waterfall. The attack did not inflict any damage on the savage Blue Valley Ferocious beast, but it successfully infuriated the creature. The remaining eyes of the creature almost poked out of their sockets, glaring at Hirose, who was like a clown in its eyes. The creature raised one of its sharp legs and stabbed it at Hirose with great force. He could not even see the attack, but the huge crack across the building was telling him a deadly attack was coming right at him. The sharp leg pierced through the spell that Hirose cast, penetrated the building in front of him and hit his right shoulder with its sharpest point. The attack was initially aimed at Hirose's heart. Although the Blue Valley Ferocious beast looked enormous and fierce, it was incredibly precise with its attack, planning to stab and kill Hirose instantly with its sharp leg. Hirose barely reacted by dodging aside when the sharp leg landed on his shoulder. As the creature pulled its leg back, blood poured out from the cut and scattered over the debris on the ground. Hirose clenched his teeth. He did not make any noise despite the enormous pain. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast's attack was simply too fast. Hirose did not even have time to summon his armor. "Run away, quick!" Hirose pressed his hand on the cut, yet it did not stop the blood from pouring out between his fingers. Mu Ningxue did not notice Hirose until now, but she did not respond to his shout. Run away? Didn't he see she was already trying her best to run away? The problem was, the creature was a lot faster than a wind magician. It was impossible to escape from the creature unless she was able to fly into the air with a pair of wind wings. Freeze! Mu Ningxue saw half of the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's body was still submerged. She drew close to the surface of the water and tapped the surging current softly with her foot. The splashing waves turned into ice. The surging current calmed down suddenly as a layer of frost gradually covered the surface. The frost spread further into the water. The layer of ice was almost instantly half a meter deep. The ice continued to spread rapidly. It first covered an area within a few dozen meters, but it soon spread more than 100 meters away. The mist covering the area was a result of the water vapor from the continuous splashing of the waves, and it gradually turned into snow falling from the sky. The snow fell densely and the water was frozen into ice. Mu Ningxue had utilized her domain. Only the power of a domain was able to freeze the whole place in such a short amount of time. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was initially slightly intimidated when it saw the thick layer of frost approaching it. During their last encounter, it was turned into an ice statue by an arrow after it had underestimated the power of the magician. It had yet to fully recover from the injuries, and now the strong frosty aura had appeared once again. It was afraid that the magician would fire the same arrow at it. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast stood 200 meters away and took some time observing the area. Only commander-level creatures would act so cautiously. A while later, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast finally dared to move forward after realizing that the aura of the magician was not as strong as it was before. The thick layer of ice did slow it down, yet it only needed to smash its way through the ice. It was nothing difficult for it. Meanwhile, as the ice grew thicker, the fierce shark demon's movements were greatly limited by the frost. The ice domain restricted their ability to control water, and would even freeze them into ice if they were careless. Phew, Mu Ningxue panted heavily, vapor coming out of her mouth. Normally, she would be able to spread the ice domain further and increase its coverage, just like how she froze the water between the islands when fighting against the scarlet soaring demons. She managed to turn the entire sea close to the scarlet soaring demon's nest into an island of ice. However, the arrow she fired not long ago had drained away too much of her energy. Even though she was able to unleash her ice domain, its effects had been greatly reduced. She could not help but feel worried. This is a great chance for you, isn't it? Mu Ningxue was frowning when a strange voice entered her ears. The voice was very clear, as if it was speaking right beside her ears. Even the furious roar of the Blue Valley Ferocious beast and the sound of everything freezing nearby failed to cover it. Mu Ningxue looked around, but she did not see anything nearby. After Japan, one of you will eventually be replaced, and it's most likely going to be you. The same voice spoke again. It was impossible to identify if the person was a male or a female. After hearing it again, Mu Ningxue realized that the voice was not talking into her ears, but it was right inside her mind. It was similar to the transmission of a psychic magician, delivering a message into her mind without actually talking. Who are you? Why are you talking to me? Mu Ningxue was instantly wary. Look at the creature in front of you. Do you really stand a chance? If you force yourself further, you might die, and even if you manage to survive, you'll still be kicked out of the team. Are you seriously going to accept that? No one knows the pain you've endured, and no one has ever felt compassionate toward your condition. This is a great opportunity for you. The girl is poisoned. It's not bad news, it's a blessing from the heavens for you. If you do nothing and withdraw your petty domain, I can let the Blue Valley Ferocious beast chase after the cat demon that took its eye instead. You've tried your best, she was just being unlucky, that's all. The voice was soft and gentle, like a mother whispering her child to sleep. There was no need to think or do anything, but close the eyes and fall asleep. Mu Ningxue felt dizzy. A strong hint of fatigue struck her like the huge tide that had swamped the East Maritime fortress. No, no way. What exactly are you? Stop saying those disgusting words, and you better hope I don't find where you're hiding. I'll let you vanish from the world, yelled Mu Ningxue furiously. The yell seemed to have shattered the strange, evil voice immediately, allowing Mu Ningxue to reclaim her thoughts mind. The voice had taken her by surprise. The frost that took Mu Ningxue a great effort to produce had weakened significantly. Meanwhile, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was also running toward her after realizing that Mu Ningxue was unable to fire the arrow that had frozen it before. Chapter 829. Attracting Lightning by Oneself. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. This shitty orb is letting out an eerie glow, it better not stir some mess again. Mo Fan took out the essence orb wrapped inside the silver cloth. The bad feeling he had toward the orb grew stronger. He had the urge to get rid of it as quickly as possible. After settling the matter on hand, he would immediately chuck it to Mochizuki Chihaya. She could get rid of it however she wanted. Bringing the orb around felt like he was carrying a time bomb. Maybe he would end up possessed by the orb and become violent, evil, and vicious. Strange, why is it so cold here? Mo Fan mumbled to himself, before he realized the water vapor in the air had turned into snow and fallen to the ground. Mo Fan jumped onto a higher building to locate the source of the cold. He discovered the area around 500 meters away was now covered in frost. The snow was stacking up on the buildings and falling into the water. As he took a closer look, he realized that the water had frozen too. It must be her. Mo Fan was overjoyed, as he was familiar with the frosty aura. It seemed like he had taken the right direction. Luckily, Mu Ningxue had used her domain, turning the water vapor into snow and spreading a layer of frost across the place. Otherwise, he would have had trouble finding her in the chaotic battlefield. Mo Fan headed for the area and saw the fierce shark demons scattered on the ice. Some were hiding in the buildings and heading for the center of the domain. Mo Fan moved between the tall buildings. He finally saw some ice sabers circling a relatively spacious area like a tornado. The wind was blowing a few dozen meters into the sky. The ice sabers looked like some kind of broken ice chains, serving as deadly weapons as they spun around, slaughtering the fierce shark demons. The level of the fierce shark demons here felt a bit lower, unlike those that he had stumbled into when he was asking for directions. They were clustered around in the nearby buildings, layers of ice, and in the waves waiting for the perfect time to strike. However, they were least of Mo Fan's concerns, as his attention was attracted by a creature over 10 meters tall. It was waving its spiked arms, slamming at the center of the tornado as it tried to smash the magician casting the spell. Its overwhelming presence was rather intimidating. Commander level, Mo Fan did not hesitate when he realized how bad the situation was. He sprinted across the rooftops. Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan finally saw her. Her silver hair was eye-catching as always when the whole area was covered in frost. More shockingly, her clothes were stained red, and a puddle of blood was on the ice nearby. Mo Fan felt like he was about to explode after seeing it. F***K off. Mo Fan jumped into the sky from the building. A scorching, purple-black lightning bolt burst out of his body as he reached the highest point. The lightning bolt descended at an angle. The infuriated Mo Fan simply used his body as a conductor to direct the thunderbolt right at the creature. The lightning flickered in the air, followed by a resonating rumble. It landed directly on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's sharp-tipped leg. Lightning disaster! Mo Fan roared. The wild lightning strikes intertwined and struck the ground rapidly, forming a lightning web in an instant. Each flash generated a thunderous explosion. The power of the 4th-tier Thunderbolt easily outmatched the rest of the elemental magic around. Even a commander-level creature would suffer a great shock at the center of a lightning disaster. Its thick scales were unable to protect it from the lightning fully. Standing in the middle of the lightning strikes, Mo Fan felt the lightning nebula in his spiritual world shaking hard, as if the little nebula was unable to endure Mo Fan's bold move of attracting lightning using his own body. Mo Fan was too busy to notice the change of the lightning nebula. His only thought was to chop the creature in front of him into pieces. "You are no match for it," a strange voice spoke in Mo Fan's mind. "If you don't want the creature to hurt her, have a taste of my power," The sea monster is nothing worth mentioning against my power. The voice sounded enticing, and was particularly clear when a person's emotions were at their limit. Piss off, cursed Mo-Fan. Mo-Fan was not in the mood to chat with the voice that appeared out of nowhere. He knew that the lightning disaster was nowhere enough to defeat the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. He totally ignored the voice trying to entice him, as he clearly knew it was from the evil orb wrapped in the silver cloth, even if he was using his ass to think. Telekinesis. Mo-Fan's eyes glowed silver. He clenched his hands into claws, grabbing at the Blue Valley Ferocious beast paralyzed by the lightning disaster. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast's temporarily unable to move. The illusionary claws forcibly lifted it into the air. As Mo-Fan shoved his hands, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was tossed away in a roll before slamming heavily into the buildings lined up nearby. The ice covering the buildings was completely shattered. Not far away, the injured Hirose was dumbfounded as he watched. How violent is that magician? Did he seriously throw the 10-meter-tall Blue Valley Ferocious beast away with just his hands? No, that doesn't sound right. That's the power of the space element. It was impossible for a magician to possess such strength, but it was possible for a space magician to cast telekinesis on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast and forcibly toss it. Hirose was shocked. He had recently bumped into a space magician, and he had stumbled into one again today. That being said, the space magician in front of him was rather wild with his approach. Mo-Fan. Mu Ningxue withdrew the wind around herself and stared at the man covered in lightning in bewilderment. The space element. The spell that Mo-Fan cast was clearly the space element. Silver glow, it was the same move that Ari Jiangta always used. Little Flame Bell. Mo-Fan was in a violent rage. He had no intention of concealing his strength. He immediately summoned Little Flame Bell to lend him a hand. Little Flame Bell immediately engulfed her petite figure in fierce flames as she came out from the contracted space, turning herself into a giant fireball. She directly rammed into the Blue Valley Ferocious beast before it managed to rise to its feet. The fireball was at least 4 meters wide. Their collision resulted in a great explosion. Its light filled up the entire main street, and the ice began to melt from the overwhelming heat. Black Snake Armor. Blood Tabi. Mo-Fan was clearly in a frenzy. He summoned his equipment and acted as if he was going to brawl with the monster. Chapter 830. Void Slash. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The blood Tabi on Mo-Fan's feet instantly strengthened his legs. He directly charged at the Blue Valley Ferocious beast as the black snake armor appeared. Under the current conditions, Mo-Fan's speed was rather impressive. He was basically a blur. He made his way to the building across the street within an instant once he reached the shadows. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was rising from the ground. Its body was still burning from the residue of the flames, but its thick scales were able to ignore the damage. The creature was only infuriated when it felt the scorching heat on its scales. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast uttered a roar when it saw the bold human charging at him. It started swinging its four-spiked arms wildly, each with a force strong enough to break the ice and produce a huge spray of water. A huge mist lingered in the air. Mo-Fan proceeded forward despite the reduced visibility. He jumped to the debris of a building holding a few shadow spikes between his fingers. He split into 2 shadows when he saw the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's arm waving in his direction, and vanished into thin air. Mo-Fan slowly reappeared under the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's enormous shadow. The furious Mo-Fan leapt onto the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's back with a kick. The giant shadow spikes between his fingers split into 6 in total before stabbing at the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's joints between its arms and body. A single giant shadow spike could impair the movement of a warrior-level creature if it landed accurately, yet when fighting against a commander-level creature, the giant shadow spikes could at most restrict the movement of a few body parts. Mo-Fan was targeting the creature's lethal arms. The spikes on them simply posed too great a threat when the creature was swinging them wildly. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast noticed someone on its back. It instinctively tried to pull Mo Fan down, yet its arms were hindered by the black energy. Its upper limbs suddenly felt incredibly heavy. It could no longer lift its arms. Ice lock! Mu Ningxue did not just stand there and watch. She immediately unleashed a frosty aura when she saw Mo Fan engaging the creature so courageously. The ice chains produced in an ice domain were a lot stronger than the usual ice chains. One crystalline ice chain after another appeared under Mu Ningxue's control before flying at the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. The ice chains moved like icy ribbons, aiming for the 6 sharp-toed legs of the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. The creature's legs were incredibly sharp and agile. Not only could the creature stab its target with its legs, it could also slice the target from any angle, especially with the 2 front limbs. They were basically a pair of sharp blades. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was shockingly flexible with its legs. It managed to curl them up, trying to stab Mo Fan on its back, even though he was in a blind spot. Mu Ningxue saw the creature's intentions and immediately reacted. The ice chains lunged forward and wrapped around the creature's lower limbs. It did not matter if a single ice chain was broken, as there were around 8 of them in total. It would take the Blue Valley Ferocious beast some time to break them all. Eat this! Mo Fan threw a meteorite fist at the creature's waist at extremely close distance, breaking the thick scales protecting the creature. He even heard the sound of bones cracking. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast's waist had clearly sunken in. The chains tying its legs prevented it from stabilizing itself. It slammed hard into the ice and debris. The sharp limbs of the Blue Valley Ferocious beast granted it an overwhelming offense, yet it also meant that the creature's body was not as sturdy as other commander-level creatures. If it tried to stand up, its limbs might snap in half. The flames spread rapidly on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's back. Mo Fan did not greedily follow up with another attack. He knew being patient was crucial when fighting against a deadly creature. He immediately jumped to the shadows nearby and relocated himself. A sharp leg suddenly twisted and swept in Mo Fan's direction without any warning. Mo Fan was shocked too. The sharp tip of the leg barely missed his chest. He was currently hiding in a shadow, so it was fairly difficult for the creature to land its attack. Luckily, he did not lose his calm after landing his first attack. Otherwise, even if the counterattack from the beast did not slice him in half, it would still have knocked him flying dozens of meters away. The creature's sharp leg swept past and produced a metallic screech as it scratched the black snake armor. Mo Fan immediately quickly backed off in the shadow, increasing the distance between him and the creature. Lowering his head, Mo Fan saw a clear scratch on his black snake armor. The fact that a random scratch was enough to leave a mark on his high-tier armor clearly implied how powerful the creature's attack was. This shrimp-like monster with sharp legs can even twist them in the opposite direction. Such a weirdo! Most commander-level creatures had evolved to a stage where they were incredibly strong and difficult to kill. Mo Fan had landed a series of attacks on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast and slammed it to the ground with a strong blast, yet it had failed to inflict any serious damage to it. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was perfectly unharmed apart from a few pieces of broken scales on its waist. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast rose to its feet once again. It stuck its sharp legs into the thick ice, while its remaining pair of eyes emitted an eerie red glow. It's casting a spell, blurted out Hirose. The spells of sea creatures did not necessarily have to be of the water element. Since they had a variety of species and most of the sea monsters were mixed bloods, it was impossible to tell what spells they could cast despite their identical looks. The sea monsters would inherit the spells from both their parents, yet their appearance would only resemble one of them. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was a mixed blood, without a doubt. Its eyes had a red glow while its body was emitting a dark glow. Its sharp white legs were suddenly dyed crimson red. The creature lifted its leg before swiping the air. The swing launched a sharp, red flicker of light, slashing forward at lightning speed. The ice was cut in half. The debris was sliced apart. The red flicker was so fast that it was impossible for a human to react. Mo Fan was staring blankly at the slash. He suddenly felt his chest burning, as if his body was being sliced in half even with the black snake armor protecting him. Mo-Fan skidded across the ice. A huge red line was visible on the black snake armor, from which blood was pouring out. The mark of the slash was visible among the combination of ice powder and water vapor close to Mo-Fan. The slash had penetrated the black snake armor despite its outstanding defense. Mo-Fan clenched his teeth as he felt the burning pain from his chest and stomach. Chapter 831. Working together to kill the demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast lifted its leg once again. It was emitting the same eerie red glow. The creature swiped its leg at remarkable speed. It was impossible to deduce the direction of the projectile by looking at its movement. Mu Ningxue! Mo-Fan yelled upon having a bad feeling. Mu Ningxue had realized it too, and let out a soft groan. Walls of ice immediately rose between her and the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. The spectacular stands of ice stood in front of Mu Ningxue in layered barriers. However, as the creature's void slash swept past, the ice walls were sliced in half in the middle. The first ice wall had just cracked into pieces when the second one was sliced open, followed by the third. Mu Ningxue could only stare at the deadly slash in astonishment. She simply had no chance to react in time. If a pedestrian was walking on the street and saw a truck coming right at them all of a sudden, most people would feel their mind going blank, as if their subconscious was telling them that it was meaningless to try and dodge. Mu Ningxue was experiencing the same feeling now. The speed and strength of the creature's attack were just too shocking. It sliced through the 3 layers of ice walls with ease. A strong gust of wind swept at her defenseless body. A brief moment later, Mu Ningxue saw the red slash disappear after it sliced through half of the third ice wall. Her heart totally skipped a beat. The slash had almost pierced through the third ice wall. She would be completely defenseless if it had kept going. She would have been beheaded by the creature's attack without a doubt. This Hirose was speechless from shock. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was a lot scarier than he had imagined. Mo-Fan, run, shouted Mu Ningxue decisively, knowing that they simply stood no chance against the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. Mo-Fan did not force it either. He immediately retreated to Mu Ningxue's side. Luckily, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was only able to use the void slash 2 times in a short period of time. If it was able to fire another slash, someone among them would surely have died. We're stuck here, the fierce shark demons are everywhere. Hirose glanced at his surroundings with a wry smile. In the beginning, the fierce shark demons were stuck outside of Mu Ningxue's domain. However, while they were busy attacking the Blue Valley Ferocious beast, the fierce shark demons had moved closer and surrounded them. This son of a bitch scales are too strong, we can't defeat it, cursed Mo-Fan. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was significantly stronger than the Scarlet Rending Demon. Mo-Fan had basically used all he had, yet the creature was still unharmed. Mu Ningxue nodded. She was thinking of a way to escape when she suddenly recalled Ari Jiangtu mentioning the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's weakness. It has a weakness, she blurted out. You should have mentioned it earlier. Where is it? I initially thought its back was its blind spot considering its size, yet to my surprise, it can twist its legs in the opposite direction, exclaimed Mo-Fan. On its head, there are no scales covering there, answered Mu Ningxue. Hirose was dumbfounded. Were they for real? Were they seriously thinking of killing the Blue Valley Ferocious beast instead of running away under the circumstances? I see, I've sealed its arms, that should last for quite a while still. Its legs can twist and reach its back, but I doubt they can reach its head. It looks like we still have a chance, but the fierce shark demons are coming, said Mo-Fan. If you really want to do it, I can ask my comrades to hold the fierce shark demons off. They are nearby, but they are too scared to engage the commander-level creature, offered Hirose. Splendid, I'll leave the underlings to you. Since escaping was not an option, they had no choice but to fight. Mu Ningxue continued to freeze the water and used a strong icy wind to keep the fierce shark demons at bay. The ice spread rapidly, forming across the place to serve as barricades against the Blue Valley ferocious beast, to hinder its movement temporarily. Meow! The crisp cry came from a tall building. Mu Ningxue quickly turned around and saw the little knight Rakshasa standing on a half-destroyed balcony. Its pitch-black eyes had an intelligent glitter to them. Fei Fei! Mu Ningxue was overjoyed. She did not expect Jiang Yu's contracted beast to return at such crucial timing. Meow! The knight Rakshasa responded with a cry, telling Mu Ningxue that she had slain the white sobbing demon. The knight Rakshasa did not follow Mu Ningxue's words of returning to the team with the antidote after killing the white sobbing demon. The little creature was concerned about Mu Ningxue's safety, since her master had emphasized keeping Mu Ningxue safe. What is that? Mo Fan saw the knight Rakshasa too. She's Jiang Yu's contracted beast, she's good, said Mu Ningxue. Good at acting cute. Meow! The knight Rakshasa jumped down from the building, yet she did not leave a scratch on the ice as she landed nimbly. I guess it's easier with the help of a contracted beast. Little black cat, go and get the Blue Valley ferocious beast's attention. Make sure it exposes its weakness on its head, so I can land my attack on it, said Mo Fan. The knight Rakshasa shook her head and pointed her paws at herself, before pointing at the Blue Valley ferocious beast's head. Mo Fan's face turned dark. He had never seen a contracted beast ordering magicians around instead. She was not cute at all, unlike his little flame belle. Mo Fan, she's more agile than you, let her handle the attack. You get the Blue Valley ferocious beast's attention, said Mu Ningxue. The knight Rakshasa was indeed a strong creature. Even when fighting the Blue Valley ferocious beast face-on, the Blue Valley ferocious beast was not necessarily able to defeat the knight Rakshasa due to her outstanding agility. On second thought, the knight Rakshasa must be an expert at giving her target a deadly blow sneakily. Her fighting style was more suitable to hit the creature's weakness compared to Mo Fan's violent combination of the fire and lightning elements. Fine, you better not run up to its head and end up giving the creature a little scratch. Mo Fan did not have high hopes for the little black cat. Little flame belle, possess! The Blue Valley ferocious beast was coming in his way. The only way to face it head-on was by having the father and daughter in sync. Little flame belle was fully prepared too. Her porcelain doll figure rammed into Mo Fan's chest and immediately set him on fire. The brown calamity fire spread into his surroundings explosively. The fiery aura happened to be contradicting with Mu Ningxue's ice domain, yet when Mo Fan tried to unleash the maximum potential of the flames, he somehow felt that his fire was not weakened by Mu Ningxue's frost and the water vapor in the air. The flames were burning stronger than ever instead. Chapter 832. Rocket Wings. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ling Tilda Little Flame Belle cried out happily, telling Mo Fan that she had learned a new ability, and asking him whether he wanted to try it out now. Mo Fan was surprised. Little Flame Belle had definitely impressed him lately. Considering how diligent she had been, should he spend some money on some fire soul seeds and feed her? Perhaps she would rank up soon? Little Flame Belle's thoughts were linked with Mo Fan's. She could easily shape her flames as Mo Fan wanted to. The calamity fire gradually moved to Mo Fan's back and seemed to take the shape of feathers. More fiery feathers gradually took shape, resembling a pair of wings. Isn't this the 1,000 piercing fiery feathers? Mo Fan asked with a confused look when he saw the fiery wings. 1,000 piercing fiery feathers was the move that Mo Fan had used quite a few times in the past. He could fire the fiery feathers at will, detonating them at the right time to deal spectacular damage to his target. The move was stronger than the fire sword. However, it was more efficient against enormous creatures or a group of demon creatures. In terms of damage output, the fire sword had a slight edge still. Wasn't this supposed to be a new move? Mo Fan was still wondering what was going on when the fiery wings extended out and waved backward. As the blazing red wings waved, every feather exploded and sent the unprepared Mo Fan flying ahead like a rocket. Mo Fan rapidly barreled ahead while staying close to the ice. His flame-shrouded figure was basically a burning missile ramming at the Blue Valley ferocious beast. Arth! Mo-Fan was totally unprepared for it. It felt like he was wearing a jetpack that had accumulated lots of energy on his back. The wind was hitting him hard on the face, even the muscles on his face began to distort. Can you please give your dad a heads up? Arth. Mo-Fan slammed into the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's stomach. Luckily, he was covered in layers of the Rose Flame and Calamity Fire, which protected him from the impact. Otherwise, he would have smashed himself to pieces from the force of crashing into the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's armor at such speed, without dealing any damage to it. What is he doing? Hirose stared at Mo-Fan blankly. To be honest, Mo-Fan looked extremely cool when he was blasting forward like a missile, but what was he thinking, trying to ram his head into a commander-level creature? Meow! The Night Rakshasa had already raised her claws, but her confidence in Mo-Fan dropped rapidly after seeing his approach. The translation for her cry was, "Holy shit, is he retarded?" Even the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was stunned. Its confused look totally implied that it had no idea what the human was up to. Luckily, the surprise stopped the Blue Valley Ferocious beast from attacking. Mo-Fan quickly used the fleeing shadow to withdraw 50 meters away. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast assumed that the human was treating it like a fool. It raised its legs and attacked ferociously. The first stab landed on Mo-Fan's fake shadow. The second stab quickly followed, aiming at Mo-Fan's head. Mo-Fan reacted by crouching down. A cold breeze swept past above his head. His hair was suddenly parted in the middle, with a few strands falling slowly to the ground. Another stab approached once again. Mo-Fan had an uneasy feeling, as he had no idea how to evade it. In the nick of time, an ice chain wrapped around his waist from behind. Mo-Fan skidded on his butt across the ice as he was dragged away by the ice chain. The ice was not perfectly flat, hence his rear was getting abused in the process. However, when he saw two sharpened legs stabbing through his previous location, he completely forgot about the pain as his heart skipped a beat. Can you be a bit more reliable? Mu Ningxue was so angry that she simply had the urge to toss the guy into the creature's mouth. Cough cough, that was a mistake, please give me another chance. Mo-Fan felt extremely awkward. Mu Ningxue loosened the ice chain, giving Mo-Fan back his freedom. My beloved daughter, please don't play me like that. The skill is impressive, it can give me a great boost in terms of speed, but it doesn't really do much unless you use it together with my fiery fist, or you can summon the fire sword too. Mo-Fan did not dare to condemn Little Flame Belle, and spoke to her gently. Little Flame Belle had a fragile heart, like a little baby. If his tone was slightly heavier, the kid would threaten to run away from home. Little Flame Belle realized that trying out a new ability in a fight like this was most likely not the best idea, yet against the commander-level creature, their old moves were not so effective, either. Can you still produce the burning feathers? Asked Mo-Fan. Little Flame Belle nodded and told Mo-Fan that the wings could accelerate 2 times in total. However, the number of times would increase as his cultivation continued to improve. Mo-Fan basically understood the concept of the new ability. The 1,000 fiery feathers were flames in the shape of feathers. When the feathers reached a certain number, they resembled a pair of fiery wings. However, the wings did not grant Mo-Fan the ability to fly, and the fiery feathers mostly served as an offensive ability. The fiery feathers would explode upon collision, and the greater the number of fiery feathers, the stronger the attack would be. Meanwhile, the new fiery feathers were basically an improved version of the 1,000 fiery feathers. They would form a pair of wings on his back, and as the wings beat, they would detonate a portion of the fiery feathers. The sudden burst would then rocket the user along, giving him or Little Flame Belle a shocking speed boost. The ability was handy when attacking the enemy or running away from a fight. Mo-Fan was pretty happy about it, yet it was obvious that it still needed some optimization. The fiery wings on his back did not disappear. However, Mo-Fan did not use the fiery jet wings ruthlessly this time. He needed to figure out what spell would be the best to combine with the new move, and how he was going to run away to a safe distance after landing a hit. His black snake armor was already torn open by the previous slash, which had significantly reduced its duration. Chapter 833. Advanced Meteorite Fist. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The joints of the Blue Valley Ferocious beast clacked roughly. Mo Fan quickly discovered that the creature had regained control of its arms. He was able to stand his ground against the Blue Valley Ferocious beast for so long because the giant shadow spikes had restricted the movement of its arms. However, the Blue Valley Ferocious beast would soon be able to use them again. It would be almost impossible to fight the commander-level creature then. Meow! The Night Rakshasa licked her paws, waiting for Mo Fan to secure her the opportunity to strike. She did not hide in the shadows waiting for her chance to strike from her target's blind spot like other creatures that were specialized in ambushing their targets would. She was utterly confident that she would be able to destroy the creature at its weak spot with a single blow once Mo Fan successfully attracted its attention. Anyway, it was all up to Mo Fan now. Have you come up with a plan? My ice won't last any longer, Mu Ningxue urged him impatiently. After Mo Fan's ridiculous move, Mu Ningxue had been busy keeping the Blue Valley Ferocious beast at bay with all she had. Luckily, the creature was still in her ice domain. Her ice spells were a lot stronger within the domain, still posing a threat to the commander-level creature. Other ice magicians would have been long torn into pieces by the Blue Valley Ferocious beast by now. Little Flame Bell, again. Mo Fan gathered his focus sternly. The calamity fire drifted in the wind. The fiery feathers swiftly gathered on Mo Fan's back and formed two spectacular burning wings at full extension. Little Flame Bell, on my mark, I'm going to count to. Mo Fan was still discussing the timing with Little Flame Bell, but she was so nervous that she simply launched the rocket wings immediately. People who rode in the wind would accelerate gradually just like a normal vehicle, but Mo Fan's rocket wings were completely different. The thrust from the exploding fiery feathers immediately propelled Mo Fan like a terrifying missile. However, he would gradually slow down as he was driving through the air. As such, when the fiery wings beat, the explosion had already sent Mo Fan flying 50 meters ahead, leaving his soul behind. Meteorite Fist. 9 dragons. Mo Fan was able to react fairly quickly. He initially planned to move closer to the creature, cast a lightning disaster, before following up with the fire sword and using the Meteorite Fist as a finale. However, he quickly forfeited the plan and subconsciously cast the strongest move he was most familiar with. That being said, it was impossible for anyone to draw the fire star pattern in his current situation without mastering the ability to draw a star pattern with a single thought. Mo Fan quickly adjusted his stance. He did not want to ram into the scales on the creature's stomach like a toad again. His fist erupted in flames as the wind burned against it. Since Mo Fan was moving at an incredible speed, the two different types of flames unleashed by his fist were left behind, a long trail of fire following behind him like a fiery dragon. The fiery dragon engulfed Mo Fan's entire body with his fist, merging with his fist as one. The punch blazed brilliantly before colliding with the Blue Valley Ferocious beast like a meteorite. It landed on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's stomach once again, but with a totally different strength and aura this time. This Meteorite Fist was comparable to an advanced fire spell. The boost of the rocket wings had further increased its power. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was full of weapons, but its scales were its only defensive mechanism. Mo Fan's punch slammed into the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's stomach like a red-hot poker, lifting the creature's feet off the ground before sending it flying. The scales on its stomach were shattered, scattering across the place like a car wreck. Blue blood splattered across the ground. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast knocked 3 buildings down in its flight, sweeping a huge cloud of dust into the air as it came to a stop. The debris fell onto the ice, cracked it open, and made a huge splash. A scorched path over 100 meters long extended from Mo Fan's feet to where the Blue Valley Ferocious beast landed, resembling the trail the fiery dragon had left behind. Wow! Did anyone see that? Such domineering force. I wonder which advanced magician it was. Hirose's comrades were fighting the fierce shark demons nearby. They happened to witness the astonishing scene and were dumbfounded by it. They could not recall the 19th zone having such a violent fire magician. He's using Fiery Fist too, but why did I feel it was as strong as an advanced fire spell? Gaped a fire magician on Hirose's team with a blank expression. The energy of the Fiery Fist star pattern was comparable to the energy of a Skyflame Funeral. Skyflame Funeral was a spell with wide coverage, thus the damage it would deal to a commander-level creature was unlikely to be stronger than the Fiery Fist. Hang on, wasn't he supposed to attract the creature's attention so the contracted beast could attack its weak point? Hirose was still standing still. He almost dropped his jaw onto the ice. The plan, what about the plan? They were so excited to come up with the perfect plan with distinguished roles to defeat the commander-level creature, but the guy simply broke the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's armor with a single punch. Mu Ningxue's lips twisted. She knew it would turn out like this. She should never believe Mo Fan would stick to the plan. Meow. Meanwhile, the Night Rakshasa reacted according to the situation. Her eyes glittered when she saw Mo Fan breaking the scales on the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's stomach. She immediately disappeared into the street, which was blazing red from the flames. Little cat, back off, I'm not done yet. Mo Fan had the shadow element too. He immediately guessed the approaching creature to be Jiang Yu's contracted beast when he sensed a shadow aura moving rapidly in his direction. Mo Fan stood at the Blue Valley Ferocious beast's previous position. The flames on his fist were extinguished, but the fiery feathers on his back were still burning. Since he could no longer use the rocket wings, he decided to withdraw them instead. The fiery feathers landed around the Blue Valley Ferocious beast under Mo Fan and Little Flame Bell's control, exploding as soon as they landed on it. More feathers gradually landed in the area, resulting in a series of explosions. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast's wounds tore open after being caught in the explosions, especially the area that had lost the protection of its scales. Chapter 834. Adding misfortunes to an unfortunate person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The explosion of the fiery feathers produced a blinding light once again. Even other teams stationed in the 19th zone could hear the loud blast. The flames burned fiercely. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was caught in the burning debris. Its scales were not as effective this time, and it kept rolling on the ground, desperately trying to find water. However, the creature kept slamming into buildings the more it panicked. It finally found a spot where the ice had melted and dove into the water headfirst. The depth of the water was 10 meters, but the Blue Valley Ferocious beast was around 15 meters tall. Somehow the creature had managed to shrink its body and disappeared after jumping into the water. Did it run away? Asked Hirose in lingering fear. I don't think so, it's only a minor injury, said Mu Ningxue. The Blue Valley Ferocious beast was not that weak. It had only dived into the water to put out the flames. Mu Ningxue strongly believed it would return soon. As she predicted, a bloody flicker struck the ice where Mo Fan was standing on. It cut through the thick ice and hit Mo Fan while he was totally unprepared for it, leaving a deep cut on his waist. He still had the black snake armor protecting him. He was fortunate its time had not run out, or the slash would have cut him in half. That son of a bitch is still trying to ambush me after diving into the water. Mo Fan held his side and repositioned himself to a spot with thicker ice. The cut was even more painful than the previous one across his chest. Mo Fan could feel his waist tearing whenever he took a deep breath. He could not tell if the cut had reached his inner organs. Nan Rongni is still waiting for us to deliver the antidote. Let's hurry up, demanded Mu Ningxue in a serious tone. It was impractical to kill the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. Since the creature was able to counterattack in such a short period of time, it simply meant the damage Mo Fan dealt to it was not enough to threaten its life. However, the creature did not dare to show itself again. It was a great chance for them to return to the 20th zone. Let's go, Mo Fan nodded. Are you all right? Mu Ningxue was surprised to see Mo Fan finishing a sentence with just 3 words. It turned out that his injuries were rather serious. Not sure, the cut might have reached my inner organs. Mo Fan's face turned pale as he spoke. He was fighting a commander-level creature after all. The creature had surprised him with a counterattack before he could celebrate after landing his attack. It was obvious that he was still too weak to fight a commander-level creature. He still had lots of room to improve before he could take on a commander-level creature. "We need to stop the bleeding first," said Mu Ningxue. "By the way, is the kidney on the left or the right?" Mo Fan asked seriously. Mu Ningxue frowned. She once again thought there was something wrong with the man's brain. "Is the kidney on the left or the right?" There was a kidney on both the left and the right. Everyone had 2 kidneys. "Answer me quick, if my kidney is damaged, please don't give me the cold shoulder." "Can you be quiet for once?" snapped Mu Ningxue impatiently. Mo Fan believed anyone would feel uneasy when a creature was applying its saliva on their wound, no matter how adorable the creature was. Too bad, Mu Ningxue insisted on it, thus Mo Fan had no choice but to accept the black cat demon's saliva. That being said, it actually worked like a charm. The bleeding stopped in no time, although it was still giving him a dull pain, probably because something inside was damaged. It better not be his kidney. The others could exchange their kidney for an iPhone, but his kidney was worth at least a top-spec MacBook. Mo Fan was praying along the journey. If Nan Roni was not injured, she could easily treat his injuries. However, Nan Roni's life was currently in danger. If his precious kidney was injured, it would be a burden for Xinxia and Mu Ningxue. The journey back was a lot safer. The little cat fully displayed her outstanding fighting power by dealing with the sea monsters they stumbled into on their way back. She basically killed them all instantly. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue saw lots of corpses still intact or torn into pieces floating on the water as they arrived in the 20th zone, all belonging to the Jagged Paw Green Demons. Why are there so many of them? Mo Fan was shocked on seeing the corpses. The number of Jagged Paw Green Demons was twice the number he had imagined. Luckily, Mochizuki Chihaya was an advanced magician. Otherwise, the team would have had trouble staying alive. Nanyu, Zhao Manyang, and Jiang Xiaoshu were overjoyed when they saw Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue's return. However, when they saw the blood on their clothes, they knew they had gone through a lot. The Night Rakshasa handed the antidote to Jiang Xiaoshu. Jiang Xiaoshu immediately tore the cloth off Nan Roni's leg and applied the antidote to the wound. Nan Roni had already lost consciousness. Her face was incredibly pale. It seemed her breathing had stopped, too. The antidote was working very slowly, possibly because it had slightly solidified on the way back. There was nothing they could do but wait. "You will get what you want if you come back a bit later," mocked Mu Tingying with a hollow laugh. Mu Ningxue glanced at Nan Roni, whose life was in danger, and felt her chest burning with anger. It was true that she wanted to stay on the team, yet she would never trade her friend's life for it. She was already furious when she was provoked by the strange voice in her mind, and now Mu Tingying still tried to mock her. She could not hold it any longer. "Meow," the Night Rakshasa cried out and swiped her claws at Mu Tingying's neck. Mu Tingying screamed and immediately ran to the side. "Fei, what are you doing?" Jiang Yu immediately stopped the creature. "Meow," the Night Rakshasa licked her paws. "You dumb cat, I'm going to skin you." Mu Tingying rose to her feet miserably and discovered a few scratch marks on her neck. It had only hit the surface of her skin. She was not bleeding. "Enough. You know how difficult it is to hunt the white sobbing demon, you better not say that again," scolded Nanyu. She could not stand Mu Tingying's sharp tongue either. Mu Ningxue was going to take Mu Tingying down herself, but decided it was not the time to stir trouble since everyone was injured from the fighting. She immediately suppressed her anger. "Humph, doesn't matter, she will be leaving the team soon," said Mu Tingying, before glaring at Jiang Yu. "You better watch your filthy cat." The others simply ignored Mu Tingying. Jiang Xiaoshu was surprised when she saw Mo Fan sitting in a corner silently. Jiang Xiaoshu was confused. Normally, the guy would turn into a rascal when Mu Tingying dared to provoke Mu Ningxue. He would scold Mu Tingying until she could not keep her legs together. Why isn't he reacting this time? "Hey, you, Are you all right? Jiang Xiaoshu nudged him. Mo Fan raised his head with a pale face. Jiang Xiaoshu was stunned at the sight. She quickly covered her mouth. Chapter 835. The Tidefall, Retreat of the Sea Monsters. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you all right? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu worriedly. I'm fine. I won't die. Do you have any water? Asked Mo Fan. Jiang Xiaoshu handed him a water pouch. Mo Fan quickly gulped it down. His lips felt extremely dry. He finally looked better after drinking the water. Is there more? Asked Mo Fan. You're heavily dehydrated. What happened? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu. Nothing serious, just being too careless and I let the Blue Valley Ferocious beast hit me. Commander-level creatures are indeed tough to deal with, said Mo Fan, after he was feeling better. Lie down and take some rest. Blood serums aren't really effective for wounds inflicted by the sea monsters, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Give me more water. How are you so dehydrated? Jiang Xiaoshu let out a relieved sigh after seeing Mo Fan's condition improving. She took the first aid kit and helped Mo Fan treat his wounds to prevent them from worsening. She then gave Mo Fan an injection, some kind of rapid energy boost for magicians, just so he could recover faster. On the other hand, Nan Rongni's condition was finally improving too. The antidote was working like a charm. The poison in her body gradually disappeared. Nan Rongni regained consciousness, but she looked extremely weak. However, the tide was still around, and the battle in the East Maritime fortress was still going on. It was likely that the sea monsters would show up again. There was nothing Mo Fan and Nan Rongni could do due to their injuries. Luckily, the density of sea monsters in the area had reduced. Otherwise, the team would have had a hard time holding the creatures off. The tide is falling. Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Mo Fan leapt up in surprise, too. He quickly rose to his feet and poked his head over the edge of the building. It did seem like the water was lower. The parts of the building that were previously underwater were now exposed. The water had dropped around 3 meters. The sea monster's area of activity would shrink gradually, meaning that the battle would soon come to an end. Who would have thought the East Maritime Fortress was such a thrilling place? Mo Fan murmured as he laid back down. Nan Rongni was lying beside him. She looked dull, as if she had just escaped death. You should be happy that you're still alive. Why do you look so down? Asked Mo Fan with a confused face. Someone will be leaving the team after the training, Nan Rongni said softly. So it turned out that Nan Rongni was worrying about Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan soon fell into deep thought. She saved your life. Why don't you quit the team voluntarily and give her your spot? Mo Fan asked reasonably. Nan Rongni was stunned, as if she did not expect it from him. I was thinking the same thing too, but it's unlikely to happen. Anyone else can easily do that, but I'm the only healer on the team. The advisors won't let me quit, even if I want to. If I insist, they would simply choose another healer to join the team instead of giving the spot to Mu Ningxue, said Nan Rongni. Mo Fan nodded. Nan Rongni was stating the truth. A healer was a must for the national team. Nan Rongni would not be able to give Mu Ningxue her spot even if she wanted to. As for Zhao Manyang, who was also a substitute, he was obviously the weakest on the team, yet it was unlikely that he would be disqualified either. He already mentioned the financial group supporting him. They would simply invest as much as needed to help him become an advanced magician, just so he could stay on the team. Zhao Manyang would soon break through after the training. The person leaving the team would still be Mu Ningxue, unless Mo Fan strangled Zhao Manyang to death now. It was indeed a troublesome question. If Mu Ningxue left, Mo Fan felt it was meaningless to stay on the national team. The tide fell gradually, revealing the debris of the buildings scattered across the streets. No one knew how many sea monsters remained. There were countless numbers of them, yet they had all retreated with the tide falling. Without the water as their shield, their casualties would increase significantly as their strength weakened. It was unnecessary for them to stay any longer. The drainage system of the East Maritime fortress was shockingly impressive. Normally, it would take a flooded town a few days to recover. However, when the tide fell back to the height of the shorter dam, all that was left on the streets of the East Maritime fortress were mere puddles. It felt like the fortress had just experienced a rain, instead of a flood with the water reaching 10 meters. The streets had been quickly destroyed, but were rebuilt in no time, too. Whenever the tide fell, the shorter dam would be filled with battle mages, preventing the sea monsters from launching a sneak attack. The cleaning squad would carry out their tasks efficiently and clean up the debris and the corpses of the sea monsters before night time. The corpses of the sea monsters were the resources of the fortress. After all, most territories outside the cities were occupied by demon creatures. The resources they controlled were a lot greater than humans had, which they used to strengthen their flesh. As such, their corpses would be rich in useful resources too. Like magic ores, demon creatures also served as a type of resource that drove the magic civilization forward, since each of them was a portable quarry full of resources. The zone masters were in charge of collecting the corpses. There were people in charge of counting the demon creatures that each team had slain. However, it was far from the concern of the team. Their only thought was to return to their living quarters, take a nice hot bath, and enjoy themselves a good night's sleep on the cozy beds. They had just participated in a true battle between humans and demon creatures. However, the national team basically consisted of a bunch of students. Their talents and capabilities might have surpassed most experienced magicians in society, but they lacked patience and experience. How much were the corpses worth? They could not care less about it. The factions that supported them to secure a spot on the national team could easily provide them with 10 times the resources they had earned from the battle with a few words. That being said, that was only the case for most members of the national team. To someone like Mu Ningxue who had lost her backer, money was extremely important to her. Jiang Xiaoshu and Nan Rongni's portions are yours, as you saved both their lives. However, even with 3 portions, you only get 12 million. Nanyu was in charge of handling the money for the team. She gave Mu Ningxue her split. Mu Ningxue happily accepted it. She needed money more than anyone else, as money could buy her the resources she desperately needed. Chapter 836. As energetic as an ox. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. 12 million. It was definitely a huge sum for a magician who had just ranked up to the intermediate level. It could afford half a soul seed, granting the magician an edge over most magicians at the same level. However, it was not as significant for intermediate magicians who had reached their peak. A galaxy vein useful for ranking up to the advanced level cost around 100 million, and the rate of success was fully dependent on the magician's cultivation. As the humans and sea monsters were in a temporary truce, Mu Ningxue left the East Maritime fortress early in the morning and visited the marketplace in Tokyo. After asking around, Mu Ningxue had a wry smile. Back in her country, with the right connections, she could get herself a galaxy vein with 100 million, but a galaxy vein cost around 110 million here. The money she earned from her hard work in the East Maritime fortress could only cover the difference between the prices of a galaxy vein. Mu Ningxue was suddenly clueless about what other options she had. It was rather hilarious, too. She once had a great lead over the others, but since she was involved in the mess, it felt like the others would surpass her in no time, and proceeded to leave her far behind. Mu Ningxue was not unaware. She knew many on the team had already ranked up to the advanced level, but they never showed it, or they were still learning how to draw the star constellation. It would be a great mistake if any outsider assumed they were still at the peak of the intermediate level. It would soon be time to evaluate the performance of the members on the team. Even those who had yet to rank up to the intermediate level would receive lots of resources from the faction supporting them. They would buy countless galaxy veins for them to attempt to rank up, as if they were free. By then, Mu Ningxue would be the only one that was still in the intermediate level on the team. During the training period, the competition between different national teams was not as fierce as she initially thought. The real competition was between the members on the team, since every time the team departed for a new destination, 1 or 2 people on the team would be replaced. Mu Ningxue returned to the East Maritime fortress gloomily. Did that mean she could only break through the barrier surrounding the nebula by herself? The chance was so slim, not to mention that she didn't really have that much time to wait patiently for it to happen. After passing the hall, Mu Ningxue pushed the door to her room open. The slightly absent-minded girl was furious when she discovered a man lying on her bed. "You're going too far." Mu Ningxue glared at Mo Fan. She was grateful toward Mo Fan for saving her life, yet it did not necessarily mean he could come into her room when she was away and lie on her bed. That was the borderline for an irreproachable woman like her. "Me, what did I do?" Mo Fan's eyes widened. He looked extremely confused. Mu Ningxue was about to lose it when she saw her belongings were not in the room. The messy room was full of Mo Fan's clothes, and socks scattering everywhere. Mu Ningxue finally realized that she had walked into Mo Fan's room instead. The layout of the suit was symmetrical. As Mu Ningxue was on her way back, she was thinking of paying Mo Fan a visit to see how well he was recovering. However, she was too preoccupied with her thoughts that she simply assumed she had gone back to her room when her body was moving toward Mo Fan's room. "Oh, nothing, I'm here to see how you're doing," Mu Ningxue collected her thoughts. Mo Fan felt cold sweat dripping down his face. He smilingly greeted Mu Ningxue while hiding the phone that he had been using to browse some Japanese adult movie actresses under the blanket. "I'm fine, it's just that I lost too much blood and didn't notice." "My kidney is perfectly fine too." Mo Fan smiled. "Good to hear that, I'll be going now." Mu Ningxue felt uneasy staying in Mo Fan's room. She was not feeling uneasy because of Mo Fan's occasional glimpses at her, since she had long gotten used to them, but the pungent smell from the dirty socks lying on the floor and a weird smell lingering in the air. "Have a seat, I can tell that you're feeling down," said Mo Fan. While talking to Mu Ningxue, Mo Fan quickly locked his will on the dirty socks. Using telekinesis, Mo Fan adept grabbed the socks, opened the window, and tossed them all out. Mu Ningxue was both amused and enraged by Mo Fan's reaction. Who the hell used magic to get rid of their socks? Let's take a walk, the air isn't great in here," he suggested. "I just came back." "Just come, there's a marketplace in the East Maritime fortress. Let's check it out, maybe we can find something useful," said Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue thought about it. She did not have enough money to buy a galaxy vein, thus it was better for her to buy things that were more practical for her. Otherwise, it was meaningless to keep the money around. The marketplace in the East Maritime fortress was quite famous internationally too, selling all kinds of junks and rare materials. It all depended on the buyer's insight to pick the valuable items. Most magicians would spend their savings in a marketplace like this, hoping they could become rich if they were in luck. Mu Ningxue nodded. "Give me 5 minutes, I'll go take a shower." Mo Fan jumped out from under his blanket and rushed into the bathroom in his underwear. Mu Ningxue clenched her teeth furiously when she saw Mo Fan's red underwear swinging in her eyes. That asshole was seriously not treating her as an outsider. She had to say, Mo Fan was as strong as an ox. Oh, she was referring to his recovery. He was severely injured just a few days ago, as if he was going to lie in bed for a few months, but now, he was extremely energetic, as if he had already recovered. Mu Ningxue could not help but wonder if he was only pretending to be injured. "Didn't you recover a bit too quick?" said Mu Ningxue to Mo Fan. "It's normal for me," Mo Fan smiled modestly. The truth was, the demon element was a truly useless element. Mo Fan basically did not learn any new move or ability from it since its awakening. However, it did provide Mo Fan with some extraordinary passive abilities. For example, his ability to recover was comparable to that of demon creatures. The Swift Star Wolf was of the wolf species, well known for their recovery speed. However, even he would need at least 5 days to fully recover from the injuries that Mo Fan had. However, Mo Fan only needed around 3 days to recover without relying on any external medication. Otherwise, he would be able to recover even faster. As energetic as an ox, it was the perfect description for him. Unfortunately, the recovery speed was totally useless in a real battle. Even though it had strengthened Mofan's flesh, it did not necessarily allow him to catch a knife with his bare hands or receive a spell face-on with his body. It simply let Mofan look like he was full of energy. That being said, the demon element was not completely useless. But Mofan would only use that ability as his final resort. Chapter 837. I Don't Know You. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The power of the demon element was too overwhelming, to an extent that even Mofan was a bit scared to use it. The concept of the demon element was quite simple. From a scientific perspective, all energy was conserved. The temporary strength granted to him was actually him overdrawing the energy of his life and soul, leaving a huge hole behind. If he was unable to replenish the energy he took, he would be done for. The demon element was basically signing a contract. He borrowed the money, thus he was obliged to settle the loan, together with the high interest. The soul essences stored inside the little Loach pendant were a great help to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for any ordinary magician to live after using the demon element. It was the exact reason why all the test subjects in the military had died after using it. The problem was not how many elements they had, but how they were going to pay the price when the demon came to collect the payment. Simply speaking, Mofan could demonize anytime if he wanted, since the demon element was now his sixth element. However, it was best to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. I was about to ask. Mofan was walking extremely close to Mu Ningxue. They were basically walking side by side with their shoulders sticking close. He would occasionally feel the touch of her smooth skin. It was the privilege of being her childhood friend. Don't ask if it's about me being a substitute, replied Mu Ningxue. The topic was bothering her. You're stopping people from having a great conversation with you, sighed Mofan helplessly. Mu Ningxue glanced at Mofan. Her gaze stopped for 2 seconds before she looked away. What is it? Mofan was confused. Nothing, it's just that I've learned something profound from you, said Mu Ningxue. If you're trying to say an ugly person should work harder, please don't, said Mofan. Mu Ningxue giggled and shook her head, something like that, but it has nothing to do with your looks. Well, what is it, then? It's not really a big deal, but I think that your decision of not relying on any faction but yourself is the right choice, said Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had experienced the true meaning of being a part of a clan. It was simply a cruel hierarchy disguised with blood relations, family, and relationships, an entity where rise and fall could happen in an instant. She had completely lost her status in the clan just because of an irrelevant stigma. All the effort and hard work she had put in were all in vain. Her talent, domain, her reputation as the most talented ice magician, they were inferior to a small decision made by the renowned Mu clan. Her superiors could simply decide who they wanted to support. The others had no choice but to be left behind, and could do nothing but watch from the distance. In just a few months, the difference between how Mu Ningxue was treated before and after was unbelievable. She initially thought she had the chance to still rise to the top as a substitute, but she was disheartened facing the sturdy barrier of her nebula. She could not break through the barrier. Without any resources, it was almost impossible to break through on her own. There was nothing she could do apart from watching the others ranking up to the advanced level. I've grown up in an environment where I have to rely on myself for pretty much everything. I've gotten used to it, too. That being said, being supported by a renowned clan can really save a lot of time and effort. Look at that idiot Zhao Manyang, he was my roommate, and he basically spent most of his time picking up chicks. Even though he did work hard occasionally, the effort he put in was nothing compared to a diligent, grassroots magician, agreed Mofan. Mofan was not trying to complain about how unfair life was, but to express his belief that if someone wanted their situation to change, they had to endure the hardship and put in more effort. It was the same for everyone, including a feudai like Zhao Manyang. Didn't the others despise him, too? If he only relied on his background and financial status to retain his spot on the national team, he would surely be the next person disqualified from the team. Either a person was satisfied with the existing state of affairs, or had the intention to change the situation. Changes would only happen by putting in effort. It applied to every phase of life. When they arrived at the marketplace, Mo Fan realized that the place was not as impressive as he thought it would be. The stunning decorations of a marketplace were utterly meaningless. Everyone knew the items at a marketplace were mostly recycled. It was all up to the magicians to discover the valuable items among the trash. They were willing to compete for useful equipment on a rundown stall by the street, but no one would go to a well-decorated store if all it had was junk. The marketplace in the East Maritime fortress was particularly busy after the recent battle. Much loot from the battle that had been evaluated would end up here with low pricing. If someone was lucky enough, they would discover that the junk they had bought was a piece of rare scale, bringing them a fortune. Mo Fan once thought Little Loach was a cheating tool he could use to find the valuable stuff in the marketplace, since it would react to the things it was interested in. The truth was, Little Loach did not react even once in the marketplace. The proud pendant would only show its appetite toward the rarest, most valuable things in the world. There were countless things to buy in the marketplace. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue went around in a circle. The two laymen spent around 2 million, but the value of the things they bought was only worth 400,000 at most. It was definitely a loss for them. After wasting their money, Mo Fan suggested they enjoy themselves with a huge meal to change the mood. The East Maritime Fortress was a huge seafood market, without a doubt. The corpses of the sea monsters served as a great supply of high-class ingredients. It was common to hear of humans being eaten by demon creatures. However, the East Maritime Fortress was definitely an exception. There were plenty of seafood restaurants around, and would usually open just a few hours after each tide fall. It was Mu Ningxue's first time eating sea monsters' meat. She was reluctant at the start, but when Mo Fan finally convinced her to have a taste of a grilled tentacle at a teppanyaki store, she immediately seconded the idea. The dish will be more delicious if you freeze it, but you're out of luck. The machine broke down during the battle. Otherwise, it would taste even better, smiled the owner of the shop. Just serve us the dish. Was he being serious? Why would they need a machine to freeze it with Mu Ningxue here? Xue, should we give up on being magicians and open a restaurant instead? You'll prepare the cold dishes, and I'll work on the grill and teppanyaki. We can easily earn a fortune. I already have an idea for the name of the restaurant. We'll call it A Song of Ice and Fire. Whenever a person was around Mo Fan, it was necessary to own an expression that clearly said I don't know you. Mu Ningxue was quite an expert at it. Whenever the man was behaving like a retard, she would subconsciously don the expression, making her look otherworldly. Chapter 838. Galaxy Vein. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. After spending some time shopping, enjoying some pleasant food, and drinking some booze, Mo Fan believed that he was surely following the right procedure for a home run. TL note, you can find the definition of home run used here on Urban Dictionary. Mu Ningxue seemed a little bit dizzy. The usual icy look in her eyes now had a hint of charm. Her pale white skin had an alluring pink shade to it. Mo Fan could feel his heart pounding when he looked at her. A long time ago, when Mu Ningxue was playing with the kids who lived close to her family's villa back in Bo City, Mo Fan had already a crush for her. Back then, even her fingernails were delicately polished. Her princess temperament made her look like a gorgeous phoenix among the girls. If someone were to ask Mo Fan his greatest ambition when he was young, he would definitely say it was to marry the little princess. Today, he finally had a chance to date her, and was carrying her as they returned to his room. Mo Fan had the feeling that his ambition was about to come true. The alcohol was quite strong. Mu Ningxue was totally unaware that the cunning Mo Fan was helping her to his room. It was nighttime, the others had basically gone out. The intoxicated Mu Ningxue was a helpless little lamb in Mo Fan's eyes. No one could possibly respond to her scream for help. Mo Fan had waited so long for this day, the toad could finally have a taste of the graceful swan. Somehow the description was not really appropriate. Forget it, whatever, it was still going to be an unforgettable night for him. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan was a little nervous when he was trying to unlock his door. He failed to insert the key into the hole a couple of times. Is this my room? Mu Ningxue rubbed her head. She finally felt the kick from the alcohol's after effect. She did not feel the effects at the start. Yeah, it is, said Mo Fan with a nod. Mu Ningxue did not doubt it. She staggered into the room. Mo Fan grabbed the handle and was about to follow Mu Ningxue in when she grabbed the key from his hand and slammed the door shut. Mo Fan almost hit the door with his nose. He soon heard the door locking. Hey! Mo Fan knocked on the door. Mu Ningxue ignored the shout. She was feeling too dizzy. She saw the bed and fell onto it. She curled up in the blanket and fell asleep like a little kitten. Mu Ningxue totally ignored Mo Fan no matter how hard he was knocking on the door. Mo Fan's face darkened as he stood outside the door. As he thought, the story would never go according to his script. Mo Fan sat silently in the hall for a while. As he recalled the day, he did agree that he had enjoyed spending the day with Mu Ningxue. It had been a long time since they had last spent some time together, especially after they had both grown up. He sighed. She would eventually be his, there was no need to rush it. Today was a great start, and the days were still long. Having this thought, Mo Fan felt a lot better. Since he could no longer return to his room, he decided to go into Mu Ningxue's room instead. Her bed still had her perfume. Mo Fan felt like he was drowning in joy as he laid down on it. TSK, it felt so great just sleeping on her bed. The thought of sleeping together with her. It looks like he'll have to speed up the process, to hit the iron when it's hot. As a man, he should turn his goddess into a MILF as quickly as possible. For the next few days, it felt like the others on the team were extremely busy. They were away most of the time. On the other hand, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue seemed to be the freest. At their current level, cultivating or not would not make any difference at all, especially for Mu Ningxue. Even if she spent all her time meditating, she had no chance of breaking through the sturdy barrier surrounding her nebula. Being hardworking alone was not enough to solve the problem she was facing. Since everyone was busy on their own, Mo Fan continued to go on dates with Mu Ningxue. They went to Tokyo after they had tried everything in the East Maritime fortress. The developed city had endless places and attractions to visit, and unlimited food to try out. Mu Ningxue was having a pleasant time too. She basically forgot all about her cultivating. If only we came during the spring blossom season, she sighed. The spring blossoms in Japan was stunning indeed. It went without saying that every girl would imagine themselves wearing a dress under the spring blossom trees while attracting the attention of the pedestrians passing by. After placing the burden of cultivation and competition aside, Mu Ningxue only wanted to experience the things that she had missed out on for many years, be it the people or the things around her. Cultivating was extremely monotonous. She completely forgot when she had given up on the beautiful bracelets, dolls, hairpins, and necklaces. All her attention was on the stars, star orbits, and star patterns instead. The vast nebula did have its own charm, making it hard for someone to stop pursuing the next level. However, the life she was currently living was very different than the one she had imagined initially. She had lived like a robot. She always thought she would only need to endure it for another year, and everything would be fine. She always thought the difficulties she was facing implied that she was very close to being successful. However, when she calmed down, she realized that she had not gained anything, but had lost many things in the process. She had lost her innocence, her romance, and the color in her life. "Your mood seems to be changing these days," said Mo Fan. "Everything will eventually come to an end," replied Mu Ningxue. "So you're saying that it's time for you to come out from the ice after spending 10 years cultivating diligently in it," added Mo Fan, totally aware of Mu Ningxue's thoughts. "Even I need a rest at times," said Mu Ningxue. "Let me help you." Mo Fan knew what the girl was troubled with. The teenage girl who had been enjoying herself to the fullest for the past few days was not the real her, either. She was only feeling extremely helpless against the barrier entrapping her. Therefore, she decided to forget about it and enjoy the time she had left, hoping she could find a way to solve the problem when the time came. However, Mo Fan knew she would not give up just like that. In a few days, she would return to cultivating diligently. No matter how thick the barrier was, she would try relentlessly to break through it, despite the uncertainties. She would not be mooning Xue if she was satisfied with her current state, and simply enjoyed the spring blossoms and pleasant food just like an ordinary girl. Mo Fan was not naive enough to believe that she had actually thought it through and decided to enjoy some intimate time with him. She was only trying to liven her mood before preparing herself for the final attempt. You have so many elements to look after. You need more resources than I do. You don't need to help me, said mooning Xue. I can get the resources later, but the chance is gone if you miss it. Here, take this, said Mo Fan, taking a crystalline object out from his pocket. Mooning Xue was stunned. The thing in Mo Fan's hand was the same galaxy vein she had seen at Tokyo's marketplace recently without a doubt. She clearly remembered the lines on it. Chapter 839. The factions on the team. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The galaxy vein was the size of a goose egg in the shape of a diamond, but more crystalline than one. Its surface was densely covered in dots of light. On a closer look, it was as shiny and elegant as a galaxy. It was the galaxy vein that many magicians had dreamt of, the thing that every magician needed when they reached the bottleneck due to the barrier around their nebula. It was an important resource to help magicians expand their nebula into a galaxy. The difference between a nebula and galaxy was incredibly huge. It was extremely difficult for a magician to break through the barrier by themselves. However, the abundant supply of energy from a galaxy vein could produce a strong pulse of energy, helping them break through the barrier. Expanding a nebula into a galaxy was the symbol of achieving the advanced level. The energy provided by a galaxy was incomparable to that provided by a little nebula. That being said, a galaxy vein did not have a 100% success rate. Only those with solid foundations, and who had reached the limit of the intermediate level, had a chance to break through. The galaxy vein was basically the only option for an intermediate magician to rank up to the advanced level. Even though there were people who managed to rank up on their own, the odds were extremely low. There was hardly anyone would be able to do so among tens of thousands of intermediate magicians. Mooning Xue desperately needed a galaxy vein. The others on the team had been busy lately. It was obvious that they had received the galaxy veins provided by the faction supporting them, and were spending their time trying to rank up to the advanced level. In no time, everyone on the team would be advanced magicians. This was the true talent of the national team. Everyone on the team had basically reached their limit in the intermediate level. They only needed galaxy veins to rank up to the advanced level. However, to further increase the success rate, they would only proceed with their attempts prior to the day when someone was going to be disqualified from the team. That day was now approaching, so they could not afford to wait any further. When did you buy it? Mooning Xue stared at the glowing object on Mo Fan's hand. She would be lying to herself if she said she was not touched by Mo Fan's action. The feeling was like a man had placed a giant diamond ring right in front of her when she needed it the most. Even the formidable family bound to her by blood had abandoned her when she was in need of a galaxy vein, but this man was willing to give one to her just like that. Mooning Xue did not expect him to be the one that would know what she actually wanted. The night you slept in my room, I was having trouble falling asleep in your room, so I went to the city, said Mo Fan. If Mo Fan could pause time temporarily, his pounding heart simply had the urge to take out his phone and ask the intelligent people on the internet whether he should take hold of the chance and fall down on his knee. Waiting for suggestions online, it's extremely urgent. Unfortunately, there was no way he would act so retardedly. He looked at Mooning Xue, hoping that she would understand he had never given up on having her as his wife. Since eloping was not an option, he had decided to marry her legally instead. It did not matter if she was the same little princess who enjoyed taking care of flowers and plants, and loved little cats and rabbits, or an icy goddess who was passionate at pursuing higher levels of magic and freezing the world. Mo Fan wanted to thank the Mu family. Without their cruelty, he would not have such a great chance. He wanted to thank the Scarlet Rending Demon. Without its commander-level soul essence, the man who spent all his savings on raising his daughter would never be able to afford a galaxy vein. He wanted to thank his country, too. The national team had such a great disqualifying system, forcing Mu Ningxue into a corner that he could take advantage of. Mo Fan initially thought he was still a long way away from fulfilling his dream, yet the cruelty of the world had placed him within reach of his ambition. I've made up my mind, but Mo Fan, thank you so much. Mu Ningxue's eyes were glittering. She was relieved that someone was still being so sincere to her, but she had no intention of taking Mo Fan's galaxy vein. As she mentioned, Mo Fan had 6 elements in total. He needed a lot more resources than everyone else. There was no such thing as enough resources for him. It would definitely make him stronger. The truth was, Mo Fan was already surprisingly strong, but Mu Ningxue knew he still had lots of room for improvement. Don't be like that, the chance of being on the national team is extremely precious. If you aren't thinking of giving up, you should at least rank up to the advanced level first. You don't have to be so modest with me. You'll realize how meaningless it was when you remember it in the future. What I have is all yours, blurted out Mo Fan. Saying this, Mo Fan could feel his heart pounding heavily, as if he was back in the ancient capital surrounded by endless undead, facing the mountain zombie. Somehow, it was not really what Mo Fan was trying to say, but now that he had said it, he was hoping that Mu Ningxue would understand his feelings and accept the galaxy vein. Mo Fan actually wished that it was the spring blossom season. The spiring blossoms drifting in the wind under the spring blossom trees would definitely liven the mood further, unlike the spacious, deserted park with dried trees. The only thing that suited the scene was the water fountain with sculptures of some Northern Europe mythologies behind them. The water was flowing, but for some reason, it had started to freeze. As soon as it turned into ice, it melted again after a heat wave swept by it. Mo Fan was never this serious in his whole life. He was nervous like a kid in high school handing a love letter to his crush. I didn't really mean that. How about this, you can take the galaxy vein first. Just assume that you're borrowing it. You can pay me back later. Either way, just stay on the team for now. We'll worry about other things later. Mo Fan had no idea what Mu Ningxue was thinking. He suddenly felt like Mu Ningxue would think he was using the galaxy vein to kidnap her heart. That would be a no-no. Therefore, he quickly explained it before Mu Ningxue could speak. Mu Ningxue looked at Mo Fan. Somehow, he was not giving her any chance to say anything. Mu Ningxue quickly interrupted when she saw Mo Fan trying to say something again. I'll keep quiet, go on either way, sigh, whatever you say, Mo Fan finished awkwardly. It was rare for Mu Ningxue to see the thick-skinned Mo Fan acting so nervously. The truth was, she was panicking a little too. I have my own plan, I'm serious. Even if you're only lending me the galaxy vein, I won't take it, either. You have to understand that the national team isn't just a competition between the members on the team, but a competition between the factions, financial groups, and families supporting the members too. If a galaxy vein can bring me to Venice, I won't hesitate to take it, but it's nowhere enough. There's still a long journey ahead, and I'm going to need more resources. I'm still going to be disqualified regardless, and lending me the galaxy vein is only going to slow down your own progress. The others will soon rank up to the advanced level, and all their elements will reach the advanced level, too. You will soon lose your advantages, Mu Ningxue tried to explain calmly. Chapter 840. The Factions Behind the Members. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue was hoping that Mo Fan would not waste his resources on her. She was clearly aware that the competition within the members on the national team had only just begun. The factions behind the members had yet to show their true colors. As the team continued on with their training and moved closer to Venice, the factions would go crazy and spend lots of resources on their respective candidates. These galaxy veins were only the beginning. If she could not overcome such a little problem on her own, she would have no chance of competing with the others in the future. You must be the most unique person on the team. No one knows who is supporting you, and no one knows how are you so strong, and yet you've come this far on your own, so you don't really care if the others are relying on their own or the factions behind them, anyway. I just hope you understand why I won't accept your gift, said Mu Ningxue. She finished expressing her thoughts. She hoped Mo Fan understood that a single galaxy vein was not enough to solve her problem. On the other hand, she did not want to be a burden to others. She wanted to plan her own path. Mo Fan let out a long sigh. He wondered which asshole mentioned that any woman would be willing to dive into a man's hug after spending 100 million on her. What a blatant lie! It was useless for a man to spend 100 million on a woman who already had 100 million. He would need 1,000 million, tens of thousands of millions. Your lightning element must have reached the limit too, so, said Mu Ningxue. Fine, what are you going to do next? Asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not force it. He was glad that Mu Ningxue had said so much to him. The number of words she has said today equaled the number of words she had spoken to him in the past month. Mo Fan was excited, but he was not dumb. Judging from Mu Ningxue's reaction, he believed he still had a great chance of winning her affections. As Mo Fan returned to the East Maritime fortress, he kicked Zhao Manyan's door open. Zhao Manyang was meditating. He was given a great scare when Mo Fan kicked the door and barged in. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Zhao Manyang had a bad feeling when he saw the aggressive Mo Fan. Hey, you asshole, you broke through. Mo Fan raised his brows when he sensed the change to Zhao Manyan's aura. Yeah, it took me 3 galaxy veins just to broke through. Close the door first, I want to ask you something, replied Zhao Manyang, after he suddenly recalled something. Mo Fan was confused. He shut the door and wondered why Zhao Manyang was being so mysterious. I lied to my dad that I only managed to break through the barrier with the 3 galaxy veins, hoping that he would get me another one. I was planning to give it to you in case of an emergency, but the person supervising me found out the truth. In the end, my dad scolded the shit out of me, said Zhao Manyang with a troubled look. 3 galaxy veins, your Zhao financial group has surely lost a fortune just to get you on the national team, said Mo Fan, his lips twitching. I actually asked for 4, but the shareholders have already requested to get rid of me during a meeting. They said that I've wasted too many resources. Hey, can you pay attention? I was trying my best to help you. Aren't you going to help Mu Ningxue, considering the situation she is currently in? I still have some savings. How much money do you have now? Hurry up and buy a galaxy vein and give it to her. She will definitely leap into your hug out of gratitude. We can earn the money back, but a woman's heart is harder to earn. Besides, you can easily earn 100 million back yourself, said Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan's lips twitched even stronger. Did Zhao Manyang seriously have to mention it now? He had just been rejected. Mo Fan took out a galaxy vein, implying that he had already tried the method. Zhao Manyang's eyes widened. He immediately raised his thumb at Mo Fan. How manly was Mo Fan to be willing to give something so expensive as a gift? I have come to ask you about it too. Was Mu Ningxue telling me the truth, that every member on the team has a formidable faction supporting them, and the journey ahead is simply a competition between the factions, families, and financial groups? Asked Mo Fan. Seriously, how retarded can you be? It's something that every human knows, yet you're still asking me. Do you really think a bunch of young magicians alone can attract the attention of the entire world? Many families are already trying desperately to make a name for themselves in the colleges and institutes. As for the World College Tournament, it's the final goal of every faction. He sighed. A grassroots magician like you should be more aware. It's like you're not living in the same world as us, said Zhao Manyang disdainfully. Mo Fan felt his balls hurting too. How would he know it was such a hideous mess? he was not involved with any formidable faction since he had always been a lone wolf. As a result, he was totally unaware of the infighting on the national team. Don't be tricked by Jiang Yu's modest appearance. Do you know who's supporting him? Zhao Manyang asked when he saw Mo Fan having trouble understanding the situation. Who? Wondered Mo Fan. The Royal Guards. He is the disciple of the capital's Royal Guards chief, Pang Lai, a sacred magician ranked in the top 10 in our country, said Zhao Manyang. The capital's Royal Guards was one of the most symbolic organizations in China. They were the highest authority enforcement union of the Magic Association. Most councilmen of the country were members of the Royal Guards. Mo Fan did know something basic like that. Also, Zhu Meng was also a member of the Royal Guards. The imperial magicians in the ancient capital was under the command of the Royal Guards. They were basically a branch of the Royal Guards. The selection for the imperial magicians was incredibly strict, let alone the selection for the Royal Guards. I can't even tell, is that Jiang Yu really that impressive? Mo Fan was shocked. Behind Li Kaifeng is the Education Union. Simply speaking, if he is somehow disqualified from the team for no reason, all magic high schools south of the Yangtze River will stop operating, and I mean all of them, said Zhao Manyang. Why is that now? Do you remember the Stardust magic tools that your school provided you when you're still in high school? It provides talented students without a nice background some resources to cultivate. All supplies of magic tools to the magic schools to the south of Yangtze River are handled by 2 or 3 elder generations before Li Kaifeng. His family basically has pupils everywhere. The family is regarded as a living bodhisattva that the country can't afford to offend. His family was the benefactor for many reputable magicians who were once grassroots magicians, said Zhao Manyang. Guess I'm one of them too. Mo Fan did remember how his little Loach had eaten the school's Stardust magic tool. I believe I won't need to explain Mu Tinjiang's case to you. The Mu clan, our Zhao family, isn't usually afraid of factions who name themselves with their surname, but the Mu clan is one of them. They are incredibly massive, with people in the huge cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, and the smaller cities, owning half of the properties in the cities, explained Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang's words reminded Mo Fan. Mu Zhuoyuan was once a wealthy landlord in Bo City, and it sounded like Mu Zhuoyuan was just a little branch in the whole Mu family, meaning that there were many branches like Mu Zhuoyuans in it. Now that Mo Fan thought about it, it was pretty shocking. After all, back when he was only 16, Bo City was pretty much the whole world for him. Chapter 841. The authoritative figure behind Mo Fan. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I Jiangtu, Nanyu, one represented the military headquarters in the east, one represented the military headquarters in the west. I bet the guy from the headquarters in the south was disqualified. I met him before, a strong guy indeed. If it wasn't because the national team can only have 2 students from the military academy, someone on our team might have been replaced, said Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan immediately thought of Zhong Kong at the mention of the military. Zhong Kong was the army commander in Bo City under the control of the Southern Army. The massive Southern Army had more than 50 military districts. The man in charge of protecting Bo City was only a commander of the Southeast District of the Southern Army, the commander of the Snowy Peak Mountain Station. It highlighted how massive the military was. How about that hussy Jiang Xiaoshu? Mo Fan asked in shock after hearing this information. I'm not sure about her yet. The girl is quite mysterious, but the fact that I can't find any information about her simply means her background is surely formidable too. Zhao Manyang told him. How about Nanrong Ni? Asked Mo Fan. The Nanrong family is one of the oldest magic renowned families in our country. The truth is, the Nanrong family isn't as competent as the rest of the factions. It's slightly behind compared to the Zhao family and Mu family, but Nanrong Ni is a healer, and that alone is enough to guarantee her spot. Healers are extremely rare in the whole country. There's no way she would get replaced unless they found a healer who's a lot more talented than her. The Nanrong family is hoping that Nanrong Ni is their turning point for a comeback, to see if they can be promoted to a renowned clan after the World College Tournament, said Zhao Manyang. What's the difference between a renowned family and a renowned clan? Mo Fan was like a curious little kid. He was determined to learn all about it now that the topic was on. Zhao Manyang smacked his forehead. He was utterly impressed by Mo Fan. How did he manage to climb to the top among the young magicians? He didn't have an impressive background or supporter, not to mention how retarded he was, too. Tell you what, a renowned family normally refers to big families with great influence in a country. A renowned clan is a super family with great influence on the international level. Nanrong family has been going downhill for the past few years. My Zhao family has bought many of their properties, but Nanrong Ni is their chance of having a comeback. Therefore, you're really something when you asked Nanrong Ni to quit the team and give her spot to Mu Ningxue. Even if she wasn't a healer, there's no way she would quit the team. Zhao Manyang continued to inform Mo Fan of the truth of the national team. Fine, I admitted that I've thought everything was too simple, Mo Fan admitted with a wry smile. To be really honest with you, you're an idiot if you think you can underestimate them because you have an edge over the others on the team. The faction supporting them will spend more money as the training goes on, expending galaxy veins on them as if they are completely free. A full set of top-tier magic equipment and tools, or the best soul seeds available on the market, you'll realize your so-called talents or cultivation are total nonsense. The guy just has to wear a Scorpio magic armor, and you won't be to hurt even a single strand of his hair, even if you used up all your energy, said Zhao Manyang. I have to say, I'm getting worried after hearing this from you, said Mo Fan. As a matter of fact, someone as talented as you should really look for a patron. Just look for a faction that you're interested in, stomp through the door like what you did to my room, and yell in their face that you have 5 elements, and ask them to spend all their money on you to improve all your elements to the advanced level, each with a top-tier soul seed, or get you a few sets of magic tools. You can get a full set of top-tier magic equipment too. I believe they are willing to spend whatever they need just to recruit you for. Oh, that being said, you can easily burn up all the money a family has at the advanced level. Once you reach the super level, I bet even the renowned families will have trouble supporting you. Only the renowned clans could clench their teeth and spend resources on you. I really don't understand why you wasted your money on strengthening the stars. You'll have plenty of places to use your money soon, Zhao Manyang said sincerely. It was not like Mo Fan had any other options apart from strengthening his stars. He could not sell the soul essences that little Loach refined. Otherwise, he would have easily made a fortune, and had no problem raising a few Mu Ningxues. I've gotten used to doing it myself, searching for resources myself, earning equipment myself, killing the creatures myself. That's how living is supposed to be. Besides, being supported by a faction means cultivating boringly every day. That's surely not my cup of tea. My cultivation and my capabilities will be utterly meaningless, said Mo Fan. You're right, there's no way you can get used to living a feudai's life. Start from scratch and climb your way up yourself. The truth is, most sacred magicians that stand at the top of the world are people like you, sighed Zhao Manyang. Now that's more like it. Mo Fan burst out laughing. Which is why the people behind you don't really need to care about you. You managed to save them lots of money, said Zhao Manyang. The people behind me. Mo Fan was confused. Did he have people with formidable background supporting him too? Why wasn't he aware? F***K me, did you forget how you ended up on the national team? You didn't even finish the preliminaries, you're basically disqualified. However, you were shoved into the team just like that after the selection ended. A team that normally has only 2 substitutes now has 3 because of you. I already told you how much every faction needs to spend just to secure their candidates a spot, but when you were put on the team, they didn't even dare to release a single fart. The person who's supporting you must at least be able to hide half the sky with his hand. Zhao Manyang was on the verge of screaming. Brother, I really don't know who's supporting me. I came because that old man Han Ji ordered me to. Han Ji is the president of the Clock Tower Magic Association. Is he authoritative enough? Mo Fan asked. president of the Clock Tower Magic Association, is definitely something, but still not powerful enough to ignore the other factions and put you on the team. Someone even more powerful must be pulling the strings behind him to clear you a path, Zhao Manyang judged. Then I guess I've never met the person. Of the people I know, Zhu Meng has the highest authority, and Han Ji is already slightly higher than him. I really don't know anyone else. Mo Fan could not remember anyone that could fit the description. I believe it should be someone comparable to the chief of the royal guards, Pang Lai, someone at the level of protector of the nation. Well, if they are pulling the strings behind, it means they have high hopes for you. They don't want to change your way of becoming stronger. Maybe they have their eyes on you after what you did in the ancient capital. By the way, I heard someone mention that there was a fire demon fighting the mountain zombie during the calamity at the ancient capital. Did you see the fire demon? Was it a magician, or something else? Zhao Manyang asked eagerly. I didn't see anything like that in the Qin Emperor's tomb, Mo Fan blurted out. Oh, wait, what Qin Emperor's tomb? Nothing, you won't believe it even if I told you. Mo Fan was too lazy to explain the series of events at the ancient capital. The details of the calamity of the ancient capital were kept confidential. Zhao Manyang had lots of sources to provide him with information, but he still could not learn much about the calamity in the ancient capital. Chapter 842. The Day of Disqualification. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Screw you, I've told you so much. Are you going to die if you tell me something about the ancient capital? The whole world is trying to learn the truth behind it. Who exactly drove the army of undead away? Is Salon really among the authorities that were held captive? How did Salon escape? How did the Black Vatican make the undead appear in the day? Was the fire demon a summoned beast or a human? I heard someone jumped into the dark abyss. Did they manage to get out alive? I heard Zhong Xiaohu spilling the beans once. He told me that you contributed enormously during the calamity in the ancient capital, so the people supporting you must have put you on the national team for what you've done. Hey, don't leave yet. Is this how you treat your brother? I've answered all your questions, but you didn't even say a word when I asked, cursed Zhao Manyang. It was not like Mo Fan did not believe Zhao Manyang, but he had never treated Zhao Manyang as someone he could trust. If he told Zhao Manyang everything about the ancient capital, the whole world would know the truth the next day. Zhao Manyang grumbled after Mo Fan left his room. He slammed the door heavily and sat on the chair, looking out of the window. He could see the ocean through the gaps between the buildings from his angle. Jiang Xiaoshu's identity is still a secret. Nanyu is from the army, so it's pretty hard to pick her up. Forget about Mu Tingying, that chick is pretty ordinary, that only leaves Nanrong Ni, but doesn't she have a man already? The Nanrong family, Zhao Manyang mumbled to himself, yet he suddenly paused with a startled look. The Nanrong family, aren't they supposed to be extremely familiar with sea monsters? Yet why couldn't Nanrong Ni tell the cry of the white sobbing demon was fake? Zhao Manyang shook his head, assuming that he was overthinking it. A cold breeze entered from the window. Mu Tingying was wearing a simple halter top. Her eyes suddenly sprang open. The light from the rising sun in the east made her pupils vivid with colors. Advanced level. I finally reached the advanced level. She burst into laughter, as if she no longer cared about the annoying courtesy her family had taught her throughout her life. She wanted everyone to hear her laughter. She had improved her ice element to the advanced level with just a single galaxy vein. The difference in cultivation levels was too big a gap compared to the difference between talents. She could finally crush Mu Ningxue, and since the latter did not have a galaxy vein, she would be stuck in the intermediate level for a long time, enough time for her to further increase the distance between them. It turned out that the heavens had decided to bless her again. From today on, she would retake her position as the favorite of the whole clan. Her cousins and relatives who talked down to her would receive a great slap to their faces. The elders and seniors who once crowded around Mu Ningxue would now place their attention on her instead, as she was the true representative of the Mu clan. She would enter the limelight in the World College Tournament and make a reputation for herself, earning fame and glory for her clan. It turns out that I've won in the end. Meteorite opened her palm. Tiny ice crystals slid down her palm. Magic no longer had its form restricted by star patterns or star orbits after reaching the advanced level. A magician could modify the shape and form of their magic at will. That being said, she still needed to master it with lots of practice. Meteorite already had the ability to do so, even though she was not an advanced magician. It granted her an absolute advantage over others, but it was no longer as significant as it used to be. I can't wait to see how different the others are going to treat her. Too bad we still have to keep going on the training. Meteorite rose to her feet, enjoying the sunlight of dawn. She took a deep breath, and her mood pleasant. The brilliance of her future was never this bright before, like the brilliance of the rising sun. The East Maritime fortress went through a few tide rises after the first, yet none of them were close to the first one in terms of the scale. The firepower of the team improved significantly after many members on the team broke through to the advanced level. The team easily ranked up to 4-star. After completing their mission, it was soon time for the team to leave Japan. Most members on the team could feel victory within their grasp, as they were confident that they were not the ones going to be disqualified. Mo-fan, time to gather, the advisors are here. Zhao Manyang woke Mo-fan, who was still snoring heavily. Mo-fan was still feeling sleepy. He went out to the hall in his sleepwear. 5 advisors all above the age of 40s were standing in a row with their backs to the team. They looked utterly serious. Mo-fan glanced around and saw everyone on the team had gathered too. They looked quite excited. After all, it was also the day they would receive their resources. However, it had nothing to do with Mo-fan. He was not that interested since he was only a substitute. Your performance is passable, nothing out of the blue, said Feng Li, whose face was full of wrinkles. He did not sound like he was too impressed by the team. They did all right. After all, they did survive a huge tide rise. According to Ari Jiangtu's report, Meteorite had an outstanding performance. Song He smiled. Song He was the dean of Imperial College. He was feeling sorry for Meteorite considering her situation, thus he only mentioned it hoping Feng Li would go easy on her. However, Feng Li was simply an indifferent man. His eye scanned the team and said calmly, "It looks like Meteorite is the only person who has not reached the advanced level." Meteorite remained silent. "Advisor, I believe Meteorite played an important role on the team. Even though she didn't reach the advanced level, I believe if we share the resources with her, she can become an advanced magician too. After all, she had the best performance on the team," admitted Jiang Xiaoshu. Meteorite frowned upon hearing this. Was this Jiang Xiaoshu out of her mind? Every single galaxy vein was incredibly important to them, since they all had 3 elements to improve to the advanced level. They were already running short on resources. Why would she speak up for Meteorite? She normally had the sharpest tongue on the team. Why would she try to be a good person at a time like this? I know, but rules are rules. Your new teammate is already on a plane here, and will arrive tomorrow. Meteorite, pack your stuff, you are going back with us, said Feng Li. Song He had a helpless look. The other 3 advisors did not say anything, either. I've already packed my stuff, but I have a few questions for the advisors, said Meteorite. Chapter 843. Double Hit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What more is there to ask? You're lucky to even stay on the team as a substitute. Who apart from you would shamelessly stay on the team when they are not qualified to? Interrupted Meteorite. Meteorite completely treated Meteorite like air. Meteorite's eyes flickered furiously. However, she soon gloated over Meteorite when she remembered that a piece of news would soon be delivered to her. Meteorite looked at the advisors and asked in a serious voice, "The people who perform well in the National Training Hall have a chance to be promoted to representatives of the national team. I want to ask if I may be appointed as a defender at the National Training Hall after I leave the team." The advisors were stunned by the question. Normally, the members who were disqualified would leave for good. After all, it was rather humiliating to stay around. Well, Feng Li was troubled. He had never seen any member willing to become a defender at the National Training Hall after being disqualified from the team. The defending team at the National Training Hall was basically the second team. To be blunt, they were the reserved substitutes for the national team. Their purpose was to allow some friendly matches between students of different countries prior to the final showdown in Venice. However, the national teams would not be dueling one another before Venice. Otherwise, the final battle in Venice would be meaningless. Similar to Japan, China also had defenders at the National Training Hall. Whenever teams from other countries came to China for training, they would have to acquire the stamp from China's National Training Hall. Those who failed to acquire the stamps would receive fewer resources, and only the teams with a certain number of stamps could compete in the final round at Venice. As such, many countries would be disqualified during the training phase. However, achievements during the training phase were basically undisclosed. As such, most factions did not see any value in the defenders. It was a surprise to everyone that Mu Ningxue wanted to be a defender. "It seems like you're quite determined." Feng Li finally showed a hint of admiration. "May I?" asked Mu Ningxue. "Of course, you are more than qualified to be a defender, but you have to know that everyone on the team has reached the advanced level. Your chance of coming back will be grim if you are unable to overcome your current bottleneck. Also, everyone on the team will continue to improve, especially the official members on the national team." "Do you really think you have a chance of coming back?" asked Feng Li. Mu Ningxue did not answer. She had no idea if she could make it back to the team, but if she were to leave now, she would definitely be overtaken by the others. As a matter of fact, she could leave the team with pride. She could easily become a reputable magician in society. She would surely be able to live a freer, more comfortable life as she wished. However, she knew she was going to regret it in a few years, and would be living in remorse forever. Her goals were no longer the same. What she really wanted was to continue to overcome her limits and stand at the top of the magic society, not for her own sake, but for her declined and shattered family. "All right, I'm looking forward to seeing your impressive performance at the National Training Hall," Feng Li nodded. Everyone looked at Mu Ningxue. Most people felt sorry for her. They were clearly aware of Mu Ningxue's contributions to the team, either it be the fight against the scarlet-rending demon, or risking her life to save Jiang Xiaoshu and Nanrong Ni. They had all seen her sincerity, and if she was not a substitute, the resources from the advisors would be hers, too. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side. Mu Ningxue had already packed her stuff. The rest of the meeting was no longer her concern. She returned to her room, and waited to return to her country with the advisors. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Mu Ningxue subconsciously lowered her gaze. She was able to stay calm just then, but when she was alone in her room, she felt miserable. It had been 10 years, she had earned the approval of the people in the Mu clan through her hard work, and became the person with the highest chance of making it to the national team, but she never thought she would leave the team like this. When she recalled how the members of her family had left or scattered to different places, she missed the little villa that was now destroyed in Bo City, the place where she was born, and how she could hide inside her room without any worry despite the terrifying storms and thunder outside. Many things had changed over the past few years, and they had come too quick. Her cousin Cai Tang had died in the calamity of Bo City, Yu Ang was a member of the Black Vatican, and even her uncle Mu he was a leader in the Black Vatican. In just a night, all her family was brought into custody and interrogated. Even after they were proven innocent, they were still humiliated by people and society. "Hello, Ningxue. I'm calling you because I heard Mu Zhuyun's voice came from the phone." "I was disqualified," answered Mu Ningxue softly. Oh, don't feel too sad, it's within expectation. By the way, if you're coming back, make sure to go back with the advisors. If you're taking a plane yourself, you might have some problems with your identity," Mu Zhuyun told her. "I'm planning to go back with them." "What happened?" asked Mu Ningxue when she realized something weird about Mu Zhuyun's tone. "Nothing, we'll talk when you're back." "Tell me now," said Mu Ningxue. Well, you should use your mother's surname from now on. It's not bad, said Misfortunes, who was having a hard time spilling the beans. Mu Ningxue was startled. She almost asked for the reason subconsciously, but she could not say a word after she realized the truth. Had they really gone that far? To even force them to change their surnames? How about you? Mu Ningxue withheld the stabbing pain in her heart. It's fine, I'll be Zhuiyun. How about the others? Oh, they still have other relatives, so they will be seeking refuge from them. It's just changing our names, nothing too important. I was also furious at the start, but on second thought, changing our names might be a good thing for us. Otherwise, wherever we go, it's not that serious either. Anyway, it's fine as it is. Mu Zhuiyun was talking incoherently. The truth was, it was extremely humiliating for a man in his 50s to change his surname, not to mention he had to relay the message to his family himself. Mu Zhuiyun had told the others, but he was struggling to tell Mu Ningxue. The sense of failure and helplessness simply urged him to jump from the tallest floor of the Mu family's building and put an end to everything. I got it, Mu Ningxue ended the call. She took a deep breath. The air was sour. Her throat was stuck. She had the urge to tear it open with her hands. Lowering her head, something was shaking vigorously in her eyes. The tears that she thought had completely dried up since the death of her mother flowed out. However, she used the back of her hand to rub the tears when they were halfway down her cheeks, as if it was a disgrace to let the tears fall off her cheeks. Chapter 844. The Lingering Abomination. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was a knock on the door. Mu Ningxue quickly rubbed her face dry with the back of her hands. For some reason, Mu Ningxue thought it was Mo Fan. She was going to speak as soon as the door was opened, but she realized it was Gong Yu and his spotless, clean face. Guan Yu had a handsome face. His eyes were looking at Mu Ningxue sincerely, as if he was well prepared with his speech. Mu Ningxue looked at him silently. Her eyes were already asking Gong Yu the reason for coming to her room. What happened? Why did you cry? Guan Yu panicked when he saw the abnormal behavior from Mu Ningxue's eyes. He never thought Mu Ningxue would hide in her room and cry. As a matter of fact, when Mu Ningxue asked to become a defender so she could make her way back to the team, he was utterly impressed by her determination. However, it turned out that Mu Ningxue was not as strong as she seemed. He happened to witness her weak side. Mu Ningxue's heart must be in the most fragile state now. Guan Yu felt like he should be doing something. We'll depart for the next destination in a few days. I'll try my best to convince my Gramp before that. I believe they are extremely willing to support a talented ice magician like you, but you'll have to join our family first, to let my Gramp know that you're indeed one of us. That way, they would be willing to support you. It's just a formality. Let your dad meet with the elders in my family and reach an agreement, but the ceremony can wait. After all, we should focus on the World College Tournament for the time being. If we perform well on the national team, there's nothing you need to worry about. Guan Yu immediately presented his invitation. Guan Yu believed Mu Ningxue desperately needed a supporter, considering her current situation. He thought that if he sincerely invited her, he could easily convince her to join his family. Many people were willing to bet their lives on a chance to join the national team, let alone a little marriage. Guan Yu believed he was not too bad, either. There was no reason why Mu Ningxue would reject him. Basically, under her circumstances, she would accept his offer as long as she was neutral to him. As for his family, even though it meant spending twice the resources, they could still afford the expense. Besides, the two of them would earn several times the benefits in return. He should not have any problem if he discussed it with his grandfather. Mu Ningxue was actually not paying attention to Guan Yu when he was talking. Her mind was still preoccupied with her father's words. When she collected her thoughts, she saw a hint of joy on Guan Yu's face. She was utterly confused. I'll make a call first. I'll go make a call now. Wait for me. Guan Yu seemed a little excited. Not answering meant she had tacitly accepted it. Every girl was reserved. She would surely struggle to say something along the lines of, "Fine, I'll marry you, and you will provide me with resources," out loud. As such, before Mu Ningxue could react, Guan Yu had already left to make the phone call. The guy's speed was shocking. Mu Ningxue could not even tell where he went. The floor below, Guan Yu joyfully took out his phone. He even dialed the wrong number a few times. "Hello, Gramp." "Oh, you? Since when do you know to give your Gramp a phone call?" An aged yet energetic voice came from the other end. "Well, I have something to discuss with you," said Guan Yu. "Don't tell me you failed the breakthrough. Can you please be more reliable? Don't you know how much a galaxy vein costs?" No, I've already broken through to the advanced level. It's something else, the ice magician that the Mu clan has invested a lot in training her. Mu Ningxue, do you know her?" Guan Yu cut straight to the topic. The truth was, he was worried that Mu Ningxue would regret her decision. Therefore, he had to convince his grandfather as soon as possible. After all, he was in charge of most decisions for their family. "I know her. I also know that you're interested in her," said the old man calmly. His tone sounded a little strange. "I know it's not the best time to talk about her now since I should be focusing on the national team, but I hope you can help me. Let her join our family and become one of us, and we will provide her with resources. That way, both of us will represent the national team." "Isn't that great?" said Guan Yu. "Oh, and also plan a wedding for you two to bind her with you, so you can focus on the World College Tournament, is that right?" Yes, Gramp, you know me well." Guan Yu was enlightened. "Are you out of your mind, or did your eyeball go into the woman's belly button? Are you seriously that dumb to suggest that to me? I swear I'd give you 2 great slaps to the face if you were standing right in front of me," snapped the old man furiously. Guan Yu was dumbfounded. He had no idea why his grandfather was so angry. "Well, I was just thinking for our family." Guan Yu was discouraged like a flattened balloon. "Think my ass, why do I have such a dumb grandson like you?" the old man added. "Gramp, I know the family only has limited resources to spend, but you don't need to," said Guan Yu. He was aware of the amount of resources needed for a representative of the national team, but with Mu Ningxue's talents, as long as she could break through to the advanced level, it would stop her from being left too far behind from the others. "You still dare to talk back after I call you dumb? First of all, do you think your teammates are poor peasants? Our family should be burning incense and thanking the gods if we manage to secure you a spot on the national team, and you're still bringing a woman into the mess. Fine, even if it's as you said, the benefits will multiply if we have 2 representatives on the national team, but don't you know what kind of mess that woman is in? Do you really think a renowned clan like the Mu clan would kick her out for no reason? The Mu clan has been running amok for many years. There's nothing they could not handle, they always got what they wanted, but even they have no choice but to kick the woman out, as they are scared to burn their own finger. And you are thinking of recruiting her to our family? Do you think our family is doing too well lately? From today onwards, you'll stay as far away from her as possible, and if I hear anything between you and her, not only will I beat you up into a cripple, I'll beat your father too. Just give me a break. The overwhelming hatred from the calamity of the ancient capital hasn't calmed down yet, but you are really something. Are you trying to make me mad so I'll die from an excess of anger?" cursed the old man. Guan Yu stood still in the spot, as if he had turned to ice. He knew Mu Ningxue was no longer the genius of the Mu clan, yet he never thought the influence against her would be so bizarre. Chapter 845. I'm leaving the team, too. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The old man's voice was incredibly loud, and felt like it was coming out of the phone and strangling Guan Yu. Guan Yu stood blankly. He saw Mu Ningxue standing behind him as soon as the call ended. He was completely at a loss for a second. Guan Yu never thought it would turn out like this. He had no idea how to face Mu Ningxue. He assumed he could settle her problem easily, yet it turned out like this. I only came to tell you that it's a misunderstanding. I don't need anyone's help, Mu Ningxue said calmly. She did not want Guan Yu to misunderstand her. Besides, she was not interested in Guan Yu and his suggestion. However, her expression had turned slightly unpleasant after she heard the harsh words from the other end. Mu Ningxue, it's not what you think. My Gramp must have heard some rumors spreading around. Trust me, I'm going to help you. Once I make a name for myself at Venice, I will prove that you're innocent. But, for now, please bear with it. You can wait for me back in our country, said Guan Yu. Don't worry, I can handle it myself. You can't. The influence is bigger than you thought, unless you can actually draw the attention of the world, said Guan Yu. Which is why I'm coming back, I will, said Mu Ningxue sternly. She was not saying it to Guan Yu, but to herself. She did not want her little family to always carry a bad name, to be accused by the whole country. She did not want her people to live like despicable rats, forcing them to hide from the public for the rest of their lives. Her surname would always be Mu, not because she had anything to do with the Mu clan, but because it was her right to own it. There was no need, and no reason to change it. She would prove it, and prove her innocence to the whole world. That afternoon, a cold rain started pouring. The East Maritime fortress was soon drenched in it. The advisors were planning to leave in the evening after they were done briefing the team. The members gathered at the entrance to send the advisors off. It was necessary for the team to be respectful. After all, the advisors were reputable magicians in their country. Their experience and cultivation level would provide these young and inexperienced students with great help. Mu Ningxue stood with the advisors. She did not bid farewell to the team. She was not particularly close to any of them. Wait, hold up. They were about to leave when Mo Fan's voice came from behind. Mo Fan, what do you want? Song He raised his eyebrows when he saw Mo Fan running toward them with a bag. Mo Fan put the bag over his shoulder and said, I'm going back, too. Why are you going back? The team will be leaving in a few days, just stay here and behave yourself, ordered Feng Li, immediately giving Mo Fan a death stare. Find another person to take my spot, I'm quitting, said Mo Fan. Everyone almost went crazy when Mo Fan said that. He is quitting. Is that really something a sane person would say? Apart from Ai Drangtu, whose strength completely outmatched everyone else, the others only managed to secure a spot because of the people supporting behind them. The chance was utterly precious, they were basically the hope of their people. Even the slightest urge to quit the team would be considered the most detestable offense, let alone actually asking to quit the team. Mo Fan was definitely out of his mind, asking to quit the team. What kind of international joke was this? Kid, I dare you to say it again. Feng Li's eyes widened. Even his mustache had curled upward. I'm quitting the team. By the way, there's still a team of defenders, right? I'll join the team with Mu Ningxue to have some fun, said Mo Fan. Feng Li almost exploded in rage. Where the hell did this little asshole come from? Did he seriously treat the national team as his home, a place he could come and go as he wished? He was forced into the team without getting permission from any advisor, and they had decided to let it go, yet the guy was demanding to quit the team without their permission. Where was his respect for the national team? Mo Fan, I'm telling you, take your words back, and we'll think of it as a joke. Otherwise, I will never see you again. Feng Li's chest heaved in anger. His face was flushing, too. Why are you being so worked up for? I didn't say I'm not coming back. My thoughts are the same as Mu Ningxue's. I'll leave the team first, then come back later. You mentioned that if we perform well as defenders, there's a chance for us to be promoted. It's as easy as that, said Mo Fan. The group felt like their view of the world had been toppled after hearing Mo Fan's ridiculous statement. Is he dumb or mentally retarded? Everyone in the team of defenders is extremely talented too, but their chance of being promoted to the national team is still dependent on whether anyone on the national team is disqualified. As a matter of fact, the members of the national team would have access to lots of resources. Even if two people started with comparable strength, but one was on the national team while the other was only a defender, they would gradually find the difference in their strength growing apart. Mo-fan, stop playing with fire, this isn't a joke. Go apologize to the advisors, and they will let you go. Zhao Manyang had the urge to kneel down before Mo-fan and beg him. Oh Mo-fan, just stay on the team. Once you come back gloriously from the World College Tournament, you can marry whoever you want. Besides, Mu Ningxue has nowhere to run to, apart from staying in our country. Even if she's married and has kids, with your status by then, you can easily win her back. This is seriously not something to joke with. I've already packed my stuff. Guys, until next time. Nanyu, Jiang Xiaoshu, I'm going to miss you. Mo-fan was utterly clueless as usual. He walked over to Dean Song-hee and placed his hand over the man's shoulder as if he was extremely close to him. Song-hee was left speechless. If he wasn't told by his superiors to treat the kid nicely, he simply had the urge to whip him. Song-hee had no choice but to be the good guy. He immediately advised Feng Li, calm down, let's. Why would I be angry? I should be happy now that someone is willing to quit the team voluntarily. The national team doesn't need people who lack resolution, not to mention that he joined the team through unofficial methods. Piss off, get out of my sight, I feel annoyed the more I see you, be gone, cursed Feng Li. Advisor Feng Li, why would I do that? I'm going back on the same flight with you. Can you get me a ticket, and unfreeze my identity, too, said Mo-fan. Feng Li's eyes were about to spit fire, but he quickly calmed his rage and ordered the plump advisor beside him, take this idiot with us. Chapter 846. I'm afraid that I'll tear him into pieces. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rain poured heavily. The silhouettes of the 7 people in the rain gradually turned blurry. Only Mo-fan teasing Mu Ningxue could be heard clearly, and most importantly, Mu Ningxue was actually responding to his teasing. Guan Yu's teeth were rubbing against one another. He almost felt like he was about to explode. What is there to feel angry about, said Jiang Xiaoshu. It's none of your business, snapped Guan Yu. Then Mu Ningxue isn't your business, either. That guy Mo-fan dares to throw away his precious title and be a defender just to stay with her, and yet you didn't dare to do anything apart from feeling angry here, mocked Jiang Xiaoshu. Guan Yu was about to talk back, yet he realized he could not say a word. Would he dare to do the same thing? No chance, the thought never even crossed his mind. When his grandfather was scolding him, he did not have the slightest courage to fight back. He had grown up under the old man's authority. He had no courage to reason with him, as he clearly knew that he would lose all his brilliance if he did so. But Mo-fan was different, he was willing to leave the team just like that. Mu Ningxue chose a difficult path to walk, yet he still chose to stay with her. Guan Yu was not stupid. He understood that even the icy Mu Ningxue would be touched by Mo-fan. The rain grew heavier as the group walked into the distance. The rage in Guan Yu's heart slowly dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness, a sense of defeat that he could not even find words to comfort himself about. Guan Yu, what are you scared of? You're a representative of the national team. Once you make a name for yourself in Venice, you can get any girl you want, including Mu Ningxue. That Mo-fan is just a piece of trash. You can easily deal with him with a single wave. People only admire the strong, it's the same for women. Mu Ningxue is the kind that likes to stand at the top, and you can give her that, Zhu Jiming comforted Guan Yu, as he had a different view on the matter. Guan Yu had the same thought too, but he knew Mu Ningxue was not anything like that. He believed if he gave up on his spot and stayed with her as a defender, she would be touched, too. Unfortunately, the person who could do that was not him. There really is someone like him in this world, Nanrong Ni whispered, staring into the distance. It's true love. Zhao Manyang was soaked in tears. He always thought he was experienced at flirting with girls. He was a master of all techniques when it came to picking up ladies, but it was nothing compared to Mo-fan's decision. After all, he could never do what Mo-fan had done. The cold rain was still pouring at the airport. The plane was moving on the runway. Mu Ningxue sat beside a window, but her thoughts seemed to have wandered away. It went without saying that the person sitting behind her was none other than Mo Fan. Even if the seat did not belong to him, he would shamelessly exchange the seat with the person who was supposed to be sitting beside her. She was too familiar with the idiot. The truth was, Mu Ningxue had yet to recover from the shock. She never thought Mo Fan would give up his spot. "Are you touched?" asked Mo Fan as he moved closer and nudged Mu Ningxue. "Not at all," said Mu Ningxue. "But your heart thinks otherwise, as usual." Mo Fan smiled. "You really didn't have to do that. Besides, you should stay away from me, or you'll only get into trouble," said Mu Ningxue seriously. "Do you know? There's an advantage for people who solely rely on themselves like me, the fact that we don't have to act according to other people's wishes. On top of that, if any asshole dares to say you're one of the Black Vatican, I'll smack them to death with my shoe." A bunch of self-righteous people who acted like they have personally encountered the Black Vatican before, cursed Mo Fan. "What about the families of the victims?" asked Mu Ningxue. "Oh, that's even easier to settle." "Why?" Mu Ningxue could not follow Mo Fan's thoughts. "Because they will definitely recognize me," answered Mo Fan. "You're talking as if you are the person that saved the ancient capital." "Forget it, there's no turning back after all." Mu Ningxue already knew what her goals were. It was scarier for a person to feel lost in difficult times. "I'm serious, come to the ancient capital with me if you have the chance. You'll find that the people will treat me like their own son, Vua, like a hero." "What does it have to do with me?" Mu Ningxue would never believe Mo Fan. She simply assumed Mo Fan was teasing her. She did appreciate Mo Fan livening up the mood, considering the difficult time she was having. "You're my first wife." As a matter of fact, if Mo Fan could leave out the word first, she would be more touched and more willing to trust him. She had never seen anyone as shameless as him. On the other hand, it was not like Mo Fan was not sensible, but he was unwilling to lie to anyone. A pot of green tea, 2 cups, and a bamboo grove. Lingyan Enforcement Union's backyard always had a sense of peace and calm that separated it from the noisy city. The person brewing tea was Tang Vong. He poured the tea into the cups to 70% full. The tea reflected the black hair and mustache of the man drinking the tea. He had an aged, but handsome face. "Speaking of Mo Fan, I'm curious. Feng Li is famous for being unreasonable. How did you convince him to let Mo Fan join the team?" Tang Zong smiled. "Please don't mention it, my heart aches whenever I think about it," said the man with a black mustache. "I bet it's something significant if losing it can make your heart ache." Tang Zong raised his brows. He was so intrigued that he forgot he was pouring the tea. "Ain't that right? I wasn't even that nice to my daughter, to give that thing away without blinking. Hopefully that kid won't let me down. Let's enjoy the tea. I don't want to talk about it now, I just want to enjoy my tea," said the man with a black mustache. Tang Vong wanted to ask more questions, but his phone started beeping. Someone had sent him a text. Tang Vong took a look at the screen. His face immediately wore an indescribable expression. It was a mix of astonishment, confusion, surprise, and awkwardness. "What is it? Something serious happened," said the man with a black mustache. Well. Mo Fan left the team," said Tang Vong in a strange tone. F***K, who dares to kick him out? Ask Feng Li and those for advisors to come see me, right now." The man rose to his feet. He quit the team himself. The man was instantly left speechless. "What exactly did you give them?" asked Tang Vong again. The man's face was already twitching. "Do you want to see him now?" asked Tang Vong. "It's fine." The man with a black mustache took a deep breath, before forcing the words out between the gaps of his teeth. "I'm afraid that I'll tear him to pieces." Chapter 847. Accepting a Big Job. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan felt rejuvenated as he arrived in Shanghai and inhaled the fresh haze. A familiar scent, the the dust particles floating in the air were like a visible scent or cloud of pollen surrounding him. The men and women in this city had a natural temperament that easily outclassed the people from smaller cities. Luckily, China's National Training Hall was located in the magic city of Shanghai. Mu Ningxue had gone back to the capital to handle some matters. She would be back in Shanghai soon to report to the team, and they could enjoy shameless days together as much as they wanted. After returning to his nice-smelling apartment, Mo Fan was imagining himself stumbling into Mu Nujiao or Ari Tutu while unlocking the door, his two beloved concubines coming out of their shower, or they would simply be naked in the living room since they knew he was not around. Unfortunately, the scene that would only happen in novels did not occur. Mo Fan only saw an empty living room as he walked through the door. Taking a deep breath, neither Ari Tutu's mature scent nor Mu Nujiao's elegant fragrance was as strong as Mo Fan had imagined. It seemed like the two girls had not come back for days. Where did they go? Why didn't they come and receive me? I even brought them gifts. Mo Fan took off his shoes and put them on the shelf, before heading upstairs in a sulk. He knocked on the girls' doors, but realized that they were not closed. The rooms were empty, despite some alluring pieces of garment scattered on the beds. Mo Fan immediately felt his blood boiling. I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it. Can such a tiny undergarment cover Mu Nujiao's entire bottom? There were too many things worth investigating. Mo Fan did not check all of them out, since he was not a pervert who had never been to a girl's room. He did a quick look around, opening up the wardrobe to see if the girls were hiding inside them. He pulled the drawers open and was dazzled by the variety of colors. Rose blue, almond red, pink purple, beige, white. It seemed like the girls were not hiding in the wardrobe. He should look somewhere else, maybe they were hiding under the blankets. A while later, Mo Fan left in satisfaction after confirming that the girls were indeed away. I should just buy this unit, a perfect place to raise those two canaries. Mo Fan laid down on the couch as he was planning his wonderful future. The doorbell rang as soon as he started enjoying some peace of mind. Mo Fan was stunned. It was extremely rare to have visitors. If it was the girls, they would have unlocked the door with their keys instead. Mo Fan looked through the peephole but did not see anyone outside the door. He was utterly confused. Did he really stumble onto a ghost? The doorbell was still ringing, yet there was no one standing outside. Who dared to spook the greatest hunter in the Magic City in bright daylight? Did they really take Mo Fan as a 3-year-old kid? Mo Fan opened the door and saw a short girl with braids on both sides standing there. Her wide eyes glittered, yet they looked a bit too mature for her age. "Ooh, it's you," he said as she walked right past him. "My laptop notified me that you were back." Lingling took off her shoes and went over to the fridge to get herself a frozen yogurt. She continued after opening it up to enjoy. "The boredom of learning useless stuff in school was killing me after you left. My sister forced me to go to school and study with those retarded middle schoolers. I skipped class today, so I guess I should come and visit you." Mo Fan could already imagine how uneasy a highly intelligent person like Lingling would feel when stuck among idiotic people. Mo Fan realized that Lingling was rather considerate. She also took out another serving of frozen yogurt for him. Her bored and depressed expression was just asking Mo Fan to down the frozen yogurt with her to kill some time. "I'm glad that you're going to school like a normal kid. By the way, are you in the 7th grade?" asked Mo Fan. But I normally go for half a day." Lingling reached out her tongue and licked the frozen yogurt clean, as if she was not willing to waste any of it. There were some yogurt stains on her cheek. She looked incredibly adorable. "I was thinking of visiting you too." Mo Fan recalled the evil essence orb. Mo Fan had brought the essence orb back. That annoying Mochizuki Ken simply asked him to find a way to deal with the essence orb in China. After all, the orb was not supposed to be harmful as long as it was wrapped inside the silver cloth. However, if Mochizuki Ken was around, Mo Fan would directly spit a mouthful of carbonated fizz on his face. Who the heck said that the orb would behave itself? It had already tried to bewitch him when he was fighting the Blue Valley ferocious beast. An orb that tried to bewitch him like a woman. Was that even normal? Mo Fan was in a rush to come back with Mu Ningxue, too. Otherwise, he would have gone back to Osaka and argued with that old man. However, Mo Fan decided to bring the orb back, considering it might be the answer that Lingling was seeking for. However, when he saw Lingling's tsundere attitude as she complained about her boring life as a middle schooler, he decided it was not time to discuss the orb with the little girl. He should ask Old Bao and Lung Qing for their opinions first. After all, Lingling was still young. If she knew the truth, she might do something stupid. "Oh, I was going to ask if you have any big jobs on the line." "I'm running short on money." Mo Fan changed his mind. He decided to tell Lingling about the Red Demon some other time. "I do have some, but it depends on if you have the guts to accept them." Lingling's eyes glittered when she heard Mo Fan asking for jobs. Her eyes were like those of a little girl who had heard her brother suggesting they go shopping and to the amusement park after she spent days doing her homework. She was radiating joy and excitement. "I'm not talking about jobs in the range of millions, but at least 10 million and above. I'm really poor now. I have 2 wives and a daughter to raise. I also have a few elements to train," Mo Fan informed her sincerely. "There's actually a job with a higher reward than what you're looking for. I already had my eyes on it for some time. However, a job like this would normally need a whole team." "If it's only the 2 of us," said Lingling. "What if Mu Ningxue comes with us? Her fighting prowess is off the charts." "We should be fine if she comes with us, even if it's a bit riskier," said Mo Fan. "I know about her. All right, I'll make the preparations and see if we can take the job. By the way, you should go rank up, improve your title from an advanced hunter to a hunter master." "You already have enough points," said Lingling. "Sure, I'll go now," Mo Fan nodded. It was difficult to accept the higher-level jobs without the hunter master title. Many clients would not have time to verify how capable they were, and most of them were unwilling to waste their time on a kid who was not even a hunter master. The higher the title, the higher the level of quests he could accept. Chapter 848. The Advancement of Little Loach. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did not slack further after Lingling left. He went back to his room and started meditating. He still had a galaxy vein. Since Mu Ningxue was unwilling to accept his gift, he would use it to upgrade his lightning element. Mo Fan once directed lightning strikes onto himself when he was fighting the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. It was, in fact, a dangerous move. The spells that a magician cast were like a sword, with the sharp edge facing outward. As such, it was rare for magicians to hurt themselves with their spells. However, if the sharp edge was facing them, they could possibly hurt themselves too. Mo Fan was in a panic when he saw Mu Ningxue injured. As such, he decisively conducted the lightning strikes through his own body just to make sure that he could deal enough damage to the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. However, he realized that if he could perfectly utilize the move and control the power of lightning, it would help him to synchronize better with his spells. Casting a spell was always inflexible for basic and intermediate magicians, since they were forced to follow the fixed star orbits and star patterns of the spells. However, after reaching the advanced level, they were able to modify the forms of their magic with their will, which significantly improved their capabilities as a magician. Conducting lightning through oneself. Mo Fan believed it was necessary for him to spend some time mastering the move. It felt like when he conducted the lightning with his body, he was wearing an aggressive lightning armor that would counterattack when the demon creatures got too close to him. That being said, Mo Fan was not excited because he had found a new trick, but because the risky move had allowed him to touch the barrier surrounding the lightning nebula. The size and brilliance of a nebula in the spiritual world were fixed. Only by breaking through the barrier could a nebula expand further into a brighter and bigger galaxy. Currently, the Fire Galaxy was like a fiery river flowing through Mo Fan's spiritual world. The lightning element, summoning element, and shadow element were still in the form of nebulas. A nebula was indeed a lot weaker than a galaxy when he actually compared them. The light each emitted was on completely different levels. Casting a basic fire spell would now only consume a low amount of mana, which he could easily recover after walking a few steps. It clearly highlighted the strength of a galaxy. Normally, the lightning element was stronger than the fire element in straightforward fights. If he could improve the lightning element to the advanced level, he would not be in a tight spot when fighting a commander-level creature like the Blue Valley Ferocious beast. Mo Fan calmed his thoughts and entered the spiritual world. Fiery red, purple-black, lunar white, dark grey, silver, and dark blood red. There were 6 elements in total. Whenever Mo Fan remembered that only his fire element had improved to the advanced level, and the fact that a single galaxy vein would cost around 100 million, he strongly felt that the money he currently had was only a small allowance. He could only afford the galaxy vein because the Scarlet Rending Demon had dropped to commander-level soul essence when it died. How long would it take him to improve all his elements to the advanced level? As he moved closer to the Lightning Nebula, he realized that the wild lightning stars were eager to break through the barrier and go stay in a bigger, more luxurious estate. A nebula was only a house a few hundred square meters in size. The 49 brothers and sisters were planning to expand their family to 343 members. How could they possibly fit everyone without a huge villa? Mo Fan understood their eagerness to stay in a bigger house, yet he was unsure if now was the best time for him to upgrade the lightning element. A galaxy vein was incredibly expensive, thus most magicians would let their element precipitate a little longer by meditating, before breaking through the barrier with the help of a galaxy vein when the nebula was on the verge of exploding from oversaturation. If the lightning nebula was only bloated slightly, it was likely that the process would fail even with the help of a galaxy vein, which meant the 100 million would go to waste. I guess it's about to explode. My lightning element reached saturation a long time ago. On top of that, as the elder brother, the lightning element is surely feeling unpleasant now that the fire element is now in the advanced level, as Mo Fan considered. Only the magicians knew the condition of their elements. They would have to make the call if it was the right time for attempting a breakthrough themselves. Mo Fan was overthinking it, since he was worried that the 100 million would go to waste once he failed the process. Forget it, I should just try it. Little Loach, please lend me a hand. Do you still have some stored energy left from eating the Eternal Lotus? Can you give me a little push on the back to help me overcome the barrier when I'm about to fail? Mo Fan sighed and asked the Little Loach pendant. The Little Loach pendant was omnipotent. It provided him with great help at crucial times, especially when it had something to do with his cultivation. The Little Loach pendant was able to understand Mo Fan's thoughts. It shuddered and waved its tail softly. Mo Fan almost thought it was alive. He found it hard to believe that a pendant could move like that. Mo Fan felt troubled. He could feel that the Little Loach pendant was trying to stop him. He directed his thoughts into the world inside the Little Loach pendant and immediately saw the change to the Nether River inside it. The size of the river was closer to a stream before, but it had enlarged significantly. Its width was simply astounding at first sight. Did you evolve? Blurted out Mo Fan in surprise. The Nether River had doubled its width. Mo Fan did not expect the change at all. Little Loach had eaten the Eternal Lotus in the Qin Emperor's tomb. Even though Mo Fan was able to break through to the advanced level with the overflowing energy and become an advanced magician, the Eternal Lotus was not as digestible as the underground Holy Spring. Little Loach had been having a hard time refining it all along. Mo Fan initially thought Little Loach had missed the opportunity to evolve, yet to his surprise, the Nether River had significantly expanded. Mo Fan took a closer look and discovered that the Nether River was still expanding slowly. In other words, the process had not ended. The Nether River would still enlarge further. Are you telling me that I should proceed with the breakthrough after you're done evolving, to further increase the odds? Mo Fan speculated on Little Loach's intentions. Little Loach soon responded affirmatively. All right, I'll listen to you. Holy crap, doesn't this mean my cultivation speed will also increase after you evolve? It would be great if the space element can grow into a nebula too, so I can start learning the intermediate spells of the space element. Mo Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. The Qin Emperor would never expect that the godly object he had placed to stop intruders to his tomb would end up as food for Little Loach. It was perfectly reasonable. It would not make sense if the Eternal Lotus that even super spells could not destroy only possessed the same amount of energy as a galaxy vein. Little Loach must have stored the energy away, and was still digesting it slowly. Chapter 849. The Legend of the Totem Beasts. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If little Loach asked Mo-Fan to be more patient, there was no reason he should rush the process. Once Mu Ningxue arrived, they could then report in at the National Training Hall. Mo-Fan had not heard anything from Lingling yet. He went to Hangzhou to pay his cute, sexy, mature, and gorgeous Miss Tang Yu and the charming, exceptional, upright black totem snake a visit. Besides, he still had questions about the wooden clapper currently in Zhao Manyan's possession. After arriving at Hangzhou, Tang Yu happened to be on the island at the center of the lake. Mo-Fan simply took a boat out there. Her people knew Mo-Fan and just let him pass. Tang Yu was reading a book while keeping the black totem snake company. She would visit once in a while, as if she was reporting how she had been lately to the elderly. It's rare to see Miss Tang Yu enjoying some leisure time. Every time I give you a call or send you a text, I always end up in the voicemail. Mo-Fan walked up and conveniently poured himself some face-nourishing tea. He sat with one leg over the other, not treating himself as an outsider. Your teacher is an official member of the enforcement union. Don't compare me to a free man like you, strolling everywhere as you wish. Aren't you on the national team? Shouldn't you be on training now? Tang Yu smiled. Just back for a visit. All right, tell me what you've been up to. I can feel that your aura has grown a lot stronger. Tang Yu stared at Mo-Fan with glittering eyes. Advanced fire, almost advanced lightning, summoning element the same as usual, shadow element at the peak of intermediate level, space element still at the basic level, Mo-Fan reported honestly. Tang Yu clearly knew all his secrets, including his demon element. Tang Zong and Leng Qing must have told her everything. They were all trustworthy people, so Mo-Fan did not bother holding back the truth. Your lightning element should be improving at the same rate as your fire element. Seems like it's falling behind, said Tang Yu. Which is why I've come to ask Miss Tang Yu some tips to breaking through to the advanced level. It was a coincidence that my fire element broke through to the advanced level, so I actually don't have any experience, said Mo-Fan. Is that all? Tang Yu slightly raised her eyebrows. Somehow, she could tell that Mo-Fan had other thoughts in mind. I'm mainly here to visit my beloved Miss Tang Yu. It's been a while. Miss Tang Yu has grown prettier again. As expected. You're seriously not modest at all. Stop changing the topic. Tang Yu believed Mo-Fan would not visit her for no particular reason. To be honest, I wanted to ask if you still have those scrolls you gave to me before, the magic scrolls that are consumed after casting a spell. Do you have any scrolls with advanced lightning spells? Mo-Fan rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. Those are our Lingyan Enforcement Union's treasure. We don't usually give them away. Besides, it's not wise to rely on them, either. A magician should master the star patterns and star constellations of all their elements. Relying on the scrolls would eventually result in bad habits. Miss Tang Yu had indeed played the teacher role before. She started giving Mo-Fan advice as soon as she began to speak. Isn't old man Tang Vong the president? He can easily give some of them to me with a single sentence. I only need around 80 of them, said Mo-Fan smilingly. Tang Yu's eyes widened. 80 scrolls? Did this guy seriously think those scrolls were as easy to acquire as A4 papers that only cost a few cents each? 3. I can only give you 3 at most, snapped Tang Yu. The Lingyan Enforcement Union would never give the star constellation scrolls to anyone if it wasn't for Mo-Fan's contributions to Hangzhou. 5. I desperately need them. 4. That's my limit. Tang Yu retorted, clenching her jaw. Fine, for it is, Mo-Fan chuckled, like a cunning old fox. I knew you're up to something, mumbled Tang Yu. Oh, by the way, I have something to show you. See if you can understand them. Mo-Fan recalled something. He took out his phone and opened the gallery. Mo-Fan had taken pictures of the messy writings on the wooden clapper just to show them to Tang Yu once he came back. The shapes drawn on the wooden clapper was extremely similar to those he saw on the walls on the island's pavilion. Tang Yu thought Mo Fan was going to set her up again. She took a peek with a side glance, but her attention was soon drawn to the ancient writings. She quickly grabbed Mo Fan's phone and took a closer look. "Where did you find this?" Tang Yu finally raised her head and asked excitedly after some time. "A temple in Japan. I heard someone on the team mention that it's a high-level container. It has its own world inside, and is able to accommodate spirits," said Mo Fan. "That's right, a container of this kind can accommodate spirits. Furthermore, the spirits will become very powerful after living in the container for a certain period. The ancient writings are similar to those left by our ancestors on this island." "It's a record of another totem beast," said Tang Yu. "Another totem beast?" Mo Fan was startled. "Right, it dates back to the extinction of the totem beasts. The big guy is the only totem beast that our country has managed to preserve. Without the unique environment of the West Lake, which provides him with the perfect cover and the protection of our people every time he goes through ectasis, he would have had trouble surviving until today. However, in the ancient times, when China still had many different races, there were once lots of totem beasts in this land. They were referred to as gods back then. Humans were too weak back then and weren't as civilized. However, the totem beasts were different from the other demon creatures. They can coexist with humans in peace and were even protecting the human tribes," explained Tang Yu in a serious voice. "But didn't the totem beasts go extinct? Isn't the big guy the only one left? Does that mean the wooden clapper I found is useless too, since it's nothing but some ancient literature?" said Mo Fan. No, this thing is extremely important. It's not just the history that matters, but it also relates to a legend that we Totem Guardians strongly believe," said Totem Guardian. "A legend?" Mo Fan was anticipating a thrilling tale as soon as he heard the word. He immediately paid closer attention. "Legend says the totem beasts are immortal," said Tang Yu sternly. Immortal? That's insane. I believe they have long lifespans, since even the big guy has been around for thousands of years, but saying they are immortal is going against science," exclaimed Mo Fan. Chapter 850. Little Loach is fully responsible. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's real, our ancestors also mentioned it in some records. The big guy actually died roughly 2,000 years ago. Our ancestors even drew the details of his death. His body fell apart like dust, as if the flesh was corroding. His skeleton was exposed for all to see, before slowly sinking into the sand. Tang Yu did not seem to be joking. From her description, Mo Fan could imagine the scene of the dead black totem snake that her ancestors had passed down. "But isn't he perfectly well and fine?" Mo Fan pointed at the water and saw the black totem snake's nostrils surfacing and blowing water out like a whale. As a matter of fact, the black totem snake's head was a lot bigger than a whale. The sight was marvelous. Luckily, the lake was big enough to hold the creature's enormous body. The totem beasts die in a certain way, but if the conditions are met, they can be revived, said Tang Yu. If the conditions are met, like collecting 7 dragon orbs? Mo Fan asked with a vivid imagination. Something like that. Tang Yu nodded. Mo Fan almost dropped his jaw to the ground. He was simply telling a joke, yet Tang Yu actually nodded. So what you mean is, the wooden clapper is something like a dragon orb, and once we found the other 6, we can summon or revive the missing totem beast, asked Mo Fan. Tang Yu was amused when she heard Mo Fan mention the wooden clappers. Surely he didn't think it's the same as an anime? Not quite. I don't really know the exact way to summon or revive the totem beasts, but I know the totem containers are the key. Only those with containers can proceed to the next step, and by doing certain things or rituals, they can wake or revive the totem beasts, explained Tang Yu. So Zhao Manyang was really lucky? That thing seems to have accepted him as its owner, said Mo Fan. Totem containers are usually passed down along generations or lost in some corners of the world. It will be pretty tough to meet the conditions to summon the totem beasts. I believe that thing can at best be used as an advanced magic tool by your friend. It's unlikely to summon a totem beast, at least, it's not possible for a single person, said Tang Yu. But there's still a chance, if we found the right methods, asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan could not help but look at the West Lake. He could feel a surge of excitement when he recalled the black totem snake's overwhelming strength. Any person who could control a creature of that level would surely stand at the top of the world. The mountain zombie almost destroyed the ancient capital. If anyone could summon a totem beast to fight the mountain zombie off, the ancient capital would not have gone through such a great crisis. Similarly, the Silver Sky Ruler had posed a great threat to Hangzhou during the plague. The Silver Sky Ruler was leading the airborne white magic falcons, and the air defenses had collapsed due to the Silver Sky Ruler ruling over the Heavenly Eagle's lineage. Despite that, the black totem snake managed to hold the Silver Sky Ruler and its entire clan off. Mo Fan would never forget that scene. Zhao Manyang had coincidentally found a totem container. With the finances of his family, perhaps he would have a chance of learning its secrets and summoning the totem beast. At that time, the Zhao family would easily dominate the scene. The totem containers are their cause, asked Mo Fan. Right, and only the totem containers know how to awaken the totem beasts. The truth is, if Big Guy didn't survive back then and was killed when he is the weakest during ectasis, he might turn into a vessel too. Unfortunately, the records didn't really mention how he came back to life after his death. Otherwise, it might be a great help for your friend, mused Tang Yu. It's a pity indeed, agreed Mo Fan with a sigh. Forget it, it's beyond our reach for now. Think about it, no totem beast has shown up for thousands of years, even though people have found the totem containers. It implies that awakening the totem beasts is truly a difficult task. Tell your friend not to be too greedy. It's good enough if he manages to master the totem container's special ability, said Tang Yu. I'll pass the message to him. After playing with the black totem snake for a while, Mo Fan departed from Hangzhou. He had received 4 Lightning Star constellation scrolls from Tang Yu. He remembered how much effort he made at Mount Hua just to learn the Skyflame funeral. While Mo Fan was on the train, he took the little Loach pendant out and observed it closely. The little Loach pendant was startled, not sure why its master would be staring at it all of a sudden. It felt strange, even the Nether River was shaking anxiously. Screw it, there's no point in thinking about it. Mo Fan tucked the little Loach pendant back into his clothes and rested his head on his hands as he laid down comfortably. The little Loach pendant did keep its word. It actually finished evolving after a few days. As Mo Fan thought, the pendant was now a galaxy magic tool. Mo Fan's rate of cultivation was now around 8 times the normal rate. That being said, Mo Fan had double the number of elements of everyone else. Otherwise, if he only had 2 or 3 elements just like the others, his cultivation would improve at the speed of a rocket. Dean Xiao was quite kind to Mo Fan, too. He knew Mo Fan was planning to improve his lightning element to the advanced level, thus he generously offered Mo Fan a chance to enter the 3-step tower, so he could attempt the breakthrough under the strong elemental presence in the tower. Since all preparations were made, it was time to proceed with the attempt. Mo Fan was not the kind to waste his time sitting around. The lightning element was ready to break through to the next level. The galaxy vein was the main support, followed by the little Loach pendant's power and a small portion of the remaining energy from refining the eternal lotus. In addition, the pressure of the 3-step tower would further compress the lightning element around him, providing similar effects to a lightning domain. It was unlikely that he would fail in his attempt. On top of that, Mo Fan was already an advanced magician, and already had the mental strength of an advanced magician. It would be easier for him to improve his other elements to the advanced level. Sitting in the 4th floor of the 3-step tower, Mo Fan could feel a strong presence of the lightning element around him. It felt like he could cast a spell with a single flick of his fingers. He took a deep breath to calm his thoughts. He would be lying if he said he was not nervous, since failing the attempt would mean losing 100 million. By the way, which god should I be beseeching to provide me with good luck during the breakthrough? Forget it, I should just pray to little Loach. It had brought him to this fascinating world of magic, so it should be fully responsible for looking after him during this crazy magical adventure.